Imagine fighting through a literal corporate-sponsored hell for 10 straight years, watching your allies turn your enemies into human sashimi, and finally getting your hands on the exit button. The finish line is right there. All you have to do is press one button to go home. But then, the literal ghosts of your dead friends manifest to guilt trip you into staying for another season of torment. What does our guy do? He hits yes, says my bad lol, and vanishes. And just like that, he wakes up screaming in his own bed, back in his old room. He checks his reflection and his massive god-tier hunter muscles? Completely gone. He's just a soft anime boy in squid pajamas. But to understand how our guy went from an absolute neck-snapping godslayer to a traumatized college kid in seafood-themed sleepwear, we have to go back to the beginning. We start with a girl tied to a chair, getting blasted with enough voltage to charge a Tesla. This is Suwa. She's crying, bleeding, and begging her friend Woohyun for help because she can't take this torture anymore. Woohyun is strapped to a chair right across from her, completely helpless as he screams her name. But here is the kicker: it wasn't supposed to be like this. One by one, his companions are spitting blood and flatlining. The entire room is a massive, concrete execution chamber of despair, and as the lights flicker, Woohyun is forced to face the absolute worst reality imaginable. He's crying blood, begging them not to leave him behind in the dark. Because this isn't just a nightmare, it's his new life. See, it all started with a game called Reverse Planet. It was the #1 virtual reality game in the world, featuring magic, superpowers, and massive guild wars. Woohyun's cute coworker recommended it to him, so he logged in for a casual session, only for the entire game to manifest as a physical, terrifying reality, trapping him inside. And instead of getting a cool starter pack, he was kidnapped by some freakish scientists in gas masks. They're running a little project called Project Transcendence, which is just a fancy corporate way of saying they kidnap thousands of innocent people, shock them, inject them with illegal drugs, and surgically modify them like cheap action figures. If a subject dies, they just burn the body and move to the next. Woohyun is locked in the dark, watching his friends get dragged away to the incinerator. His mind completely snaps. He swears that if he survives this, he will tear every single one of these bastards apart. And wouldn't you know it, the alarms start blaring. An escape attempt. The remaining test subjects break out of their cells and sprint down the metallic hallways toward the exit. They're almost free, but then this absolute gym bro of a guard steps out, looking like a discount Akuma with green night vision goggles. He cracks his knuckles and tells them it's closing time. Permanent style. They are cornered. The guard is way too strong. The frontliners step up, channeling their magic, and tell Woohyun to run while they hold the line. The Akuma clone charges in like a heat-seeking missile. It's a complete bloodbath. The guard gets put down, but so does everyone else. Woohyun is the only survivor standing in a pile of his friends' corpses. He's hyperventilating, staring at the carnage, when suddenly, the room goes pitch black. The shadows of his dead friends rise up, wrapped in neon rage, screaming for blood. They grab him, screeching his name over and over, demanding he avenge them, and this isn't a one-time hallucination. 1 year passes, then 2, then 3. Woohyun keeps running, keeps fighting, evading laser fire and slicing through security squads like a blender. He is no longer a normal kid, he is a shredded engine of pure destruction, gutting anyone wearing a corporate badge. But the more he kills, the more the shadows of his friends demand. They crawl all over him, a literal manifestation of PTSD keeping him chained to his hatred. He's physically a god, but mentally? He is completely cooked, wondering if this nightmare will ever end. But then, he hacks into a terminal and a glowing blue screen pops up with a message that changes everything. A special mission, bug fix. Kill the executive director of the project and get a ticket back to Earth. Finally, a way out of this hellhole. Woohyun and his last remaining ally, Kim Youngjun, storm the director's office, leaving a trail of blood on the expensive carpet. The security guards are absolutely demolished. The executive director is on his knees, crying about how they were finally about to reach glory. He looks up at them, terrified. Youngjun grabs him by the collar. He mocks the director, asking if he's really clueless about why they are here. The director tries to bluster, screaming that he doesn't talk to mere test subjects. But then he looks at Woohyun, test subject 62, known as the Superman. The director immediately changes his tune, glazing Woohyun, calling him the project's single greatest masterpiece. He offers Woohyun anything he wants, money, power, anything if he just spares his life. Woohyun's hand glows with dark energy. He doesn't care. The director panics, screaming that killing him won't fix anything. He points to his desk nameplate League of Enterprises. He warns them that this corporate alliance will hunt down their families and ruin every last person they've ever met. But mid-rant, Youngjun gets bored of the corporate speech and stabs him right through the throat. Blood splatters everywhere. Youngjun complains that Woohyun was taking too long and he still had questions, but Woohyun's screen already says, "Bug fixing complete! Return to original world?" The blue light reflects in his eyes. He is finally free. He reaches out his trembling hand to press yes, but the colorful ghosts of his dead friends creep up from the floor. They whisper in his ear, asking if he's really going to abandon them and forget their revenge. Woohyun looks down at his bloody hands. He's just so tired. He asks himself if it's okay to run away just this once. Youngjun grabs his shoulder, asking what original world nonsense he's talking about since they've been here the whole time. Woohyun gives him a sad smile, whispers "tell the others I'm sorry," and disintegrates into blue particles. He sits up in his bed, panting and sweating. He looks around. It's his messy, mundane room. He checks his hands. No scars, no blood. His phone screen reads May 19th, 2041. The exact same morning he first logged into the game 10 years ago. He stands in front of the bathroom mirror. The battle-hardened, shredded Superman body is gone. He's just a regular kid, but the memories of running through dark corridors, slashing throats, and watching Sua die are so vivid he can still smell the metallic tang of blood in the air. The 10 years of hell were definitely real. But then, his desk phone starts vibrating like crazy. The caller ID displays Yong Nayeon. He stares at it, trying to remember why that name sounds so familiar. He answers, and she immediately screams through the speaker, asking why he's ghosting their meeting. She yells at him to hurry up and sends him a location. She hangs up before he can even explain. Woohyun stands there, processing the voice. He looks at a photo on his phone. It's Nayeon. She was his only close colleague, and she was also the one who dragged him into playing Reverse Planet in the first place. He wonders if she knew what would happen, but based on his memories, she's too clumsy to be a corporate mastermind. He decides to go meet her at a local KBBQ joint. He slides open the door, still feeling like a stranger in his own skin. Nayeon waves at him from a table, wearing a pink baseball cap and looking completely cheerful. She asks if they're getting drinks tonight, but Woohyun declines. He's worried that if he gets drunk, his killer instincts might slip, and he'll accidentally end the waiter. She shrugs and orders food instead as the pork belly sizzles on the grill. Then, she leans in and asks if he finally played Reverse Planet since he promised to try the tutorial. He quietly tells her that he made his character, watched the intro, and got dragged straight in. She laughs, thinking he's making a joke about how addictive the game is. But Woohyun is clenching his fist under the table. If she only knew the decade of torture she accidentally signed him up for. She pouts, complaining that he promised to guest star on her streaming channel. She reminds him that he was a top-tier Coliseum ranker on Earth, and having him carry her stream would finally help her channel blow up. Woohyun looks at her, realizing that she really had no idea. She's just a struggling streamer trying to pay rent. Later that night, he returns to his apartment and sits at his desk. He clicks his mouse, researching Planet Earth, the massive company behind the game. He sighs, leaning back. What can a normal college kid even do against a multi-billion-dollar Silicon Valley giant? If he goes there claiming their game is a human experimentation lab, they'll either put him in a psych ward or lock him in a straitjacket for real. He tells himself to let it go. He escaped. He survived. Isn't that enough? He closes his laptop and looks at his textbook. This is his real world now. The next day, he heads to campus, but as a hand lands on his shoulder, his heart leaps into his throat. It's just his college buddies waving at him. He tries to blend in, walking through the turnstiles, trying to live a normal life. He sits in a lecture hall taking notes, wondering what he even majored in. But as he stares at the board, a dark, freezing shadow wraps around his neck. He spins around, eyes wide with terror, but the classroom is just full of normal students looking at him like he's crazy. Then the hall shifts. The colorful neon ghosts of his dead friends rise from the desks, screaming for him to kill them all, whispering that he doesn't belong here. He knocks over his chair, gasping for air as the students whisper about his weird behavior. He stumbles into the hallway, hyperventilating, leaning against the wall. Suddenly, a pale red hand grabs his face from behind. Woohyun's combat instincts completely take over. He grabs the arm, spins, and launches a lethal throat strike with his hand, stopping centimeters away from a classmate's neck. His classmate is frozen in horror, staring at Woohyun's clenched fist. Woohyun snaps out of it, raising his hands and stammering an apology, saying he just got startled. The classmate backs away, muttering that the others were right about him acting completely unhinged lately. Woohyun sits on a bench outside, cracking open a soda to calm his shaking hands, but even here, the neon ghosts wrap around his legs, whispering for him to come back. They crawl over his shoulders, begging him not to forget their revenge. Woohyun! Nayeon's voice cuts through his hallucination. She runs up to him, pointing out how pale and sick he looks, asking if something happened. He forces a weak smile and tells her it's nothing. She doesn't buy it, telling him to rely on his Nuna if he ever needs help, which actually coaxes a small laugh out of him. But as she walks away, the cold truth sinks in. The ghost didn't stay in the game, he brought them back in his own mind. If this nightmare won't end until they are satisfied, then living on Earth like a broken shell is no different than being back in that lab. He walks into his room, steps into his VR capsule, and closes the lid. His eyes glow with cold, blue determination. He's going back to the other world, and this time, he's going to finish the job properly. We are back in the virtual space, and the system is giving our guy the official welcome to the game. But instead of landing in a peaceful fantasy starting zone, Woohyun spawns inside a cold room that looks exactly like the laboratory waiting area. He is already questioning the logic of the game, wondering why he has been dropped right back into the very hell he spent a decade escaping. The system prompts him to confirm his default appearance, which is basically his younger, unscarred self before the physical mutations took over. He accepts, but his first real order of business is to strip away all the training wheels by sliding the combat assistance settings all the way down to 0. If you have ever played a high-stakes action game, you know how crucial the internal skill trees are to shaping your entire run. The system is built around selecting a foundational core element and layering it with sub-skills to create a highly optimized build. And the specific core element that earned him his legendary status in the past is the one he locks in without a second thought. Suddenly, a metallic speaker on the wall crackles to life, addressing him as Test Subject 48. The simulated researcher tells him he has been asleep for a week since his last experiment, and Woohyun just stands there in absolute silence. He realizes the tutorial skip did not save him from having to look at these clinical white walls again, even if the game is polite enough to skip the actual torture scenes. The heavy security door slides open, and the voice commands him to step inside for the next physical evaluation. He walks into the chamber and is immediately greeted by the heavy rhythmic thudding of mechanical joints. It is an Etnel, a robotic security unit deployed specifically to execute test subjects who show any signs of rebellion. The screen flashes with his very first tutorial objective, demanding that he neutralize the mechanical threat with his newly unlocked core ability. Woohyun notes the design, identifying it as an outdated model compared to the highly advanced military versions he fought in the later years of his survival. But as the machine raises its heavy arms, a sudden flash of a crying child's face cuts through his mind. The memory of his friends being slaughtered in these very corridors begins to bleed into his current vision, threatening to compromise his focus. The robot lunges forward with a sudden burst of speed, aiming its heavy hydraulic limbs directly at his head. Woohyun does not even flinch, keeping his composure steady as the massive metallic frame closes the distance. He whispers that these simulated scientists never change their crude methods, his eyes flashing with a dangerous yellow hue. The machine swings its heavy metal arm, cutting through the air with enough force to shatter a normal human skull. The camera tracks the sweeping strike as it narrowly grazes past his clinical white collar. But Woohyun is already gone, utilizing his raw muscle memory to glide underneath the attack path before the machine can even register his movement. He calmly explains to himself that while the final versions of these droids are troublesome due to their ability to use magical elements, this early prototype is nothing more than a glorified piece of scrap metal that relies entirely on predictable physical pathways. He delivers a single, hyper-precise palm strike directly to the machine's central core, shattering the metallic plating into a shower of sparks. The massive robot collapses onto the tiled floor, completely neutralized before the simulation's announcer can even finish the introductory threat. The PA system praises his performance, noting that his aptitude for high-level combat vastly outclasses any ordinary test subject in the database. The objective complete screen pops up, but before the next trial can load, the entire chamber begins to shake violently. Alarms start blaring in a deep red hue as the simulated scientists begin panicking over an unscheduled breach by government forces. A transmission cuts through the static, showing a female officer from the Interdimensional Management Bureau announcing a rescue operation for all captured victims. Woohyun recognizes the voice, realizing that the tutorial is actively recreating the exact chaotic raid that allowed him to escape the first time. The secondary objective flashes onto his display, officially ordering him to break out of the facility amid the absolute chaos. An explosion tears through the adjacent wall, sending debris scattering across the floor as our guy begins his advance. He sprints down the burning corridor, keeping a mental count of the detonations to map out the structure of the facility. He rounds a corner and finds a pile of destroyed security droids smoldering next to a collapsed soldier. The wounded soldier wears the tactical gear of the Management Bureau, recognizing Woohyun as an innocent victim trying to escape the illegal facility. The dying soldier pulls out a tablet, offering Woohyun full access to the tactical armory to defend himself against the remaining security forces. A virtual interface displays a wide selection of melee weapons, firearms, and tactical gear on a nearby wall rack. The soldier hands him a military radio, instructing him to use it to signal the extraction team once he reaches the surface. The soldier's hand drops limp to the floor, leaving our guy alone in the burning hallway with the radio. Woohyun looks at the weapon rack, realizing this scripted scene is designed to give new players their starting gear before the real combat begins. His hand bypasses the high-tech firearms, reaching instead for a heavy metallic sickle connected to a thick iron chain. But the moment his fingers wrap around the cold steel, the purple silhouettes of his deceased friends rise from the shadows, grabbing his arm with their clawed hands. He ignores the heavy mental pressure, stealing his resolve as we suddenly shift perspectives to a completely different starting room. Meet Kang Soyul, a professional game streamer who has just logged into the nation's biggest virtual reality title under a severe penalty game. Her live chat is already roasting her, pointing out that her self-proclaimed hipster pride did not save her from having to play a mainstream game. She defends herself, claiming she always keeps her promises to her audience even if she has to play a game she usually avoids. She fires up the stream, announcing that she is officially starting her penalty run to clear the notorious tutorial of this massive game. She quickly saves her character appearance and decides to select a simple fire-based offensive build for her first run. The final step is the combat assistance setting, which the game defaults to 50% to help players with posture and motion corrections. But her chat immediately begins spamming her to turn it all the way down to 0, dare-baiting her streaming pride. She remembers her research, recalling that the actual percentage of players worldwide who can successfully play at 0% assistance is practically non-existent. Since the system brain syncs with your motor functions, playing with no assistance feels like trying to manually coordinate a newly grown limb with no muscle memory. She is about to decline the terrible idea when a massive donation mission pops up, offering $500,000 if she clears the tutorial with 0 assistance. Her expression flips instantly into pure capitalism, declaring that a true streamer never backs down from a high-paying challenge. She leaps out of her bed in pure hype, marching toward the starting door to claim her easy money. A few minutes later, we see her leaning against the corridor wall, looking like she has just aged 50 years in a span of seconds. It turns out her massive confidence did not save her from getting absolutely clapped by the very first robot within 2 minutes. Her chat mockingly consoles her, pointing out that trying to fight a mechanical guard with 0 assistance and a basic level 1 build is a literal suicide run. She manages to salvage a basic radio and a low-tier sidearm from the scripted soldier, wondering how she is supposed to reach the exit. She pulls up her menu and decides to initiate the automatic matchmaking system to find a party to carry her through the instance. She justifies the move to her chat, claiming that a cleared dungeon still counts as a clear even if she gets a comfortable ride from a stranger. The system immediately returns a failure screen, forcing her to activate the expanded search parameters to find any active lobbies. Her viewers explain the harsh reality of the matchmaking algorithm, pointing out that the system only pairs players with the exact same combat assistance percentage. She realizes that the only people she can match with are other absolute lunatics who are also playing with 0% assistance. She reaches to cancel the queue in panic, but the system suddenly chimes with a successful match, dragging her into Woohyun's active instance. She spawns into the new corridor and her jaw drops as she takes in the surrounding environment. The entire hallway is a complete graveyard of heavily armored security robots, all of them completely torn apart and smoldering with blue electricity. Her chat goes absolutely silent before erupting into pure confusion, wondering if they have accidentally matched with a professional player on an alt account. She inspects the wreckage, noting that none of these machines were taken down with firearms or explosive abilities. She realizes her matched partner has cleared an entire army of elite droids using nothing but raw, unassisted melee attacks. We pan down the dark corridor to see Woohyun standing over a pile of scrap, his white lab coat stained with blood as he holds a tactical knife. He senses a presence behind him, his cold gaze shifting toward the corner where Soyul is nervously peeking out. Soyul steps out to introduce herself, but Woohyun's trained instincts register her sudden movement as an immediate hostile threat. In a fraction of a second, he closes the distance and pins her against the wall, his blood-stained blade hovering millimeters from her throat. Soyul's eyes go completely wide in pure terror, her voice catching in her throat as she stares at the cold steel. She squeaks out a plea for mercy, and Woohyun slowly pulls back the knife, calmly apologizing for mistaking her for a laboratory guard. She checks his gear, confirming that this silent, terrifying guy in the bloodstained coat is indeed her match party member. She follows him down the corridor, explaining that she is a live streamer and asking if he is comfortable being featured on her broadcast. She assures him that her stream's privacy mode is fully active, meaning his character's facial features and name tag are completely hidden from the viewers. Woohyun suddenly stops dead in his tracks, his posture tensing as his ears pick up a faint metallic clicking sound from the ceiling. A squad of heavily armed security guards drops down from the vents, instantly targeting our guy with orders to execute on sight. The guards open fire, their automatic weapons lighting up the dark corridor with a volley of high-caliber rounds. Soil dives for cover behind a metallic crate, screaming about the absurd difficulty scaling of the tutorial. She peeks over the barrier to check on her matched carry, wondering how any player is supposed to survive a direct firing squad. But woohyun is already airborne, executing a flawless, gravity-defying backflip to dodge the incoming stream of bullets with millimeter precision. He swings his arm, launching the heavy iron chain scythe forward in a sweeping, circular motion. The heavy blade cuts through the air, slicing through the guard's armor plates in a clean, fluid arc. Her chat is losing their absolute minds, comparing his insane chain weapon control to a top-tier professional player. He lands on the floor and immediately transitions into a low sweep, using the chain to drag a guard's leg while his yellow eyes flash in the dark. The stream viewers begin debating his possible class build, trying to figure out if he is using wind manipulation or telekinesis to guide the chain. But a veteran player in the chat points out that his eyes turning white suggests he is utilizing a very specific, highly controversial core element. Soyul reads the comment, muttering the name of the skill in absolute disbelief. That core element is absolute being, one of the most infamous features in the history of the game. While it grants a massive, permanent buff to all base physical attributes and skill resistance, it comes with a devastating catch. It completely locks the player's ability slot, preventing them from using any active skills or spellcasting of any kind. Most players consider it a completely useless trash tier skill, since fighting without abilities in a high-level MMO is basically playing with a permanent handicap. But as Soyul watches woohyun glide through the air, she realizes his raw mechanical movement is completely bypassing the limitations of the build. He wraps his heavy iron chain around a guard's neck, using the momentum to drag him into his squad mates. The heavy blade strikes the guard's helmet, shattering the armored visor into a shower of sparks. Woohyun stands over the defeated squad, his breath steady as the embers of the simulated facility drift around him. He raises his sickle to wipe the simulated blood from the blade, his eyes remaining hollow and focused. But inside his mind, the purple specters of his dead friends begin to crowd his vision again, whispering for more violent retribution. A remaining guard aims his rifle from a dark alcove, preparing to take a clean shot while woohyun is distracted by his trauma. The sniper scope centers directly on our guy's head, the guard's finger slowly squeezing the trigger. Soyul spots the sniper from her cover, her streamer instincts kicking in as she raises her sidearm. She fires a rapid 3-round burst, her bullets finding their mark before the sniper can discharge his weapon. The sniper staggers backward, his rifle firing blindly into the ceiling as he loses his balance. Soyul slides across the tiled floor, keeping her weapon trained on the remaining guard to secure the area. She fires one final shot, sending the guard crashing onto the metal grates of the walkway. She sits back against the wall, her chat erupting into cheers over her securing a clean kill steal to save her carry. Woohyun slowly turns his head toward her, his silent gaze making her immediately worry if she has offended him. She flashes a nervous smile, pointing her fingers in a peace sign while claiming she managed to help out a little bit. But as Woohyun looks at her bright, innocent smile, his mind suddenly flashes back to the memory of Suah, his pink-haired friend who died in the real lab. The purple specters of his fallen comrades slowly begin to fade into the floor, quieted by the sudden contrast of Soyul's cheerful energy. The heavy psychological weight lifts from his shoulders, and he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Soyul starts stammering, quickly explaining that she only wanted to protect him and hopes he isn't angry about her stepping into his fight. Woohyun lets out a soft, genuine smile, telling her that her intervention was actually a very helpful move. Her live chat immediately starts swooning over his modulated voice, pointing out that their mysterious carry is surprisingly polite. Soyul asks if she can continue tag-teaming the rest of the tutorial instance with him, promising to provide as much support as her basic build allows. Woohyun agrees, introducing himself as Baek Woohyun as they begin their advance toward the upper levels. She follows close behind, asking if he actually chose the notorious Absolute Being core element as his primary starting build. He confirms it, and her stream viewers immediately begin a heated debate on whether the community has severely undervalued the trash-tier physical build. She asks what other competitive shooters or action games he usually plays to have such absurd, unassisted dodging mechanics. Woohyun suddenly halts his advance, his boot stopping centimeters before a blood-splattered section of the floor. He calmly states that there are exactly 2 high-tier security robots waiting in ambush exactly 20 meters ahead around the next corner. Soyul stares at his back in pure bewilderment, wondering how on earth he can calculate the exact distance and number of enemies without any scouting abilities. She rounds the corner behind him, and her eyes widen as she spots the 2 massive metallic frames waiting in the shadows. Woohyun casually walks forward, mentioning that the only competitive mode he spent any real time in was the Colosseum back in the day. Before the robots can even initialize their threat sequence, he lunges forward with a sudden burst of pure speed. He delivers a brutal, heavy-impact punch directly to the first robot's armored chestplate, caving in the metal structure with his bare fist. The massive droid is sent flying into the adjacent concrete wall, shattering into pieces upon impact. Woohyun turns his gaze toward the remaining unit, mentioning that he managed to hold a consistent ranker position back during his active days. He closes the distance in a fraction of a second, his fist driving straight through the second robot's central processor in a clean explosion of sparks. Soil's jaw hits the floor, and her viewers are equally stunned, realizing that a legendary Colosseum ranker is currently carrying their streamer. The chat starts dropping names of famous pro players, pointing out that even the legendary champion Battler was originally a Colosseum ranker before going pro. Soil gasps as she reads the name, recalling that Battler is currently considered the undisputed god of the entire competitive scene. Woohyun does not pay any attention to the gaming gossip, calmly gesturing for her to follow him as they reach the final security gate. The massive steel doors slowly slide upward, revealing the entrance to the main exit lobby where the final tutorial boss awaits. A massive red-haired brute steps out from the shadows, his face twisted in a sadistic sneer as he addresses the escaping test subjects. A virtual boss intro panel appears on their display, officially identifying the massive guard as the lab security chief. The simulated boss declares that this lobby will become their final resting place, but Woohyun's entire body suddenly goes completely rigid. His pupil dilates in pure shock as he stares at the simulated brute's blood-red hair and green night vision visor. The simulated boss is the exact replica of the red-haired giant guard who brutally executed his friends during the real escape 10 years ago. Suddenly, the purple specters of his dead comrades rise from the floor in massive numbers, clawing at his legs while screaming for blood. The security chief lunges forward, his massive frame kicking up a gust of wind as he charges directly at them. Soil quickly drops to one knee, raising her rifle to unleash a steady stream of fire to halt the boss's advance. But as the bullets close the distance, a glowing red hexagonal barrier manifests around the boss, deflecting the rounds harmlessly away. She panics, realizing the simulated boss is an awakened unit equipped with a high-tier particle barrier that filters out all projectile attacks. She retreats behind a nearby concrete pillar, shouting that she will try to provide covering fire while he finds a weakness in the barrier. Her live chat is already laughing at her quick decision to leave all the heavy lifting to her mysterious carry. Woohyun stands his ground, muttering that even if this environment is nothing more than a simulated game, if crushing this digital replica can bring even a slight amount of peace to the screaming ghosts in his mind, he will gladly play along. He drives his fist directly into the boss's particle barrier, the sheer force of his impact causing the red hexagonal screen to crack violently. Soil watches in absolute shock as the massive shockwave of his physical strike echoes through the entire lobby. Her viewers are equally stunned, wondering how on earth a physical strike from a level 1 player is shattering an elite boss's defensive barrier. The security chief staggers back, his visor flashing as he activates his secondary ability, turning his skin into a dark metallic iron alloy. He roars in pure rage, charging forward with a heavy step that literally shatters the tiled floor beneath his boots. The stream chat warns that a single direct hit from a boss utilizing a maximum weight-scaling iron skill will result in an instant one-shot death. But Woohyun utilizes his raw kinetic instincts, executing a micro-dodge to let the massive metallic fist pass millimeters from his chest. The boss swings his other arm in a desperate attempt to catch our guy, his face contorting in frustration as his targets keep slipping away. His metallic hand spins like a high-speed drill, cutting through the air with enough force to pierce through solid steel plating. He slams his fist into the floor, sending a massive shower of concrete debris scattering across the lobby as Woohyun glides backward. The chat points out that even with maximum autocorrection active, no normal player should be able to dodge a high-tier boss's tracking algorithms. Woohyun slides underneath the swing and delivers a devastating counterpunch directly to the boss's jaw, shattering the metallic iron coating on his face. The security chief staggers back with a groan of pain, and Woohyun steps forward, his voice dropping into a chillingly calm tone. The purple specters of his fallen friends crawl over the boss's legs, their neon claws dragging him down to the tiled floor. Woohyun tells him not to deactivate his iron defense skill, his white eyes flashing as he warns him that dying too quickly would be far too merciful. The simulated boss looks up at him, his digital programming experiencing a genuine moment of terror as he stares at our guy's hollow gaze. Woohyun raises his fist, whispering a quiet thank you to his dead friends for finally allowing him to claim his long-delayed vengeance. Soil watches from her cover as a series of heavy, rapid impacts echo through the dark lobby, accompanied by the sound of breaking metal. The system screen finally chimes, announcing that they have successfully defeated the lab security chief. The stream chat is in absolute hysterics, realizing their streamer just got carried through a maximum difficulty instance by a literal demon in a lab coat. Soil steps out from her hiding spot, cheering that they have officially cleared the final tutorial boss and can finally leave the facility. Woohyun stands over the shattered remains of the simulated guard, his hand dripping with digital blood as the red light in his eyes slowly fades. He lets out a quiet confirmation, his posture returning to his usual quiet demeanor as he turns toward the exit doors. They step through the heavy security gates, leaving the dark burning corridors of the laboratory behind them for good. They emerge onto a sunlit courtyard, and the system immediately chimes with a massive level-up notification and an unlocked skill point. Soil stretches her arms in pure relief, asking if he plans to continue grinding the main story campaign for the rest of the afternoon. She checks her stream dashboard, thanking her viewers as she officially claims her massive $500,000 bounty for clearing the Zero Assistance run. She approaches Woohyun, her expression turning slightly serious as she clasps her hands together. She nervous asks if he would be open to joining her streams on a regular basis as her official co-host and primary carry. She explains that she primarily focuses on main story quests and high-tier PvP matches where a player of his absurd caliber would easily dominate the rankings. She promises to fully accommodate his personal schedule and offers to pay him a very generous appearance fee for every single broadcast. But Woohyun calmly declines her offer with a quiet apology, his expression carrying a level of heavy exhaustion that tells her she cannot convince him. She sighs in disappointment, but quickly asks if she can at least add his account to her in-game friends list for future runs. He agrees, and Soyul bows politely, thanking him for the incredible run and wishing him a great experience with the rest of the game. The system chimes with a notification, officially announcing that her character has logged out of the instance. Woohyun stands alone in the quiet courtyard, wondering why the system's return ticket has not triggered to send him back to the real world yet. Meanwhile, we cut to a dark room where a mysterious user is rapidly typing on a mechanical keyboard. A new thread is uploaded to the game's official community forum titled, "The reason why today's no correction, no guns tutorial run was a hacker." And back on Soyul's stream dashboard, a massive $3,000 anonymous donation chimes with a chilling message from user 62, "What does being back in the real world feel like?" Early morning at the corporate offices of Planet Earth, the dev team behind the biggest VR game on the market is currently having a collective meltdown. One single user has managed to throw the entire engineering department into an unprecedented state of absolute panic. The junior devs are staring at the screen, unable to process how someone defeated an elite guard captain with zero combat correction and no weapons. The player forums are already a complete toxic wasteland, flooded with hack accusations and demanding a public explanation immediately. The department head is massaging his temples, desperately hoping they can just call it a script injection and ban him. But the lead programmer spent all night analyzing the raw server packets from the moment the character was created. Usually, hackers in this game are incredibly basic. They either clip through solid geometry or turn themselves completely invisible to troll players. But this user's spatial positioning, angular momentum, and physical timing are on a level that has never been recorded in the history of the game. The programmer slams his fists on the table, yelling that this isn't a program, it is a level of motor control that a human brain shouldn't even be capable of. The boss sighs, admitting there is still a tiny probability they are dealing with a highly sophisticated, undetected bypass script. To save their corporate reputation, they decide to drag this mysterious user into a controlled environment for a manual verification check. Meanwhile, back in the real world, our guy is sitting at a quiet outdoor cafe trying to enjoy a peaceful iced coffee. His bubbly classmate Nyan is practically vibrating with excitement, telling him he has officially broken the entire gaming community. The forums have launched a literal no-correction challenge because of him, and thousands of players are currently getting absolutely humbled trying to copy him. Nyan admits she nearly choked on her food when she recognized his unmasked character face from Soyul's stream. Since his physical fighting style is completely unique, anyone who knows his Colosseum rank or past could identify him instantly. She notices his phone on the table and asks if he's seen the official notification yet. When Woohyun mentions the message came directly from the Korean developer branch to verify his client, Nyan jumps up in shock. He explains that the streamer, Soyul, forwarded the request to him directly to coordinate a live stream verification match. Nyan's eyes light up, realizing a developer-sponsored anti-cheat test is going to pull in a massive live audience. Woohyun takes a slow sip, his mind operating on a completely different level of strategy. He realizes that cooperating with high-ranking corporate admins is his best chance to find a clue about the parallel world's origin. He tells Nyan he'll do it, even though he personally couldn't care less about what the online trolls think of his gameplay. Nyan points out that his manual chain control is so ridiculously distinct that trying to hide his identity would be completely pointless anyway. In modern gaming, players are so persistent that they can identify a pro's ult account just by analyzing how many times they tap their foot before an attack. She plops back down in her chair, glad he agreed so that Soyul doesn't get dragged through the mud as a hacker's accomplice. Woohyun is slightly confused, wondering why a total stranger's reputation should be his concern. Nyan explains that the internet mob doesn't care about logic, they will turn their pitchforks on anyone associated with a suspected cheater. Woohyun looks down at his glass, Nyan's cheerful warning reminding him that some people in this world are actually worth protecting. He opens his messaging app and sends a simple, direct message to Soyul confirming his participation. Across town, Soyul is screaming in pure joy, clutching her phone like she just won the lottery. She looks at her stream metrics, already visualizing the insane spike in live viewership this broadcast is going to pull. She sets up her streaming studio, laughing like a cartoon villain as she prepares to host the most anticipated live verification in history. She drafts a flashy notice, officially inviting the entire community to watch the controversial hack user prove his innocence live. 4 days later, the digital sky of Reverse Planet glows as our guy logs back into the system. He spawns into the lobby wearing his default white lab coat uniform, his expression as cold and detached as ever. Soyul runs up to greet him, immediately apologizing for dragging him into this massive public mess. Woohyun asks if she ever personally suspected him of cheating during their tutorial run. Soyul's sweat drops, recalling the absolute terror of watching him brutally dismantle a boss with those cold, empty eyes in the dark hallway. She shakes off the memory and prepares to deploy the floating camera drone to start the live broadcast. The stream goes live, and the chat immediately turns into an absolute toxic dumpster fire of hate and hack spam. The viewer count hits 10,000 in a fraction of a second, everyone tuning in to watch a cheater get publicly banned. Woohyun introduces himself with complete deadpan energy, completely ignoring the wall of insults scrolling past on his display. Soyul tries to keep the peace, asking Woohyun how he feels about the massive community uproar surrounding his playstyle. Woohyun looks directly at the camera, stating with complete honesty that he thinks the entire controversy is completely absurd. The chat goes wild at his confidence, half of them calling him a legendary Chad and the other half demanding an instant ban. Soyul quickly steers the stream back on track, announcing that they have invited a highly official guest to conduct the test. A digital portal opens in the forest clearing, and a man wearing formal corporate attire steps out. Meet Park Jae-myun, the lead operations manager of the game's Korean branch, sporting a massive GM tag over his head. The chat immediately goes quiet, realizing the game company sent a high-ranking executive instead of a basic moderator. Woohyun's eyes narrow as he analyzes Gyumyun, planning to interrogate him about system anomalies the second this test is over. They exchange polite greetings, and Gyumyun inspects Woohyun's simple default character model. He notes that the kid doesn't look like a standard high-tier competitive player, lacking any expensive premium gear or titles. Jae-myun taps his tablet, opening a secure development gate to transport them to the testing grounds. The world shifts into a massive, futuristic steel chamber lined with advanced diagnostic sensors. Jae-myun explains that Woohyun will fight several simulated encounters while the anti-cheat engine monitors his neural sync patterns. Woohyun nods in agreement, stepping onto the metal grates of the arena floor as the platform tenses. Jae-myun initiates the first protocol, summoning a mid-tier combat unit to establish a physical baseline. Heavy steel doors slide open, and rhythmic mechanical footsteps echo through the quiet testing chamber. Out steps an intermediate Eternal robot, its metallic frame sleek, polished, and humming with heavy hydraulic power. The stream viewers warn that this unit is a massive step up from the tutorial models, capable of executing complex tracking patterns. But as the robot's red visor lights up, the dark shadows of Woohyun's trauma begin to crawl up his legs. The phantom voices of his dead friends whisper in his ears, their neon purple claws dragging him back to the real lab. The machine takes a heavy step forward, but to Woohyun, this isn't a game simulation anymore. It is survival. Before Jae-myun can even explain the test parameters, our guy disappears from his starting position in a blur of motion. He closes the distance instantly, his raw physical pressure cracking the steel floor beneath his boots. He grabs the massive robot by its metallic throat, caving in the reinforced steel plating with his bare hand. He slams the multi-ton machine into the ground, the pure kinetic force of his impact shattering the arena floor. The stream chat goes completely dead silent, unable to process a level 1 player destroying an elite unit with raw physical strength. Woohyun stands over the shattered pile of scrap metal, his heavy breathing the only sound in the silent room. The anti-cheat display flashes a bright, clean blue message, no external program interference detected. Jumyoon's tablet is practically smoking as he stares at the perfect, unassisted neural sync lines on his screen. He is sweating bullets, realizing this kid didn't use a single script, this was raw, terrifying human reflex. Woohyun stands down, his cold gaze shifting back to the stunned manager as if he just took out the trash. Jumyoon stammers, admitting that while the anti-cheat cleared him, the battle ended far too quickly to collect complete diagnostic data. He asks if Woohyun would be willing to execute a highly specific restricted combat pattern to rule out automated script behavior. Since macro hacks rely on hard-coded paths, forcing a player to adapt to specific rules on the fly is the ultimate anti-cheat test. Jumyoon requests that he decapitate 3 incoming intermediate droids using only his manual chain scythe. The developer inputs the command, secretly setting the spawning speed to maximum to see where this kid's physical ceiling lies. 3 massive eternal droids drop from the ceiling, their red visors locking onto our guys simultaneously. They lunge in a coordinated 3-pronged assault, cutting off every standard escape route in the arena. But Woohyun is already moving, his chain scythe carving a beautiful, lethal silver circle through the dark space. He spins low, his boots scraping the steel grates as the first robot's blade passes millimeters above his head. With a single fluid flick of his wrist, the heavy iron chain loops around all 3 mechanical necks. His eyes flash with a hollow yellow glow, his physical focus overriding the system's standard movement limits. He pulls the chain back, cleanly decapitating all 3 elite units in a single, synchronized explosion of blue sparks. Soyeol is practically jumping out of her skin in excitement, while the stream chat struggles to cope with what they just witnessed. Jumyoon adjusts his glasses, realizing he has gathered more than enough data to prove this kid's absolute innocence. But as a game developer, Jumyoon's professional pride and pure curiosity are currently screaming at him. He wants to see if this unassisted monster can handle the absolute pinnacle of their automated security systems. He overrides the standard safety protocols, inputting a restricted command sequence into his master tablet. Deep inside the spawning bay, a pair of highly realistic crimson-red optical sensors slowly flicker to life. Out steps an advanced ethereal unit, its white synthetic chassis built to mimic a hyper-flexible human musculature. The stream viewers start spamming the chat, calling Jumyoon a madman for deploying a high-tier raid boss against a level 1 player. This is the late-stage ethereal unit, a synthetic killing machine designed to counter entire parties of awakened players. The moment Woohyun looks at the white synthetic face, his entire world suddenly goes completely dark. He remembers them, not as digital game code, but as the relentless corporate hunter droids that hunted his friends down in the real ruins. The robot's synthetic faceplates slide open, contorting into a chilling, sadistic human smile that triggers his survival instinct. Woohyun's teeth grind together, his bloodlust flaring as the heavy psychological weight of his past takes complete control. The ethereal unit lunges with a sudden burst of speed, its metallic fists cutting through the air with supersonic force. Woohyun barely tilts his head, the heavy fist grazing his cheek as a single drop of digital blood falls. He launches a counterstrike, his bare fist meeting the advanced synthetic armor in a heavy, echoing impact. The shockwave of their collision shakes the entire testing chamber, cracking the observation glass behind them. Woohyun realizes this machine's structural hardness is on a completely different scale compared to the intermediate trash. The droid recovers instantly, unleashing a relentless flurry of high-speed strikes that would turn a normal player to dust. Our guy's physical attacks aren't caving in the armor, forcing him to adapt his strategy on the fly. If his raw strength won't break the plating, he will simply have to rely on his decade of survival combat to find a joint weakness. He begins a terrifying dance of micrododges, letting the heavy hydraulic limbs pass close enough to tear his clothes. Soyeol and Jumyoon can only watch in absolute silence, paralyzed by the sheer physical tension of the duel. The chat is losing their minds, pointing out that a single clean hit from the boss would result in instant death. Jumyoon sweat drops, unable to believe a player with a single core factor is holding his ground against a late-game boss. Suddenly, Woohyun's rhythm shifts, his movements accelerating as he begins to systematically overwhelm the boss's tracking program. Realizing the player is about to actually destroy their multi-million-dollar development asset, Jumyoon panic swipes his tablet to delete the bot. The advanced bot dissolves into blue pixels and Woohyun slowly pulls back his fist, his breathing shallow. Jumyoon steps forward, officially announcing to the massive stream audience that the user is 100% clean. The chat goes into absolute hysterics, the toxic hack trolls deleting their forum posts in a panic to avoid get banned. Soyul is practically glowing, coining a brand new term for her matched carry, the ultimate hack physical monster. She declares to her viewers that Woohyun isn't using external software, his real-life physical body is just built different. The stream wraps up with a legendary 100,000 concurrent viewers, cementing Woohyun's status as a viral sensation. Jumyoon bows politely, thanking both of them for cooperating so smoothly with their corporate verification request. He turns to log out of the testing chamber, but Woohyun's voice suddenly cuts through the quiet room. He stops the operations leader, stating there is a critical question he needs answered before they part ways. He asks if there has ever been a documented system bug where a physical user got permanently trapped inside the game world. Jumyoon looks confused, stating that if such a severe neural bug existed, the game would have been shut down globally years ago. Woohyun lets out a quiet sigh, realizing the corporate branch has zero knowledge of the parallel dimension's dark reality. Soyul approaches him after the GM logs out, promising to calculate and send him his fair share of the massive stream revenue. She stares at his back, her inner content creator crying at the thought of letting this viral goldmine walk away, but she holds back her greed, thanking him once more before logging out of the instance. Woohyun stands alone in the steel chamber, disappointed that his first lead on the developers turned out to be a complete dead end. Suddenly, his display chimes with an urgent, high-priority message from his college classmate, Nayeon. He meets her in the combat preparation room where she is bouncing with joy over his viral stream success. He tells her that streaming isn't for him, finding the constant chat interaction and public attention incredibly draining. Nayeon immediately grabs his sleeve, offering to handle all the administrative work if he just agrees to play solo. He flatly refuses, but before he can log out, Nayeon slams her hand onto the nearby terminal console. A massive, glowing blue interface manifests above them, displaying the words, player versus player. She explains that PvP is one of the two foundational pillars of the game, completely separate from the PvE tutorial. Our guy is slightly intrigued, wondering why she dragged him to the competitive matchmaking lobby. She tells him he can't judge the entire game based on a single tutorial, calling competitive PvP the true beating heart of the title. Woohyun looks at the screen, realizing that if the system is hiding any secrets, they are likely buried deep within the competitive arena. He agrees to try it, and Nayeon enthusiastically begins breaking down the different competitive modes. First are the standard duels, featuring high-stakes 1v1 and 2v2 matches played in a best-of-3 round format. Next is Struggle Mode, offering highly coordinated 5v5 team battles built around tactical objectives like domination or capture. She notes that these objective modes require intense team communication and highly optimized class builds to survive. But the mode they are queuing for today is Survival, a massive 99-player battle royale where only the last team standing wins. Nayeon offers to recommend a highly meta class build to help him survive his first real multiplayer lobby, but Woohyun bypasses her suggestions, allocating his skill points into the exact hyper-optimized layout of his Superman physical build. Nayeon prepares her recording software, planning to capture his first competitive match to upload to her YouTube channel. She selects Zone 1, the military base, a notorious high-tier player hot drop zone crowded with elite gear and aggressive rankers. She begs him to let her upload the footage, and Woohyun quietly agrees just to get her to calm down. She slams the start button, initiating the high-speed matchmaking system to drop them into the queue. The system screen flashes, confirming their starting point as Zone 1 with a 60-second countdown until deployment. Nayeon gives him a playful salute, promising to meet him on the battlefield as their physical avatars begin to materialize. Woohyun spawns inside a ruined concrete courtyard, immediately detecting the heavy breathing of an enemy player nearby. A green-clad player is peeking around a broken door frame, muttering about the terrible quality of the starting loot in this building. He turns around to move to another room, but Woohyun is already standing directly behind him like a silent shadow. In the distance, a massive explosion rips through the neighboring buildings as the chaotic battle royale officially begins. Nayeon hunkers down in a secure corner, but her system HUD suddenly starts exploding with a rapid, non-stop sequence of blue kill notifications. She stares at the screen in complete paralyzed shock as the quiet college classmate she dragged into the match systematically wipes out the entire lobby within the first 30 seconds. We are dropping straight back into the chaos of the battle royale lobby, and the system kill feed is currently going absolutely nuclear. Nayeon is staring at her display in complete paralyzed shock as the blue notifications continue to roll in. She is trying to understand how her quiet college classmate is systematically wiping out entire veteran squads within the first 30 seconds of the match. Meanwhile, Woohyun stands over another defeated player, his expression completely calm as he notes the surrounding area is finally clear of immediate threats. He calmly reflects on how he didn't expect to run into 4 heavily armed players at once while descending the central stairwell. He decides his starting gear is finally sufficient and prepares to rotate out of the hot drop zone to find his teammate. But before he can take a single step, Nayeon's voice chat cuts through his headset in a state of absolute high-pitched panic. She screams that she is completely surrounded by multiple enemy squads on the opposite side of the urban block. He pulls up his tactical map, tracking her coordinates to a ruined 3-story concrete building a few hundred meters away. She warns him that the fighting downstairs is getting incredibly loud, and Woohyun tells her to stay hidden as his boots hit the pavement. He sprints across the open courtyard, instantly spotting a duo of players engaged in a high-speed skirmish near the perimeter. The players turn around, their eyes widening in pure disbelief as they register a white lab coat closing the distance like a rocket. The lead player tries to raise his weapon, but Woohyun's unassisted speed completely bypasses his manual aim coordinates. With a single fluid slice of his tactical blade, Woohyun neutralizes the threat before the player can even register the attack path. The system screen immediately flashes with another elimination message, leaving the remaining teammate frozen in terror. The survivor assumes he is dealing with a high-tier agility build, panic activating his ultimate dark magic ability to create distance. He unleashes a massive wave of dark purple spikes from the ground, aiming to pin our guy against the concrete walls. But Woohyun executes a flawless, gravity-defying leap over the rising hazards, his body control completely unaffected by the lack of system correction. He drops down from above, his boots landing heavily as he delivers a clean, decisive blow to end the engagement. He wipes the digital blade, his hollow yellow eyes scanning the perimeter for any remaining hostile signatures. The blue light of the dissolving avatars fades into the air as he continues his rapid advance toward the distress signal. He rounds the corner of the block, casually taking down 2 more players who are busy looting a nearby supply crate. He arrives at the entrance of Nayeon's building, calmly informing her through the voice link that he has reached the ground floor. Nayeon gasps at his absurd travel time, asking if she should come down to help him clear the lower levels. He tells her to stay exactly where she is, his fingers wrapping around the cold steel of the heavy main door handle. His hyper-tuned combat senses immediately pick up the faint rustle of clothing, counting at least 4 or 5 players waiting in ambush behind the frame. He pushes the door open, stepping into the dim hallway with complete, unbothered confidence. An ambush player leaps out from a dark alcove, a massive machete raised high as he sneers at the seemingly defenseless white coat. But Woohyun's hand moves in a blur, his fingers clamping onto the attacker's wrist with the force of a hydraulic vice. The player's smug expression instantly turns into pure confusion as he realizes he cannot budge his weapon hand even a single millimeter. Woohyun drives his knee directly into the player's midsection, caving in his light armor plates with a heavy metallic thud. The attacker collapses onto the floor, and Woohyun decides he needs to speed up his recovery rotation to keep Nayeon from doing something stupid. He ascends the concrete staircase in a series of explosive leaps, leaving a trail of dissolving blue pixels in his wake. The kill feed continues to explode on Nayeon's HUD, displaying a rapid-fire sequence of 4 consecutive eliminations within 10 seconds. She stares at the blue screens, completely unable to process how her quiet college classmate is playing a different game entirely. She realizes that while she was busy hiding behind a crate, Woohyun has practically cleared the entire active lobby by himself. Suddenly, a massive blue flash of electricity cuts through the quiet room, and Nayeon swings her weapon in a blind panic. Woohyun easily sidesteps the swing, his expression neutral as Nayeon lets out a loud scream of pure fright. She drops her weapon, panting heavily as she realizes she nearly tried to attack her own matched carry with a literal purple glowing chainsaw. Woohyun stares at the massive roaring power tool in her hands, quietly wondering why on earth she decided to scavenge that specific weapon of all things. She proudly claims it was the only high-tier weapon left in the starting room, declaring that they are officially ready to secure the match. The final system screen flashes with a massive victory announcement, confirming their clean first-place finish with a combined 32 eliminations. A montage of victory displays appears on the console, showing their flawless record across multiple consecutive matchmaking queues. Nayeon practically collapses onto the lobby floor, groaning in pure exhaustion as she begs to call it a day. Woohyun agrees, and Nayeon looks at his quiet, slender avatar, realizing her childhood friend is a literal walking cheat code. She clasped her hands together, begging him to wait exactly 2 days before starting any major main story quests. She promises to draft a highly professional, irresistible business proposal to convince him to join her streaming channel as a permanent partner. She logs out of the server in a flash of blue light, leaving our guy alone in the quiet preparation room. He looks down at his empty hands, quietly lamenting that even the game's competitive PvP mode failed to yield any clues about the parallel world. Meanwhile, we cut to a modern apartment complex high above the city's skyline during the quiet hours of the night. Soyul is rolling around on her bed, her purple hair messy as she hums a quiet tune while scrolling through her tablet. She is reading the official community boards, giggling like a cartoon villain as she sees the entire player base going absolutely crazy over her verification stream. She stares at the recorded peak metric of over 100,000 concurrent viewers, wondering if she will ever see those golden numbers again in her career. She recalls Woohyun's flat, polite rejection of her streaming offer, sighing at how firm his boundaries were from the very start. She decides she at least needs to handle his revenue settlement properly, opening her banking app to transfer his share of the broadcast donations. But as she reviews the detailed transaction log, her eyes suddenly go completely wide in pure shock at a highly unusual entry. The next day, we find Woohyun sitting across from Nayeon at their usual corner table in the sunlit campus cafe. Nayeon proudly spins her laptop around, displaying a hilariously low-budget presentation slide featuring a poorly drawn cartoon seal. Woohyun stares at the rainbow-colored title card in absolute silence, quietly questioning if she actually stayed up all night to create this masterpiece. Nayeon quickly explains her strategy, pointing out that since he hates interacting with the live chat, they can simply use a reality observation format. Woohyun tilts his head, asking what on earth a reality observation show is supposed to entail in a gaming context. A helpful system graphic explains the concept, a show where multiple hosts in a professional studio watch and analyze recorded footage of another player. Nayeon winks, explaining that he can simply play the game in absolute peace while she handles all the high-energy chat interaction and commentary. She suggests they can even recruit a professional competitive commentator to make the stream look like an official esports broadcast. She offers him a highly generous 60-40 revenue split, but Woohyun calmly shakes his head, repeating his standard refusal. Nayeon starts whining, claiming he doesn't understand the sheer scale of the financial rewards, and Woohyun pulls out his phone. He mentions he received an email from Soyul regarding their verification stream settlement, but hasn't had a chance to open it yet. He taps the screen, opening the detailed receipt confirming a direct transfer of exactly 6 million won into his bank account. Nayeon's jaw hits the floor, her eyes literally turning into currency symbols as she screams at the absurd amount of money he made from a single stream. But Woohyun isn't paying any attention to her financial panic. His entire body has gone completely rigid as his eyes lock onto the bottom of the email. Soyul has attached a series of high-value anonymous donation messages from a single user named Viewer62. The messages are written in a chillingly familiar tone. Hello, Woohyun. Good to see you again. How does it feel to return to reality? A new special mission has been prepared for you. Woohyun's heart hammers against his ribs, his mind racing as he stares at the specific number 62, his exact test subject designation from the real laboratory. He slams his hands on the table, demanding to know if Nayeon can utilize her streamer administrative tools to track down the donor's physical IP address. Nayeon stammers in confusion, explaining that privacy laws strictly prohibit tracking users, meaning the only way to interact with them is during a live broadcast. Woohyun's expression darkens, his yellow eyes flashing with a dangerous resolve as he realizes his primary target is actively watching him. He looks down at Nayeon's ridiculous laptop presentation, realizing the universe has just forced his hand. A few hours later, a massive, gold-bordered announcement is uploaded to the official community forums, scheduling the grand premiere of the Hack Tourism gameplay stream. Friday evening arrives, and the Golden City lights begin to hum with the quiet anticipation of the weekend. Across the country, thousands of competitive gamers are firing up their setups, preparing their snacks as the countdown clocks tick down. The player forums are completely flooded with hype threads, everyone waiting with chicken in order to watch the legendary Hacksical 1 perform live. Meanwhile, inside the high-tech virtual broadcasting studio of Reverse Planet, Nayeon is practically shaking like a leaf on the sofa. Her co-hosts pat her shoulder, telling her to relax since they have prepared their presentation materials down to the very last detail. Meet Cha Seong-cheol, a veteran competitive commentator for the professional leagues who has agreed to provide analytical co-hosting for their channel. He admits he was incredibly surprised when she managed to secure the mysterious player, and Nayeon nervously laughs, recalling how fast Woohyun agreed the moment he saw the donor's name. The red recording light on the floating camera drone blinks to life, signaling that their stream is officially broadcasting to the public. Nayeon flashes her professional streamer smile, welcoming the massive wave of viewers alongside the highly respected commentator. The chat immediately explodes into a wall of text, the viewer count climbing by thousands every second as they demand to see the main attraction. Nayeon giggles, telling the impatient audience that they don't need to worry because their star player is already logged into the active instance. The video feed switches to a high-resolution display, showing Woohyun standing near a high-security gate, casually spinning a tactical knife in his hand. He is utilizing the stream's default privacy mask, a sleek dark visor that completely obscures his upper facial features from the viewers. Nayeon raises her tablet, officially announcing the start of their very first gameplay observation segment. She sends a quick confirmation ping to Woohyun's HUD, giving him the green light to initialize his starting mission. Woohyun's radio crackles with static, broadcasting a simulated distress message from the Otherworld Management Bureau, ordering him to rescue survivors in the forest. The virtual quest interface flashes on his display, confirming his main objective is to bypass the security patrol and escape the perimeter. He takes a deep step into the dense golden foliage, the dry leaves rustling beneath his boots as he maps out the terrain. A sudden flashback cuts through his mind, recalling how 10 years ago he was a weak, terrified kid bleeding in this exact forest during his first breakout. He lets out a slow, quiet breath, his jaw tightening as he whispers that this time, things are going to be very different. He throws his head back and lets out a massive, echoing shout that reverberates through the entire dense forest canopy. A nearby squad of armored facility guards stops dead in their tracks, their green night vision visors flashing in pure confusion. They spot our guy in the clearing and immediately call for backup, ordering their unit to execute a three-pronged tactical assault to contain the escapee. But Woohyun is already waiting, his hand resting calmly on the cold iron grip of his chain scythe as they close the distance. He looks at the armored squad, his yellow eyes glowing with a cold, terrifying intensity in the shadows. Inside his mind, the purple claws of his dead comrades rise from the blood-red earth, screaming for the absolute destruction of their tormentors. The guards open fire, their automatic weapons spitting a continuous stream of high-velocity rounds through the foliage. But Woohyun's arm moves in a fluid, circular arc, spinning his heavy iron chain scythe with absolute precision. The rotating steel links create a perfect kinetic barrier, deflecting the incoming bullets in a spectacular shower of bright sparks. An explosion tears through the ground near his feet, but Woohyun utilizes the shockwave to launch himself directly into the air. The lead guards look up in absolute horror, their tactical HUDs failing to track a player moving faster than their system correction limits. Woohyun glides through the air like a bird of prey, his heavy chains cutting through the wind with a high-pitched hiss. He loops the iron links around the primary guard's heavy broadsword, utilizing a simple wrist twist to disarm him instantly. The chain continues to travel, wrapping tightly around the waist of 3 guards simultaneously before they can even draw their sidearms. Woohyun lands heavily on the forest floor, his posture low and stable as his fingers tighten around the main anchor link. He pulls the chain back with a single, explosive burst of physical power, dragging the entire 3-man squad face first into the dirt. The guards groan in pain as the heavy impact shatters their armored chest plates into glowing blue fragments. He doesn't even look back, transitioning into a low sweep to neutralize the remaining sniper hiding in the brush. He stands in the quiet clearing, his breath steady as another alarm blares from the deeper sections of the forest. Back in the studio, Nayeon and Seongcheol are staring at their screens with their mouths hanging completely open. The chat goes into absolute hysterics, pointing out that our guy's strategy for a stealth rescue mission is literally just to scream at the top of his lungs to draw all the aggro. A massive donation alert chimes on the stream, asking if his physical perfect existence core skill is completely overpowered since it has no active cooldowns. Nayeon turns to her co-host, asking for his professional opinion on whether the community's complaints about the build are justified. Seongcheol shakes his head, explaining that standard magic and elemental builds rely on heavy cooldown timers to balance their destructive capabilities. But perfect existence simply acts as a passive physical multiplier. It does not provide any tactical assistance, auto-aim, or weapon correction. He points out that the only reason the build looks broken is because Woohyun's real-life reflexes and physical coordination are already on a cracked professional level. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps echoes from the golden clearing, and another squad of heavily armed soldiers surrounds our guy. But these soldiers aren't facility guards. They wear the dark tactical gear and gold triangle emblems of the Otherworld Management Bureau. A tall, hypermuscular officer steps forward, his voice firm as he orders everyone to drop their weapons and surrender peacefully. A helpful lore graphic explains their role. The Otherworld Management Bureau is a highly specialized government department tasked with subjugating dimension-crossing threats. They operate deep within the mixed dimension zones of the inverted world, trapping dangerous creatures to protect the human population. Woohyun's eyes go still as he recognizes the officer's face, recalling him as team leader Kim Cheol from his past mercenary days. Kim Cheol spots Woohyun's white clinical lab uniform, his expression turning into polite concern as he realizes he is dealing with an escaped victim. He orders his squad to lower their weapons, apologizing for the hostility before asking how on earth Woohyun obtained their secure tactical radio. Woohyun quietly explains that a wounded bureau agent handed it to him inside the facility before succumbing to his injuries. Kim Cheol lets out a sad sigh, paying his respects to his fallen colleague before offering to guide Woohyun back to their headquarters for identification. Woohyun agrees, and the system immediately chimes with a massive completion notification, awarding him a level up and a valuable power point. The scene shifts to a massive modern skyscraper rising high above the Golden City skyline, the official bureau headquarters. Woohyun sits in a sleek glass-walled diagnostic counseling room, quietly reflecting on his complicated history with this department. Back in the parallel world, he was forced to work as an independent mercenary after escaping containment, taking on high-risk corporate cleanup requests to fund his revenge. These requests included dangerous subjugation missions inside the mixed dimension zones against massive scythe-legged biomonsters. Inevitably, his mercenary paths crossed with the Bureau, leading to constant political friction and occasional cooperation. A crisp tapping sound cuts through his thoughts, and the heavy glass door slides open to reveal a sharp-looking female officer. Meet Lee Yujin, a top-tier agent from Team 1 who enters the room carrying a secure digital tablet. She sits across from him, her tone highly professional as she welcomes him back to civilization after his long ordeal. She slides her tablet forward, explaining that as an unregistered victim, he has been granted exactly two legal choices. The first option is to live as a protected civilian under their constant surveillance, which strictly prohibits any future use of his supernatural abilities. The second option is to join the Otherworld Management Bureau as a combat agent, undergoing extensive tactical evaluation before being deployed to the front lines. Woohyun looks down at his hands, finding it incredibly ironic that the man who spent a decade killing bureau agents on the other side is now being invited to join them. Lee Yujin adjusts her glasses, leaning forward with a sharp, focused expression as she asks for his final decision. Woohyun folds his hands on the table, opening his mouth to deliver his answer as a massive cliffhanger notification cuts the screen to black. We are starting off with Agent Lee Yujin leaning forward, asking our guy the ultimate question that will decide his legal future. Woohyun stares down at his clasped hands, his mind instantly analyzing the tactical reality of both paths. He knows that choosing the civilian route means he will eventually get cornered into signing shady corporate contracts to make ends meet. He looks up and calmly states that he will join the Bureau as a combat agent, making Yujin instantly light up with a bright smile. She lets out a quiet sigh of relief, explaining that corporate headhunters have been aggressively scouting independent awakened players lately. She leans in close, whispering a warning that signing with a private enterprise is a one-way ticket to getting exploited. Since these corporations are only starting to establish their training programs, they lack the foundational infrastructure to protect their assets. Sure, the immediate corporate salary looks incredibly tempting, but the long-term survival rates are practically non-existent. Woohyun remembers his time back in the parallel ruins, recalling how some private syndicates refused to pay out contracts until he applied extreme pressure. That little confrontation was the exact moment the Bureau started tracking him as a potential pseudo-awakened threat. Yujin slides a high-tech corporate device across the table, officially registering his combat profile in the secure database. She explains that he will start as a probationary trainee until his mechanical skills are verified for team placement. She admits she hopes he joins her squad in Team 1, while Woohyun's thoughts drift to a long-standing debt he still owes her from the past. We see a brief memory of Yujin leading a high-stakes lab raid on the news, her brave actions saving countless trapped test subjects. But as the scene plays out, we suddenly snap back to the virtual broadcasting studio where Nayeon's jaw is literally hanging open. She stares at her tablet, asking her co-host how on earth a basic NPC can communicate with such fluid, terrifying realism. The professional commentator is practically sweating through his green sweater, identifying the programming as a fully responsive AI. The stream chat is completely losing their minds, spamming that the developers have managed to code a literal god-tier system. A technical display explains that unlike standard scripted NPCs, this hidden AI engine can adapt to absolutely any player request in real time. The tech was widely considered impossible to implement in a massive online title due to the absurd processing limits. The commentators realize the developers didn't solve the resource issue, they simply hid the feature as a secret developer Easter egg. And the minimum starting condition to trigger the AI is playing with a permanent 0% combat assistance setting. Nyan is thrilled, realizing their stream is about to break the internet with a massive exclusive lore reveal. She points out that a certain pink-haired cat-eared content creator is probably going to sue for copyright infringement if she watches this broadcast. But to keep the viewers from dropping off, she decides to wrap up the story segment and transitions straight into live PvP matches. We shift to the digital combat prep room, where Woohyun is silently monitoring the live user list for any sign of viewer 62. He glances at the table where Nayeon's low-budget seal presentation slides are still running on a loop on his laptop. He leans down, telling Nayeon to immediately flag any donation or comment from the anonymous viewer, regardless of the match state. Nayeon quickly pings his HUD, giving him the confirmation signal to initialize their very first competitive queue. The commentary booth fires up, announcing that the controversial Hacksical 1 is officially entering the normal league. The broadcast displays the game's official competitive ranks, ranging from bronze all the way up to the legendary contender tier. The expert explains that players must secure 10 clean wins in the normal league to earn their starting bronze placement. Suddenly, a massive 500,000 won donation mission pings on the screen, challenging Woohyun to hit bronze in under 30 minutes. Nayeon sends a panic message, but our guy simply adjusts his digital visor, giving a calm hand signal to start the matches. The stream chat goes into absolute hysterics over his casual confidence, demanding the lobby start immediately. The system confirms a match, dropping Woohyun into the ruined concrete streets of Area 6, the residential district. The commentator blinks in surprise, leaning closer to his diagnostic tablet to inspect our guy's weapon configuration. Woohyun is wielding a pair of simple, standard-issue iron short swords instead of his signature heavy chain scythe. His opponent is an ice mage who assumes he can easily dominate the match by maintaining a safe distance. The countdown hits 0, and the mage instantly channels a massive ice explosion magic circle across the asphalt. But before the frost can even crystallize, Woohyun executes a flawless microdash, passing clean through the casting zone. He delivers a hyper-precise physical strike, his basic blades cutting through the mage's magical barrier in a clean flash. The round ends in a fraction of a second, Woohyun's cold golden eyes reflecting the blue light of the victory screen. The opponent spawns back in for the second round, completely throws his hands up in rage, and slams his surrender button. The system confirms the forfeit, awarding our guy his very first clean victory of the placement run. Game 2 is a complete blur as Woohyun effortlessly parries a massive purple shadow spear with a simple wrist twist. The shadow mage's face contorts in absolute agony as his premium spell is easily redirected back into his own chest. Woohyun drops him with a clean overhead strike, sending the player's avatar dissolving into blue pixels. The final match screen flashes a flawless 2-0 victory over a user hilariously named Melon Bread. Game 3 features a martial arts specialist attempting a flying jump kick from the top of a metal dumpster. He gets cleanly slashed out of the air, his character model hitting the pavement before he can even land. Game 4 isn't even a fight. The poor opponent is practically crying in frustration as he gets systematically dismantled. The system display starts stacking victory screens in rapid succession, 2-0, 1-0, 2-0, 2-0. The commentators are struggling to find the words, their voices cracking as they track the live placement timer. It took Woohyun exactly 20 minutes to secure 10 consecutive wins, officially ranking up to bronze. Nayeon is sweating bullets, muttering that her own hard-earned diamond rank suddenly feels completely fraudulent. The live chat is going into absolute meltdown, comparing our guy's mechanical speedrunning to a professional Smurf account. Seongcheol points out that the total clearance time is impressive, but the absolute stability of his performance is the real story. Standard high-tier players usually experience major performance dips when matching against unfavorable elemental counters. But this kid handled fire builds, stealth classes, and defensive tanks with the exact same unbothered, flawless execution. The 500,001 donation mission chimes as successful, the chat erupting in a wave of hype. Nayeon is dancing in her seat, but her co-host suddenly raises a finger, pointing out a potential disaster for the broadcast. Since their stream is currently drawing in thousands of concurrent viewers, the probability of stream sniping is practically 90%. He warns that jealous players will try to queue simultaneously to ruin their run, and the chat immediately labels his warning as a massive flag. The system chimes with a successful match, dropping our guy into his very first official bronze-ranked game. The loading screen displays the dark, gothic tombstones of Area 11, the cemetery map, and standing right in the center of the graveyard is an arrogant orange-haired kid wearing a pair of modern aviation goggles. The sniper points his finger, screaming through the public voice chat that he is going to publicly re-educate the hacker. Nayeon quickly tells Woohyun to mute his audio, knowing that engaging with toxic stream snipers is a complete waste of focus. But our guy doesn't even reach for his volume settings, calmly drawing his basic iron blade as the round timer counts down. The kid lets out a loud shout, his entire physical frame crackling with a high-voltage surge of yellow lightning magic. He executes a high-speed lightning dash, tearing through the graveyard path in a brilliant flash of electrical energy. He lunges forward with a heavy strike, but Woohyun's unassisted posture remains completely still in the shadows. At the very last microsecond, our guy executes a simple head tilt, letting the high-voltage blade pass millimeters from his cheek. With a single fluid counterslice, he neutralizes the sniper's momentum, leaving a trail of sparks on the stone path. The goggled kid staggers back, blood dripping from his digital lips as his character HP bar plunges into the red zone. Round 1 ends in a clean victory for our guy, and they spawn back in front of the main chapel for the second round. The stream sniper's face is completely twisted in embarrassment, his fingers rapidly tapping a secret interface on his tablet. He decides he has no choice but to activate his third-party assistance program to avoid getting publicly humbugged on stream. The round begins, and Woohyun's combat instincts immediately detect a bizarre shift in the opponent's physical atmosphere. The kid charges, but his movement coordinates are suddenly running on a perfect, inhumanly straight trajectory. He strikes with massive force, and Woohyun blocks, noting that his physical tracking is operating on the exact same efficiency as an Etenel droid. The sniper laughs like an absolute maniac, roaring that he was only going easy on him during the first round. He unleashes a massive, non-stop barrage of lightning-infused strikes, completely caving in the stone structures of the cemetery. Woohyun crosses his arms to absorb the kinetic shock, his sharp eyes analyzing the robotic micro-corrections in the kid's posture. He recalls Nayeon's earlier advice about meeting toxic players who claim to be hackers, and a cold smile spreads across his face. His pupils flash with a dangerous golden light as he prepares to show this script kid what a real monster looks like. We are dropping straight into the climax of round 2, and Woohyun's physical posture is shifting into a low, lethal stance. A heavy, dark purple aura begins to bleed from his frame, causing the arrogant stream sniper to instantly freeze in his tracks. The kid's sweat drops, his system-assisted tracking failing to calculate why his simple target suddenly looks like a towering mountain. He screams a desperate insult, charging forward with his lightning blade raised high for a final desperate strike. But Woohyun is already behind him, his basic blade cutting through the air in a single devastating kinetic arc. The sniper lets out a loud scream of pain as his digital armor is cleanly caved in by the physical impact. Our guy doesn't stop, executing a rapid sequence of unassisted physical strikes that systematically tear through the opponent's joints. He delivers a brutal mid-air spin kick, sending the kid crashing heavily into the concrete base of a nearby tombstone. The sniper is in absolute hysterical panic, frantically trying to trigger his movement script to escape the execution zone. But Woohyun parries his escape attempt with a heavy physical strike, his iron sword locking the kid against the cold stone. The stream sniper is literally crying tears of pure desperation, completely unable to break free from the manual physical pin. The broadcast camera tracks the final blow as the digital screen cuts to a high-resolution display of the studio. The co-hosts are staring at their monitors in complete stunned silence, trying to process the absolute brutality of the fight. Seong Cheol points out that Woohyun was clearly avoiding the final lethal hitbox to systematically prolong the opponent's defeat. Nayeon's sweat drops, nervously laughing that while she did tell him to crush the hacker, she didn't expect him to take it so literally. The chat is absolutely terrified, calling Nayeon a mad scientist who has successfully bred a physical monster in her basement. Back in the graveyard, the goggled kid is slumped against the tombstone, his voice trembling as he asks what kind of cheat code our guy is using. Woohyun looks down at him, his blade hovering millimeters from his throat as he calmly returns his own toxic words back to him. The system screen finally flashes with the victory announcement, confirming a clean first-place rank placement for Baek Woohyun. A montage displays his post-match history, showing an unbroken sequence of 30 consecutive ranked victories. The commentator gasps, announcing that our guy has successfully hit gold rank on his very first competitive broadcast. A viewer in the chat drops a massive donation, begging him to reveal the specific physical build he is using to bypass the assistance engine. Nayeon pings him, and Woohyun shrugs, sending back a simple confirmation message that he doesn't mind sharing his layout. Nayeon pops a massive celebratory seal sticker on the screen, screaming in pure joy over his incredible cooperation. She promises her viewers she will compile and upload his full manual physical build to the community boards right after the stream. They wrap up the broadcast with a polite bow, officially signing off as the concurrent viewer count hits an all-time record. Seong-cheol leaps up from the sofa, yelling that their stream is going to completely dominate the community boards for the next week. He mentions that at this rate, Woohyun is on track to challenge the legendary consecutive win record of 76 wins held by the pro player battler. Nayeon is practically vibrating with excitement, already visualizing her streaming channel climbing to the absolute top of the rankings, but her co-host's expression turns slightly serious, pointing out that a competitive monster like Battler is definitely keeping an eye on our guy by now. We cut to a dark gaming room where a high-end mechanical mouse is rapidly clicking through the forum threads. The screen displays the top trending post on the community boards, titled, "Update on the garbage player who tried to snipe the god of mechanics." The post includes an official system ban notification confirming the orange-haired sniper has been permanently banned for executing third-party scripts. We pan up to see a young man resting his chin on his hand, a smug, intensely competitive grin spreading across his face. He reads a comment claiming that even the legendary champion Battler would struggle to defeat this new manual physical monster. His blue eyes narrow in pure anticipation, officially identifying him as the pro gamer Battler, and he whispers that this is getting highly interesting. A few days later, we shift to a sunlit, peaceful forest pathway where the quiet rustle of leaves fills the screen. Woohyun is walking down the trail, slightly disappointed that the mysterious viewer 62 failed to make an appearance during their last stream. Suddenly, a bright voice calls out to him, and he looks up to see Lee Yujin waving enthusiastically from a security gate. She asks if he is nervous about his very first field assignment, and Woohyun calmly replies that he is completely fine. His display chimes with his official mission parameters, directing him to change into his dark bureau tactical uniform. Yujin explains that their primary objective is to systematically clear an invasive nest of dimension-crossing entities inside a local warehouse sector. They arrive at the abandoned industrial complex, where heavy steel fences and warning signs block off the perimeter. Yujin complains that greedy corporate syndicates always abandon these low-yield mixed-dimension gates once they extract all the premium resources. She pulls up the diagnostic display, showing the target entities are a low-tier swarm of green glowing insect-type biomonsters. A heavily armed guard salutes them at the entrance, officially confirming their security clearance to enter the main facility. Yujin flashes her golden bureau identification badge, thanking the guard for his service before pushing the heavy gates open. They walk into the dark hangar, where a massive, swirling blue dimensional portal is humming with raw spatial energy. Woohyun stops dead in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the specific structural geometry of the warehouse walls. He realizes he remembers this exact facility from his decade in containment, recalling that it was a high-risk, medium-scale gate back in the parallel world. He quietly wonders if the system's current F-grade risk assessment is a massive, life-threatening error. But before he can raise his concerns, a mocking voice echoes from the catwalk above them. Out steps a smug, red-haired awakened agent wearing the high-end tactical body armor of Gyumshin Electronics Corporation. Eugene's expression immediately sours as she identifies him as Choi Hyung-cheol, a former trainee who abandoned the bureau for a corporate paycheck. Hyung-cheol strut down the stairs, his eyes locking onto Woohyun's simple default tactical gear with an arrogant sneer. He mockingly offers our guy a high-paying corporate contract, claiming that serving in the public bureau is a complete waste of talent. Eugene's eyes go completely cold, her voice dropping into a chillingly quiet tone as she orders him to back off immediately. Hyung-kil puts his hands up with a smug chuckle, claiming he is more than happy to yield the low-grade gate to his former senior. He waves goodbye, walking out of the hangar with a lingering, highly suspicious grin on his face. Eugen lets out a heavy sigh, pulling a small piece of red candy from her pocket to stabilize her dropping blood sugar levels. She explains that after Hyung-kil joined the private sector, he spent months spreading malicious corporate rumors to undermine the bureau's credibility. Nayeon and the commentator are amazed, noting that their fully responsive AI is unlocking a massive amount of hidden background lore. Eugen pops the candy into her mouth, gesturing for our guy to step through the swirling blue interface of the portal. They step through the dimensional boundary together, leaving the quiet concrete warehouse behind them. But outside the hangar, Hyung-kil is standing next to a squad of silent corporate agents, a sinister smile twisting his lips. Exactly 20 minutes later, deep inside the dark oppressive foliage of the parallel reverse world, Woohyun stands in a silent clearing, his cheeks stained with fresh blood as he slowly wipes his sleeve. He looks down, his golden eyes wide with a rare flash of genuine shock as he stares at the ground beneath his boots. Yujin is lying unconscious on the blood-spattered grass, her tactical armor completely shredded as her little red candy rolls into a pool of dark blood. So, let's pick up exactly where we left off. A split second ago, Lee Yujin and our guy Woohyun stepped through the dimensional portal, expecting a routine F-grade sweep. But instead of a clean transition to the inverted world, they are greeted by a massive blue spatial distortion that is definitely not on the brochure. Usually, the entry zone is a mirror image of the real-world location, but the ground beneath their feet is already fracturing. Before they can even adjust their footing, a massive shockwave tears through the portal corridor, throwing the entire spatial coordinates off balance. Woohyun's combat instincts flare up immediately. He recognizes this specific flavor of chaos. It is a portal collapse anomaly, the kind of event that usually leaves people scattered across different zip codes of a hostile dimension. Yujin screams out to her rookie, trying to reach for him through the blinding blue light. She yells at him to watch out, but the physical laws of the gateway are already doing whatever they want. And just like that, Woohyun lands face first in a dark, quiet forest. No Yujin, no backup, just the sound of wind through the trees and a tiny blue recording drone floating above his head. He brushes himself off, completely calm, and reaches down to draw his basic iron daggers. Portal collapses from external shocks are a classic corporate trick to isolate targets, and our guy knows exactly who is behind this. But before he can track down his squad leader, the local fauna decides to welcome him. A swarm of giant neon-glowing arachnids drops from the canopy, looking for an easy snack. Woohyun's eyes go completely cold, that familiar golden glow returning as his muscles lock into perfect, unassisted killing alignment. He decides to clear the trash mobs first before finding Yujin. He treats a swarm of giant predatory spiders like a minor chore on his to-do list. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Lee Yujin is definitely not having a peaceful walk. She is unleashing her signature electric magic, lightning arcs tearing through the dark trees as she tries to keep the insect swarm at bay. She blasts a giant mantis monster to pieces, but she is already heavily out of breath. Something is very wrong with this gate's ecological balance. The monsters are spawning in waves that do not match an F-grade designation at all. They just keep coming, completely ignoring their own survival instincts. Yujin grips her combat knife, her tactical analysis kicking in. The sheer scale of this forest suggests they are trapped inside a medium-scale gate, not a small one, which means someone deliberately tampered with the portal coordinates. And right on cue, the silence of the forest is broken by a sudden heat signature. Yujin is still worrying about her rookie's safety when a massive flaming blade drops from the shadows behind her, targeting her blind spot. She barely pivots in time, but the sheer kinetic force of the fire-infused strike slams directly into her chest, tearing through her defensive barrier. She is thrown back through the dirt, gasping for air as her shield completely shatters. Out steps Choi Hyung-cheol, the corrupt corporate agent from Jumshin Electronics, sporting a massive, arrogant grin and a hand covered in literal flames. He mocks her, claiming he is just on a little secret mission. He tells her not to take it personally, while his two heavily armed hunting dogs slide out from the trees to cut off her escape routes. Yujin grits her teeth, clutching her side. The wound is incredibly deep, and her health bar is flashing red. She knows she cannot win a 3-on-1 fight in this state. She has to retreat and find Woohyun. But the corporate goons are already closing the distance. Yujin channels her remaining lightning mana, preparing her last defensive option. She activates a high-tier utility item, the Guardian Stone. A massive, solid stone slab rises violently from the earth, slamming directly into the path of the oncoming corporate goon. The stone barricade explodes into fragments, creating a perfect smokescreen of dust and debris to blind her pursuers. Using the split-second distraction, Yujin leaps back and vanishes into the thick undergrowth, running on pure adrenaline. Hyung-cheol is furious. He screams at his goons for letting a half-dead target slip through their fingers, ordering them to hunt her down immediately. The hunting dogs sprint into the forest, tracking her blood trail through the dirt. Yujin is pushing her physical limits, her breathing ragged as she tries to spark her lightning dash one more time. She leaps through the canopy, her movements getting slower by the second as the corporate venom from Hyung-cheol's strike begins to set in. She screams, forcing her body forward through pure willpower, refusing to let these corporate sellouts win. She shoots a three-way lightning bolt behind her, blowing up the tree trunks to slow down the hunting dogs. The lightning hits the dirt, creating a massive dust explosion that temporarily blinds the goons. Hyung-cheol is losing his mind in the back, cursing his useless squad for not blocking a single injured mage. But Yujin has already vanished from their immediate line of sight. The corporate squad fans out, searching the dense bushes and the deep ravines of the forest floor. Deep inside a hidden hollow beneath a massive centipede burrow, a single hand reaches out to pull the brush back over the entrance. Yujin is hiding inside the damp dirt, coughing up blood. She realizes that if it weren't for this monster burrow, she would have been finished. She wonders what kind of massive conspiracy Gumshin Electronics is running to risk executing a senior bureau agent. Cut back to Woohyun, who has spent the last 10 minutes turning the local monster population into basic components. He is standing over a pile of dead spiders and bees, his daggers completely clean. He notices a set of heavy military boot prints in the mud. He knows Eugene's combat style. She doesn't wear heavy steel-toed boots. These belong to the corporate hit squad. His golden eyes flare with a dangerous intensity. He realizes the corporate rats have already made their move. Suddenly, a distant high-pitched scream echoes through the trees, picked up by his hyper-tuned auditory reflexes. It is definitely Lee Eugen's voice, and she is in deep trouble. Without a single second of hesitation, Woohyun moves. No system assistance, just pure, terrifying manual physical acceleration. Deep in the clearing, Eugen has been dragged out of her hiding spot by a massive red-plated emperor centipede that decided her hiding spot was occupied. The chat is losing its mind, wondering how she got caught by basic insects. The centipede raises its massive venomous fangs, ready to snap her in half. But a white flash cuts through the air. Woohyun drops from the sky like a meteor, his blade moving in a perfect arc that completely dissects the giant centipede in a single unassisted strike. He catches Eugene in his arms, landing flawlessly amidst a shower of green monster blood. He gently sets her down against a tree, his voice completely calm as he asks if she is alright. Eugen looks up, her eyes wide with shock, barely believing her rookie just cleared a high-tier gate monster with a basic dagger. Woohyun inspects her wounds. His gaze narrows. This isn't a simple monster bite. He tells her directly that this is a wound caused by an awaken's elemental ability, specifically a high-heat fire strike designed to cauterize and destroy internal mana pathways. He looks down at the blood-stained grass. He knows exactly who did this. He asks her if the attacker was Choi Hyung-cheol. Eugen slowly nods, her face pale. The blue recording drone hovers above them, capturing every single detail of the interaction. Back in the broadcast studio, Nayeon is staring at her tablet, her face completely red from shock. Seong-cheol points out how incredibly strange this is. In the standard game database, corporate boss Choi Hyung-cheol is supposed to ambush the players much later in the corporate-related storyline, but here he is, attacking on the very first mission. Nayeon realizes this must be the direct influence of the fully adaptive AI. Because Woohyun plays with 0% correction, the game world is adapting dynamically, throwing real, unscripted corporate hit squads at them. This is an entirely hidden story path. Back in the forest, Eugen is leaning against a tree, her breathing heavily labored as the corporate poison continues to burn through her system. She explains that she barely managed to shake them off, but her location is compromised. If she uses any more lightning magic to heal, her energy signature will light up like a beacon for Hyungcheol's squad. She tells Woohyun to run and escape through the nearest portal coordinate while she draws their attention. But Woohyun just stands up, turning his back to her, and tells her to hide for a moment while he goes to clean up. Eugen panics, screaming that Choi Hyung-cheol is a seasoned veteran awakened from a major electronics conglomerate and that a rookie cannot possibly handle him alone. Woohyun just looks back over his shoulder, his face completely calm, and says he has a plan. Down in the valley, Hyung-cheol and his 2 hunting dogs are scanning the rocky riverbed, cursing their luck for losing her trail. He orders his goons to search every single crevice along the valley walls while he goes down to secure the primary target. But before he can step down, the bushes rustle violently. A pathetic, high-pitched voice screams out for them to wait. Out runs our guy Woohyun, tears literally streaming down his face, looking like a completely terrified, helpless little rookie who just lost his lunch. Hyung-cheol stops, his flaming fist fading as he looks at the crying kid. He asks if he is Lee Eugene's useless junior. Woohyun falls to his knees, crying about how he is finally saved. He babbles about how the portal suddenly collapsed, how he got separated from Senior Lee, and asks if they can help him escape. He even has his digital visor displaying a fake protocol-enabled warning to look as harmless as possible. The chat is absolutely losing its mind, laughing at how our guy has officially unlocked his interactor. His acting skills are genuinely GOAT tier. Hyung-cheol buys it completely. He bursts out laughing, walking up and slapping Woohyun on the shoulder like a friendly neighborhood senior, saying the kid doesn't know anything yet. He leans in close, his face twisting into a disgusting murderous grin as his blade ignites with bright orange flames. He tells Woohyun he will be able to meet Eugen after a very short nap. He raises his sword to decapitate the crying kid, but in a split second, The tears vanish. Woohyun's golden eyes flare in the dark as his hand moves faster than the human eye can track, grabbing Hyungcheol directly by the throat and slamming him into the dirt before his blade can even descend. Let's see how much that corporate armor protects against a man who spent 10 years in a biological meat grinder. Hyungcheol's flaming sword is still midair as Woohyun's grip tightens like a hydraulic press around his windpipe. Our guy looks down at him with those cold, hollow golden eyes. The absolute panic on the corporate agent's face is priceless. He realizes too late that he didn't catch a rookie. He walked directly into a predator's mouth. Before Hyungcheol can even squeak out a single fire spell, Woohyun drives his dagger straight through the neck seal of his premium armor, crushing his throat. The chat is spamming, "Honestly deserved it, the acceleration was insane." The two hunting dogs in the back hear the sudden impact and turn around, expecting to see their boss holding a severed head. Instead, they see Hyungcheol collapsing to his knees, clutching his neck. The corporate boss falls flat in the dirt, gasping for air as his life bar completely drains. The goons freeze, their yellow visors reflecting the shadowy figure standing over their leader's corpse. Goon A snaps out of it first. He draws his dual broadswords, screaming at Goon B to administer first aid while he goes to chop the bastard to pieces. He sprints into the dark forest path, but Woohyun has already vanished into the canopy, leaping from branch to branch with 0% combat correction. Goon A is looking left and right, his breathing getting heavier. He knows the target can't have gotten far in a straight line. Suddenly, a heavy shadow drops from the leaves directly behind him, the sound of steel cutting through the wind. Before the corporate goon can even register the shadow, Woohyun slides his blade cleanly through his throat from behind, neutralizing him before he can even make a sound. Meanwhile, Goon B is kneeling over Hyunchel's body, frantically trying to apply high-grade corporate healing potions, yelling at his partner to keep his grip on consciousness. But a massive broadsword suddenly drops from the sky, skewering Hyunchel's chest and ending any hope of resuscitation. Goon B leaps back in pure terror, staring at the massive sword vibrating in his dead boss's chest. He realizes they are dealing with a complete monster. Woohyun steps out from the shadows of the forest, the cold moonlight reflecting off his visor. He looks completely bored, like he is just cleaning up some minor household pests. The remaining goon asks where his partner is. Woohyun doesn't say a single word. He just walks forward, pulling the heavy broadsword out of Hyunchel's chest with a single hand. He casually tests the weight of the stolen sword, spinning it between his fingers. He prefers short daggers, but a heavy corporate blade will do just fine for the next target. Goon B realizes he is the last one left. He enters a state of absolute survival panic. He channels his earth psychic magic, his hands glowing with a bright purple aura as he screams in pure rage. He slams his hands into the dirt, activating his high-tier elemental spell, Rockhorn. Massive, razor-sharp stone spikes burst violently from the forest floor, tearing through the trees directly toward Woohyun. But our guy doesn't even flinch. He executes a flawless manual micrododge, sliding between the rising rock formations with millimeter-perfect precision. Goon B realizes his first spell missed. He immediately transitions into his ultimate area of effect ability, slamming his palms down to crack the bedrock. The entire valley floor erupts. A massive tidal wave of shattered earth and stone spikes rises 30 feet into the air, completely obliterating the path. But Woohyun is already moving faster than the spell's animation. He uses the rising debris as physical stepping stones, leaping through the dust storm. His golden eyes track the goon's exact coordinates through the smoke. No auto-aim, no auto-tracking, just raw 10-year muscle memory. He uses a massive falling tree trunk as a springboard, launching himself high into the air. He clears the entire stone barricade in a single gravity-defying leap. He drops down like a falling star, the stolen broadsword catching the wind as he descends directly onto the terrified mage. Goon B looks up, his visor reflecting the silhouette of the manual god. He can barely whisper his final words before the shadow covers him. The heavy blade splits the stone defense like butter, burying itself deep into the valley floor. But Woohyun didn't just use a single strike. Mid-air, he spun his body, shifting his center of gravity to deliver a dual elemental physical combination. He slides his basic dagger through the weak point of the goon's helmet, completely bypassing the heavy armor plating. The impact shakes the entire valley, throwing a cloud of dust and blood into the night sky. The corporate goon's health bar instantly drops to 0, his lifeless body collapsing into the dirt. The massive stone spikes created by the psychic magic begin to crumble and shatter, losing their mana source. The dust slowly settles over the quiet riverbed. The remaining corporate magic completely fades, leaving only the quiet sound of the wind through the valley. Woohyun stands up, his clinical white lab jacket completely spotless, casually pulling his daggers out of the last goon's armor. He doesn't even look back at the bodies as they begin to disintegrate into basic blue game data. The chat is absolutely going wild, spamming insane OMG and ambush worship at the speed of light. Nayeon and Seongcheol are staring at their screens, completely unable to breathe. Nayeon's mouth is literally stuck open in a perfect cartoon circle of shock. Seongcheol is blushing from pure hype, screaming about how a rookie using only a base physical core element just won a 3-on-1 fight against elite corporate hunting dogs. The community comments are flooded, feels like a wall, and, but hunting dogs on his very first mission? Is the gate difficulty broken? Woohyun looks down at his hand, noticing a single tiny scratch on his knuckle. He clicks his tongue, thinking that his current physical body is still far too weak compared to his peak form in the parallel world. But a dead corporate squad means one very important thing: loot. He walks over to Hyungcheol's body and picks up his high-grade corporate smartphone, which is currently displaying an encrypted message: Yujin and target will be dispatched. Capture P, if impossible, termination authorized. Woohyun memorizes the message, then casually tosses the phone back onto the corpse. The Bureau's investigation team will need this official evidence to run a legal audit on Jumption Electronics. Then, the high-tier corporate gear drops as physical loot cards. The first item is the Keen Dagger of Return, a red glowing blade that increases sharpness and returns to the user's hand when thrown. The second is Victor's Bracelet, which boosts Psychic Core element output. The third is the Hermit's Necklace, an elite item that unlocks the Shadow Vault, allowing him to store and retrieve weapons at will. Woohyun is impressed. He notes how incredibly convenient the game system is on Earth. In his past life, they had to run dangerous experiments just to guess an item's exact magical parameters. He tosses his basic iron swords into the newly unlocked Shadow Vault, keeping his hands free. He equips the new items, his black combat outfit glowing with subtle purple mana lines. He decides to clear the gate's boss entity before Yujin's wounds get any worse. Meanwhile, Yujin has crawled out of her hiding spot, trying to reach the portal coordination point. But the ground in front of her suddenly fractures as a towering, jade-green, armored monstrosity rises from the earth, the gate boss, Emperor Scorpion. Yujin lets out a dry laugh, thinking she has absolutely no luck today. Facing a medium-scale gate boss while heavily wounded is a certified death sentence. But she corrects herself. Maybe it is lucky that the boss spawned on her instead of her rookie junior. At least she has a chance to buy him some time to escape. She channels the absolute last reserves of her lightning mana into her hand, preparing a final, suicidal strike. The giant scorpion raises its massive venomous stinger, casting a shadow over her. It strikes down with terrifying speed. But before the stinger can touch her, a massive white shockwave splits the air. The giant Emperor Scorpion is violently slammed sideways, its heavy jade armor cracking open as green fluid erupts from the impact. Woohyun is sitting casually on top of the dead scorpion's head, his hand resting on the hilt of his newly looted Keen Dagger. He looks down at her, asking if she is alright. Yujin stares up at him, her brain completely short-circuiting. The chat is spamming Yujin Unye and already cleared normals, elites, and now the boss? Before she can even ask how he cleared a medium-scale boss in under 3 minutes, the sky above them begins to crack like glass. The gate is starting to collapse. Woohyun jumps down, his voice calm as he tells her they need to get out of here immediately, offering to carry her on his back. Yujin is too exhausted to argue. She climbs onto his back, her face slightly red as Nayeon and Seongcheol react with absolute excitement on stream. Woohyun tells her to hold on tight. He sprints toward the exit portal, his unassisted manual physical build easily outrunning the collapsing spatial shards. Sweep complete flashes across the screen in bright blue letters. A massive cascade of system rewards pops up. Level up! Acquired 1 psychic point. Over and over again. The scene cuts to the towering, sleek skyscraper of the Otherworld Management Bureau headquarters on Earth. Inside the pristine briefing room, team leader Kim Cheol is sitting across from Woohyun, his face incredibly serious as he asks if it's true that Eugene was targeted by a corporate hit squad. Woohyun nods calmly, confirming the corporate traitors crossed the line. Kim Cheol asks what happened to the Gumshin electronics agents who ambushed them. Woohyun just looks him dead in the eye and says, "I killed them." Kim Cheol freezes, a cold sweat running down his neck as he asks how a rookie managed to clear an elite squad alone. For a brief second, Kim Cheol looks at Woohyun and gets a terrifying flashback of the Superman, the legendary blood-stained mercenary who used to slaughter entire corporate armies in the parallel ruins. He shakes off the hallucination and asks if there is any usable evidence. Woohyun pushes Choi's encrypted smartphone across the desk. Kim Cheol takes the phone, his expression softening as he tells Woohyun he did an excellent job. He tells him to leave the rest of the investigation to the Bureau and go get some rest. Woohyun stands up and turns to leave the room. But before he can open the door, Kim Cheol calls out to him, offering a solemn word of caution. He warns him that Jumshin Electronics will not let this slide, and their corporate legal and mercenary divisions will retaliate. Until the Bureau can build a solid legal case, Woohyun must endure and keep a low profile. Woohyun looks back over his shoulder, his face half hidden in the shadow, and simply says, "Understood." As he steps out, his system screen chimes with a massive gold notice. "Mission First Live Op complete! Level up! Acquired 1 function point." Back in the studio, Nayeon and Seongcheol are celebrating a record-breaking broadcast, laughing about how the first live gate sweep was a flashier spectacle than anyone could have ever expected. Nayeon is talking about how the viewers must be incredibly satisfied when her streaming dashboard suddenly flashes with a massive crimson notification. A private anonymous donation of 3 million won has just dropped, carrying a chilling message: "Congratulations on clearing the first gate." The screen transitions to a massive, glowing blue prompt. "Here is a special mission. Please choose your second psychic core element." The chibi version of Woohyun is staring at the screen, and the ultimate choice has finally arrived. What game-breaking build will our guy unlock next? Our first live combat mission is finally over. Nayeon is still trying to process the absolute slaughter she just witnessed on her screen, but her tablet suddenly chimes with a notification. Anonymous viewer 62 has just sent a private donation of 3 million won. The notification is tagged with a short, cold message congratulating our guy on clearing the first checkpoint. Woohyun looks down at his screen as the message redirects, revealing that a special mission has been prepared for him. He recognizes the handle immediately. This is the same anonymous figure who has been tracking him since his return to Earth. He messages Nayeon back, telling her to keep the stream moving for now. Seongcheol notices her staring blankly at her screen and asks if something is wrong. Nayeon plays it off, realizing the donation window is completely private and hidden from her co-host. She pivots back to the audience with her signature high-energy streamer voice, asking if they are ready to jump straight into PvP. Seongcheol agrees, noting that our guy has been completely tearing up the solo duel rankings. But Nayeon reveals today's game mode is not a standard duel. It is called Struggle. For those who do not play the game, here is how Struggle mode actually works. It is a 5 versus 5 team matchup where players are randomly assigned to one of 4 objective-based modes: Escort, Conquest, Annihilation, or Capture. The stream chat is already full of people complaining, accusing our guy of dodging solo duels because he is scared his win streak will break. Nayeon sweats a bit looking at the toxicity, but she knows exactly what is about to happen to these lobby players. She officially starts the queue. The matchmaking screen pops up immediately. PvP struggle standard escort successful. Seongcheol explains that in escort, the attack team must push a cargo vehicle to the final checkpoint while the defense team tries to stop them. Round 1 begins. The truck starts moving, and the 4 random players on Woohyun's team sprint forward, screaming battle cries in the chat. But Woohyun does not follow them. He immediately turns and runs in the complete opposite direction. Seongcheol is confused for a second, but then he realizes our guy is planning a backdoor play. Usually, team players stick to the payload like glue, but Woohyun is using his manual speed to circle around the entire map. The chat is debating if a single player can actually stop a coordinated 5-man defense team without backup, but Woohyun is already navigating the rooftops, his coordinates closing in on the enemy defense team's spawn point. The defense squad is waiting around a tight corner, prepared to ambush the truck. They do not look up. Woohyun drops from the sky, his iron dagger already cold and aligned. The first guard is down before he can even type a warning in team chat. The second player turns around screaming that they are being flanked. He does not finish his sentence because Woohyun's counterattack takes his head off. The remaining defense players are in a complete panic, their defensive formation falling apart in seconds. One of the survivors yells at his teammates to ignore the flanker and focus on the truck trying to salvage the round, but the system alerts keep popping up. The attack team players standing on the truck are looking around, wondering why the enemy team's health bars are simply vanishing from the HUD. Round 1 ends in a victory for the attack team without the truck even meeting a single defender. One of the teammates is staring at the victory screen, looking like he just got carried across the finish line while asleep. The chat is laughing at the absolute state of the lobby, while Nayeon comments that our guy seems even faster and more aggressive than usual today. Seongcheol wonders if he has somewhere urgent to be. He does. Next match, Annihilation. He drops 3 players in 5 seconds. Next match, Conquest. The enemy team has set up a massive defensive wall with mages. Woohyun scales the wall manually. He drops behind them, and the entire defense squad is wiped out. Next match, Capture. He secures the flag and stands over a pile of virtual bodies. Just like that, Woohyun sweeps the entire queue with consecutive pentakills. The stream wraps up, and another donation of 3 million won arrives from viewer 62. Nayeon is having a physical reaction to the sheer amount of money dropping into her account. She is babbling about running subscriber events or buying a premium gaming capsule, but Woohyun just tells her to send the screenshot of the private message. He looks at the new system notification. The message says he will unlock a new system of reverse planet as he plays. He realizes he has no choice but to keep clearing gates and matches to uncover who this viewer is. He logs off, his face completely serious. He has decided to play along with their little game for now. A few days later, on the day of the third segment of their live broadcast, Woohyun arrives at the Bureau's combat training grounds. He pulls up his phone to read a message from Lee Yujin, who explains she is still recovering from her injuries and has arranged a substitute mentor for him. The stream chat is already guessing who it could be, hoping for a high-profile agent. A bandaged hand waves from the doorway. It is Yujin, who is wearing casual athletic gear and looking much better, though she confirms her mana pathways are still too unstable for training. She points toward the center of the ring, saying his substitute has arrived. A pair of heavy black boots steps onto the green turf. The substitute is Kim Hana, the legendary #2 agent of the entire Dimensional Administration Bureau. The chat is already losing its mind over her design. Woohyun introduces himself, but his gaze is completely focused. He remembers her. Back in the parallel world, Kim Hana was a high-tier corporate hunter and a highly dangerous enemy who nearly killed his squad multiple times. Yujin tries to sneak out of the room now that the introduction is complete, but Hana grabs her by the collar, asking why she is leaving so early. Yujin laughs nervously, saying she has physical therapy, and runs out of the training hall. The room goes quiet, leaving Woohyun and the elite agent alone. Hana breaks the silence, asking if he prefers using a longsword or a dagger. Woohyun simply says he uses both. She narrows her eyes, wondering what level of skill this rookie actually possesses to survive a corporate hit squad. She draws a wooden training sword and asks if he wants to have a light spar. Back in the studio, Seong-keo looks at his tablet, his face turning pale. He says this entire setup is incredibly odd. Nayeon asks what is wrong with a simple sword spar. Seong-chul explains that in the standard game database, players are supposed to choose their core elements and abilities first. A pure swordsmanship spar only happens if the player has no active magic skills. Nayeon's eyes go wide. She realizes the game's AI didn't just spawn a random training quest. It adapted dynamically to the fact that Woohyun plays with 0% correction and has locked his active skill slots, which means the game is changing its entire narrative path based on his manual choices. Woohyun grips his wooden sword, his eyes glowing with that familiar yellow light. He realizes this virtual world is behaving exactly like his past reality. Even if the game has a fully responsive AI engine, the sheer level of detail in this training quest is breaking all standard parameters. Woohyun realizes the game system isn't just calculating stats, it is actively reconstructing his past life's combat path. He looks at Kim Hana's stance. It is identical to the posture she used when they fought in the ruins of the inverted world. It feels like he never left the battlefield. Hana raises her wooden blade, suggesting they limit the spar to pure swordsmanship without any special abilities or magic. Woohyun deadpans, saying that is actually impossible. He explains his core element is a passive physical body enhancement that is always active, meaning he cannot turn it off even if he wanted to. Hana smiles, saying in that case, she will also use her wind element speed enhancement to keep things fair. The timer hits 0. She moves. A green flash of wind-infused mana cuts through the space between them. Woohyun parries the first strike, the impact echoing through the training hall as he steps into her guard. Hana pivots on her heel, her footwork leaving a trail of dust on the green turf. Seong-kyeol is shouting in the commentary booth, stunned by the sheer speed of her wind-step technique. Nayeon asks if this is the Wind God build, and Seong-kyeol confirms that Hana's combat data is what actually inspired that legendary build in the game's database. But Woohyun is not falling behind. He parries a rapid 5-hit combination, his wooden sword moving in a perfect defensive arc. Hana's eyes widen. She realizes he is not just block spamming, he is actively reading the micro-movements of her shoulders to exploit her openings. Her competitive nature flares up, a massive grin spreading across her face. She channels a massive wave of purple and green mana, deciding to exert a bit more of her true strength. The wind pressure in the room rises violently, targeting Woohyun's blind spot from above. She executes her signature area of effect strike, a mini tornado ripping through the training mats. But Woohyun is already gone from the impact zone. He stands behind her, his wooden blade resting gently against her shoulder. The spar is officially over. The stream chat is in a state of absolute disbelief, with some users suggesting that if our guy unlocks one more element, he might actually surpass the Bureau's top agents. Woohyun lowers his sword and bows. Mentally, he is calculating his current win rate against her in a real, unassisted life-or-death battle. It is less than 20%. He knows his current physical conditioning on Earth is still far too low. Hana sheathes her blade, asking him from whom he learned such flawless, uncorrected swordsmanship. Woohyun simply says he is self-taught. She looks at him for a long moment, then tells him to follow her because there is a place he needs to see. A quest complete notification pops up, granting him 3 consecutive level-ups. She leads him through a set of heavy steel doors, revealing walls lined with high-grade elemental weapons. This is the official armory of the Interdimensional Management Bureau. They are greeted by Kim Hyunwoo, the support team leader, who smiles and notes that Hana mentioned her junior needed a proper weapon upgrade. Hana crosses her arms, explaining that while Woohyun has a decent set of looted daggers, there is no reason to keep using low-tier gear when he has access to the Bureau's vault. Hyunwoo bows and tells Woohyun to take his time selecting a weapon before leaving them to inspect the stock. Hana tells him to choose whatever fits his hand best. Woohyun walks past the rows of swords, thinking that most of these standard government-issued weapons are completely useless for his specific manual build. He stops in front of a red glowing spear called Dragos. The system screen displays its effects, blood absorption, health recovery, and dominance over blood. Useful, but not what he needs. Then, he catches a glimpse of a dark silhouette resting in a wooden crate in the back of the room. His eyes go completely still. It is the soul-devouring sword, also known as Soul Eater. The stats pop up: indestructible, increases cutting power based on devoured souls, and heals the user for a portion of damage dealt. Woohyun reaches out and grips the hilt. He is deeply confused. Why is a weapon that was supposed to be locked inside the inverted world's black market sitting here in a standard Bureau armory on Earth? He remembers wielding this exact blade during his 10-year guerrilla war in the laboratories. It was his most trusted partner. He looks back at Hana and confirms he has made his choice. Hana looks at the massive two-handed sword, slightly surprised by his preference for such a heavy, dark weapon. She pulls out her phone to request the ownership transfer, but the system screen flashes with a massive golden warning. The stream chat is screaming in capitals. Normally, players at Woohyun's level can only equip weapons with 2 basic active options. Soul Eater has 5 distinct option slots, 3 of which are currently sealed. A viewer named Chokomatsenga sends a donation commenting that if those sealed options are unlocked, this will become the ultimate weapon in the game. Seonkiol explains that this isn't the first time our guy has obtained gear that is completely unsuited for his current level, referencing the Hermit's necklace from the previous stream. He explains that Reverse Planet has a very strict risk-return calculation. Because Woohyun triggered a hidden story path by defeating an elite corporate hunting dog on his very first F-grade sweep, the game's drop system compensated him with mid-story elite loot. And because he cleared the laboratory escape and matched Hana in a swordsmanship spar, the system unlocked the legendary Soul Eater. Nyan nods, her chibi face looking completely convinced by his gaming logic. The ownership transfer completes, and Soul Eater vanishes into Woohyun's shadow storage. Hana smiles, suggesting they head out immediately so he can get accustomed to his new toy. She asks if he wants to go do a quick gate sweep. The scene cuts to a beautiful misty mountain summit on the outskirts of the city. Hana is catching her breath, complaining about why the portal had to spawn at the very top of a mountain. Woohyun is completely fine, not even sweating. The local guard guides them toward the containment fence, warning them that the portal is highly unstable. Hana briefs him on the target. This is a small-scale beast-type gate populated by wolf-like entities with a low danger rating of F to E+. She says beast types are slightly trickier than basic insects because of their pack instincts, but she will stand back and observe unless things get dangerous. Woohyun steps through the blue boundary. He summons Soul Eater from his shadow storage, the dark blade humming with a low purple light. A distant howl echoes through the mountain trees. The sound of heavy paws rushing through the dirt closes in from all sides. Woohyun's golden eyes flare in the dark canopy. 4 massive, purple-furred wolves leap from the bushes, their jaws wide as they target his neck. Woohyun pivots, his center of gravity shifting as he raises the massive greatsword above his head. He swings. A massive, crescent-shaped dark shockwave tears through the clearing, splitting the trees and the wolf pack in a single, unassisted motion. The wolves disintegrate instantly, and a system notice chimes, Soul Eater's cutting power has increased. Seongcheol is losing his mind on the stream, donating 50,000 won of his own money to praise our guy's absolute kinetic control. Woohyun rests the massive sword on his shoulder, feeling the familiar, perfect balance of the blade. It matches his hand perfectly. Kim Hana is standing in the back, her mouth slightly open, her hand resting on her katana. She stares at the crescent-shaped scar left on the mountain floor, whispering a single name. The Heavenly Moonslash? So. Our guy is standing on top of the mountain, testing the weight of his new sword, and let me tell you, this thing fits his hand perfectly. Meanwhile, Kim Hana is standing behind him, her eyes wide as she tries to process what she just witnessed. She asks him if that was the heavenly moonslash, a high-tier swordsmanship technique that definitely should not be in a rookie's vocabulary. Woohyun does not answer. He just looks down at the dead wolf in front of him, completely relaxed. But the forest is not done with them. A pair of purple-glowing elite wolves leaps out of the bushes, looking to avenge their pack. They charge with high speed, their fangs dripping with electric mana. Woohyun moves. Back in the studio, Nayeon and Seongshul are debating how on earth a simple college kid with zero sports background has this level of mechanical muscle memory. Nayeon wonders if his skills came from training in the game's hardcore Coliseum PvP mode, while a viewer donates to hear more about this theory. But Woohyun is not listening to the stream chat. He leaps high into the air, spinning the massive dark greatsword around his body like a windmill. He grips the hilt with both hands and drives the point directly through the skull of the leading elite wolf, pinning it to the dirt. Hana watches the clean execution, her cheeks slightly sweating as she realizes this kid is operating on a level that defies all basic bureau metrics. The system alerts start popping up on the screen. Soul Eater's cutting power has increased 3 times in a row, but the wind pressure in the valley suddenly drops. Woohyun's eyes narrow as a deep rumbling vibration shakes the entire forest floor. A massive shadow towers over the trees, revealing a giant silver-furred beast. Seongchil shouts that the Silver Wolf captain has appeared. This is a notorious newbie destroyer boss, known for dropping inexperienced players before they can even draw their weapons. The giant wolf lunges with a speed that completely ignores its massive size, creating a vacuum of wind behind it. Woohyun crosses his arms to block, but the raw kinetic force pushes him back across the dirt, his boots leaving deep tracks in the mud. He lets out a low grunt, planting his feet firmly to stop his momentum. The giant wolf snaps its fangs inches from his face, but our guy just stares into its throat, completely unfazed. He slides beneath the massive jaw, his body moving with 0% combat correction as he prepares a counterswing. He grips the hilt of Soul Eater, noting that the boss's physical durability is indeed much higher than the elite mobs. But as we know by now, a boss having high stats just means it takes a slightly harder swing to clear. He cleaves the Silver Wolf directly in half, the dark blade cutting through its bone structure like paper. The system screen lights up with a massive blue prompt, devouring a Captain Entity's soul. Soul Eater's base cutting power has been permanently boosted. Hana walks over, clapping her hands, saying she was actually prepared to step in because that Captain Entity was way stronger than the gate's official difficulty. Nayeon is checking her tablet, confirming the gate's classification was supposed to be F+ to E+, which is basically a walk in the park for low-tier agents. Hana notes that this felt more like a B-rank raid, which is completely abnormal for a standard training zone. Seongkyo hypothesizes that the gate's difficulty is dynamically scaling because Woohyun is completing previous missions with such flawless efficiency. The chat is laughing, saying our guy is literally making his own life a living hell. But then Woohyun points out something is wrong. The boss is dead, but the spatial portal is not closing down, meaning the core anomaly is still active somewhere in the zone. Hana's expression goes serious, and she tells him to follow her deeper into the thicket to find the root cause of this phenomenon. They push past the dense bushes, arriving at a quiet, ancient clearing in the center of the valley. Resting on a nest of glowing blue branches is a giant, perfectly spherical white egg. Before they can even step closer, a sharp crack echoes through the clearing. Hana draws her katana, warning him to stand back because they have no idea what kind of high-tier invasion monster is about to hatch. The egg splits completely open, and out pops a tiny, super fluffy gray puppy with bright blue eyes, letting out a very high-pitched bark. The stream chat is in complete disarray, wondering if the game even has a pet system because nobody has ever seen a creature like this before. Hana relaxes her stance, observing that this otherworldly entity is completely hostile-free and does not possess any aggressive mana. Woohyun asks if they should eliminate it per standard bureau protocol, but Hana points out it's far too cute for that, suggesting they bring it back to the research lab to let the scientists study its biology. Woohyun picks up the tiny puppy by its scruff like a bag of groceries, and right on cue, the forest canopy begins to crack as the spatial gate finally collapses. Cut to the towering glass skyscraper of the Dimensional Management Bureau headquarters on Earth. Inside the high-tech research lab, the chief doctor is examining the puppy on a metal table, admitting that the Bureau has never documented a case like this. Hana asks if it's an otherworldly life form, but the doctor explains that the data suggests it's actually a summoned entity, created by a high-tier ability. He speculates that the summoner must be located inside the inverted world, not on Earth. Hana asks if the Bureau will take the creature under protective custody. The doctor shakes his head, pointing out that the puppy's soul imprint is already completed. Hana looks down and notices the tiny wolf is currently rubbing its face against Woohyun's boot. A massive red alert suddenly overrides Woohyun's system screen, has been officially registered as your permanent pet. Immediately followed by, server emergency maintenance will begin in 5 minutes. Nayeon is staring at her screen in absolute disbelief, asking her viewers if they just saw what she saw. Seonkil points out the timing is far too forced to be a simple coincidence. Our guy just unlocked a completely unreleased system, and the developers are shutting down the entire global server 5 seconds later. Nayeon is getting excited, wondering if the game developers are panicking in real time because of Woohyun's manual actions. The chat is split, with some users saying the developers wouldn't possibly shut down servers just for one player's stream, while others remember the fully adaptive AI trigger from last week. Nayeon wraps up the broadcast, telling her viewers they will have to wait for the maintenance to finish before they can log back in. The screen fades to black, displaying a standard currently offline notice. But we are not going offline. We cut to a sleek, dimly lit corporate conference room at the game's actual real-world headquarters, Planet Earth HQ. An executive is standing in front of a giant projector screen, running his hand through his hair in pure frustration as he briefs his team on the stream in question. Out steps Sophia, the head developer of Reverse Planet. She is looking incredibly stressed, explaining that this emergency server update is something even her own core development team did not authorize. She slams her hand on the table, saying there is only one person on Earth with the administrative clearance and genius-level capability to inject code directly into the main server branch like this. Isaac, the former head developer of the game who went missing shortly after the launch and is currently hiding from the public. Sophia bites her thumb, muttering about that weirdo. She didn't expect him to go so far as to shut down the global server to install an unreleased pet update. She asks her assistant about Deus, the core server AI that Isaac built to manage the game. The assistant explains that Deus has been completely dormant and has shown zero reaction since the day Isaac vanished. Sophia orders her team to search the database for any other hidden update files that might have been injected. She shouts that they must locate Isaac at all costs before he completely restructures the entire game from the shadows. She turns to her lead monitor agent, ordering him to put our guy Woohyun on the top priority monitoring list and track his live streams in real time. She clutches her hands, whispering Isaac's name with an expression of pure, cold anger. She mutters that she will not let him have his way with the game's balance. Meanwhile, deep inside the glowing blue lines of the game's main server core, a digital hand swipes across the binary code. And back in his apartment, Woohyun's phone chimes with a massive donation of 5 million won from viewer 62, along with a new mission prompt: for your next task, you will need a companion you can trust. The next afternoon, the sun is shining brightly over the city as we cut to Cafe Romano, a quiet, modern coffee shop. Woohyun is sitting across from Nayeon, staring down at his phone, trying to decipher what on earth viewer 62 is actually planning with these system updates. He looks at his log, noting that both the laboratory's bug fix mission and this new pet system were issued directly to his private account. He tells Nayeon that the candidate must be a high-tier developer closely related to the game's core architecture, or at least someone with direct server clearance. Nayeon is sipping her iced coffee, wondering if it's just a rogue employee who likes watching their streams, but Woohyun knows better. No standard employee can bypass global maintenance protocols. He shakes off the thought, asking her about the urgent text she sent him earlier about some big news. Nayeon leans in, her eyes sparkling, and explains that they just received an official coaching offer from the SSR Cup. For those who don't follow the competitive scene, the SSR Cup is the largest domestic Reverse Planet PvP tournament, usually recruiting famous streamers and former pro players. Woohyun asks why they would offer him a coaching role instead of a player spot. Nayeon explains that given his ridiculous zero-correction mechanical skill, the organizers probably thought his coaching value would be much higher. She suggests they can even hold a live disciple audition to select his trainee, which would generate an absolute mountain of views for their channel. Woohyun looks at his phone's background screen, which still displays the mission prompt about needing a companion he can trust. He realizes this tournament might be the perfect cover to find one, and says he will do it. Nayeon leaps out of her seat, cheering that this is the best decision he has made all week. She immediately starts typing the acceptance email on her phone before he can change his mind, while our guy sits in silence, thinking about what kind of companion he actually needs. A few days later, on the day of the live broadcast, Nayeon and Seonkil welcome their viewers back with a high-energy intro. Seonkil announces the massive breaking news: the God of Mechanics has officially joined the SSR Cup as a support coach. The stream chat is flooded with questions, wondering why a player of his caliber is coaching instead of running the tournament himself. Nyan points out that since Woohyun's current competitive tier is still relatively low, he plans to spend today's stream grinding his rank to save face before the coaching begins. Seongcheol notes that because Woohyun had a perfect 10-game win streak in their previous duo matches, his account is qualified to jump directly into ranked solo survival. But before he can hit the Q button, a massive red-bordered donation mission drops from user DUS. Win a survival match without equipping weapons and secure more than 40 kills. Reward, 3 million won. Nyan's mouth falls open. Winning a standard 100-player battle royale without a single sword or dagger is already considered impossible, let alone farming 40 separate kills with bare fists. The chat is spamming laughter, saying this is the first time our guy is going to fail a stream mission. But Woohyun just nods, his digital visor activating with a quiet click. He stretches his arms, accepting the mission, and Nyan hypes up the lobby as the matchmaking screen begins to load. The system confirms, PvP survival mode ranked solo matching successful. Woohyun spawns in Region 1, the military base. He stands on the outskirts of the base, looking around the ruined barracks. His digital visor scans the thermal signatures of the area, detecting exactly 19 players hiding in the immediate vicinity. He murmurs that he needs to hurry if he wants to reach the 40-kill threshold before the play zone shrinks. He sprints. He slides through the barracks door, his fist connecting with the defender's face before they can even aim their rifle. He doesn't stop. He pivots, delivering a back kick to another player's chest, throwing him through the window. Seongcheol is shouting in the microphone, warning the viewers that the motion sickness from Woohyun's raw, unassisted movement speed is going to be intense today. The kill log is literally running like a waterfall. Baek Woohyun has eliminated Mango Bingsu, Ganon Sun, and 10 others in under 30 seconds. He leaps from a rooftop, landing on a group of 3 players who were busy trading shots. He shakes the dust off his hands, his visor displaying a kill count of 18. He notes that the outskirts are completely cleared and decides to head toward the high-tier loot zones in the center of the base to find the remaining players. The HUD displays Survival, 100 players remaining. Sitting on a concrete block in the center of the base is a single hooded player wearing thick bandages over his face, resting in complete silence. Before the player can even stand up, Woohyun drops from above, his boot executing a vertical dropkick. But the hooded player slides back with perfect reaction speed, dodging the strike as the concrete block beneath him shatters into fragments. He lands in a low stance, his movements completely smooth. He raises his fists, his fingers wrapped in clean white bandages, ready for close-quarters combat. Seongcheol leans forward, pointing out that this last player is also running a pure physical enhancement build with 0 active magic spells. He checks the lobby data, confirming this mysterious hooded player has secured 15 kills so far in this match alone. The chat is surprised, noting that while our guy is an absolute anomaly, securing 15 kills in a master tier lobby is usually considered a professional grade achievement. Woohyun currently has 39 kills. He needs this last player to reach his 40-kill goal. He steps forward. They exchange rapid-fire punches, their fists colliding with a sound that travels through the entire hangar floor. Woohyun blocks a high kick, shifting his weight to counter with an elbow strike. Steel meets steel, or rather, fist meets forearm, creating a shockwave of dust around their feet. The hooded player is forced back, his boots sliding across the concrete, but he immediately stabilizes his posture. He lets out a low click of his tongue, realizing he is being completely outclassed in raw physical output. Seongcheol is calling the action at high speed, saying their movements look less like typical game PvP and more like professional martial artists trading blows in a real arena. Woohyun narrows his eyes. He notes that the hooded player's movement technique is indeed decent, but it still lacks the survival-honed speed of a true survivor from the inverted world. He leaps into her guard, his movement speed doubling as he executes a manual slide. He stops inches from the hooded player's chest, his palm open. He decides to wrap this up. He delivers a single, refined, open palm strike that shatters the wind pressure in the room, sending the last player flying through the hangar wall. The hooded player sits amidst the rubble, coughing up virtual blood, admitting that running a physical build they aren't used to is indeed difficult. They look up at Woohyun, their voice carrying a slight, familiar chuckle as they say it was fun, promising to fight him properly next time before logging out to save their identity. Woohyun stands in the quiet hangar as the player's avatar disintegrates into blue game data. The giant victory screen pops up, first place. Baek Woohyun, 40 kills, 0 deaths. Nyan and Seongcheol are literally jumping out of their chairs, screaming that the God of Mechanics has actually cleared the devilish 40-kill fist-only mission. The DUS user tag chimes, and another donation of 3 million won drops into the channel's account. The chat is losing its mind, with some players begging our guy to buy them a burger or an ice cream to celebrate the historic run. Nayeon is hyped up, saying they should keep this momentum going to raise his tier even higher. The screen transitions to a fast-forward summary, explaining that woohyun achieved a total of 98 consecutive wins that day, reaching Master tier in all game modes. Meanwhile, in a modern apartment across the city, a young woman is tapping her phone screen while holding a yellow plushie. She is reading a breaking news thread on the Reverse Planet Community Forum, God of Mechanics Disciple Training Audition Teaser. This is Jung Ariam, a game streamer. She turns to her brother, asking if they should apply for the audition. Her twin brother, Jung Da-woon, is lounging on the couch behind her. He casually waves his phone, saying he already submitted his application 5 minutes ago. Ariam kicks him, complaining that he should have looked after his sister and applied for her too, establishing their classic bickering sibling relationship. We cut back to the corporate office of Planet Earth HQ. Sophia is sitting at her desk, staring at her monitor, which displays a private report on Woohyun's impossible fist-only survival match. She drinks her energy can, her eyes wide with concern as she reads the source signature of the challenge. The mission didn't come from a normal user, it came from DUS. The dormant AI Deus is actively communicating with Woohyun, and the corporate team has absolutely no way to stop it. We pick up a few days later, exactly 5 minutes before the nuclear tourism broadcast is set to go live. Woohyun is backstage, holding the tiny, fluffy lightning wolf pet he rescued from the mountain gate. He checks its stat window, noting that its level 1 skills are limited to bite, howl, and tumble, which basically translates to 0 actual use in a real fight. Nayeon's voice chimes through his headset, telling him to put the puppy away and review the massive pile of applications they received for the Disciple audition. He sets the puppy down, preparing to log into his stream setup, but the tiny wolf lets out a pathetic whine, looking up at him with those giant sparkling blue eyes. Woohyun stares back, his face completely flat, silently realizing that even legendary warriors are helpless against high-tier cuteness. Nayeon sends the cue to start, and Woohyun activates his streaming dashboard. But before the intro sequence can even finish, a deafening red alert blares through his digital visor. A high-priority text notification pops up from the Dimensional Management Bureau. And it's not just one area. Alerts are flashing across Seoul, Incheon, and Busan simultaneously. Seongchul shouts in the studio that a large-scale rampage incident is actively occurring across the entire country. For those who don't know the background lore, a rampage incident is an extremely rare and dangerous phenomenon. It happens when the structural boundaries between Earth and the inverted world completely decay, allowing hordes of aggressive, high-tier monsters to spill directly into civilian zones. A system quest window overrides his screen, responds to large-scale rampage incident. Out of nowhere, Kim Hana runs up to him in her full tactical combat gear, her face incredibly serious. She yells that the Bureau vehicles are already idling outside and tells him they need to deploy immediately. They arrive at the coordinates on Bukhansan Mountain, only to find the local defense lines already breached and several dead goblins scattered across the grass. Hana notes that other Bureau squads must have pushed ahead to secure the fleeing tourists. She tells Woohyun she knows he is more than capable of handling himself, suggesting they split up to cover twice the ground. She sprints into the dense forest, her wind-enhanced footwork leaving a blur. Woohyun turns toward the eastern valley, his golden eyes flaring as his combat analysis locks in. He hears a distant scream and immediately accelerates through the canopy. A civilian girl is cornered against a tree by 3 green goblins raising rusty iron spears. Woohyun drops. His chain scythe splits the air. He reels the chain back, the heavy iron links wrapping around the second goblin's throat before slamming it into the bedrock. He spins on his heel, his third strike decapitating the final monster in a single, unassisted fluid motion. The girl collapses to the grass, her hands trembling in pure shock. The stream chat is going wild, commenting that his chain scythe movement looks like it has a complete mind of its own. Woohyun stands over her, telling her the path behind him is completely clear and instructing her to run down toward the valley evacuation zone. She thanks him and runs, leaving our guy alone in the quiet clearing. But his golden eyes track a massive heat signature rising behind a thick oak tree. A muscular, red-skinned goblin captain bursts from the shadows, swinging a massive stone club directly at his head. Woohyun leaps back, letting the club shatter the dirt where he stood. He spins his sickle, ready to cleave it, but he suddenly freezes, his gaze shifting past the captain's shoulder toward a dark horned silhouette standing in the deep brush. The goblin captain lunges again, screaming in rage. Woohyun casually parries the strike with a single hand, his attention completely focused on the silent figure watching him from the trees. The chat is confused, asking why our guy is suddenly playing so defensively against a basic captain mob. Seongchul notes that his focus is clearly somewhere else, completely ignoring the monster in front of him. Woohyun decides to clean up the distraction. He steps inside the captain's guard, his sickle moving in a short vertical arc. The captain's health bar instantly empties, and its massive body collapses into the dirt. He stands over the corpse, not even looking at the loot drop. His gaze is locked on the dark foliage. The horned silhouette slowly steps forward, parting the branches. Woohyun tells it to step into the light. A purple-skinned, hyper-muscular dimension invader steps onto the path, its glowing red eyes and curved horns indicating it's a high-tier demon. The chat is in absolute shock. Demons are late-game entities that players shouldn't encounter until they are running level 50+ raids. Seongchul yells that this is a completely broken narrative path. Having a dimension invader spawn during a basic F-grade rampage is unheard of. The demon raises its fists, dropping its iron weapon onto the grass, silently challenging Woohyun to a fistfight. Woohyun looks at the discarded weapon, then casually tosses his own chain scythe into his shadow storage. He raises his fists, his golden eyes narrowing. He accepts the challenge. He lunges. Their fists meet, creating a shockwave that strips the leaves off the surrounding trees. The demon counters with a high kick, but Woohyun ducks beneath the arc. He delivers a quick liver punch, but the demon blocks with its forearm, immediately countering with a left hook. The trade is incredibly fast, looking like two professional martial artists trading blows. Seongchul is staring at the screen, muttering that this fight's flow feels incredibly familiar. Woohyun block slides back, his eyes narrowing to slits as his analysis patterns lock in. He realizes something highly disturbing. The demon's footwork, its defensive angles, and its fist placement are a perfect step-by-step mirror image of the manual PvP movements he used during his weaponless survival match yesterday. In his past life, the League of Enterprises once built a synthetic biological weapon called Etenel, modeled entirely after his combat parameters to assassinate him. This demon is doing the exact same thing, but its manual synchronization is still far too sloppy compared to his 10-year reflexes. He grabs the demon's wrist mid-strike, pivoting his hips to throw its center of gravity off balance. He drives its face directly into the rocky dirt, the impact shattering the bedrock. The demon disintegrates into black ash, leaving our guy standing in the quiet clearing. Woohyun looks down at his blood-stained hand, his mind racing. Someone in this world is running calculations on his combat data, just like the scientists in the underground laboratories did. But this invader didn't copy his standard PvE patterns, it copied his specific unassisted PvP movements, which means whoever is behind this is actively monitoring his ranked duel broadcasts. He looks up at the blue sky, silently wondering if viewer 62 is the one running this entire show. Let's analyze what this actually means. If the Dimension Invader copied his PvP database, it means the boundary between the game and Earth's reality is completely gone. Someone with administrative server access is feeding his real-time combat data directly to the invading horde, which means every time he streams a match, he is literally training his own future enemies. His thoughts are interrupted by the sound of rushing footsteps. Kim Hana runs into the clearing, her katana drawn, asking if he has cleared his sector. She stops dead in her tracks, staring at the massive, purple-skinned demonic corpse disintegrating on the ground. She looks up, her face completely pale. She whispers that this is an elite Dimension Invader captain, a monster that shouldn't exist outside of high-risk dimensional rifts. She pulls out her radio, her voice trembling as she orders the Bureau's cleanup team to secure the area and run a thorough mana analysis on the remains. She turns to Woohyun, letting out a heavy sigh of relief, thanking him for containing what could have been a catastrophic outbreak. She tells him the other sectors have stabilized as well and suggests they head back to headquarters. The quest completion screen pops up, granting him another level up and one precious ability point. We cut back to the massive, fortress-like building of the Dimensional Management Bureau headquarters. Woohyun is sitting in the pristine briefing room across from team leader Kim Chul. Kim Chul pushes a tablet across the desk, explaining that the autopsy of the purple demon revealed its biology is completely different from any known invader species they've ever documented on Earth. He asks Woohyun to describe the fight in detail, hoping to find any clues about its behavior. Woohyun tells him directly the monster was actively trying to imitate human fighting techniques. Kim Chul freezes, a cold sweat running down his temple. Back in the studio, Seongchul and Nayeon look extremely concerned, noting that Kim Chul's reaction is far too intense for a simple monster detail. Kim Chul explains that in the entire recorded history of dimensional wars, an invader has never once tried to adapt or copy human fighting styles. If the invaders are starting to learn and adapt to their defenders' techniques, Earth's military strategy is completely cooked. Woohyun sits in silence, realizing that if the League of Enterprises is behind this, they will not hesitate to collaborate with the invaders if it benefits their corporate bottom line. The same corporations that ruined his past life are now preparing to sell out the entire planet for profit. Kim Chul takes a deep breath, trying to calm his expression. He thanks Woohyun for preventing a massive disaster, saying the bureau has much to investigate. He reaches into his desk and pushes a small, polished black box across the table. He tells Woohyun that after his performance in the F-grade warehouse and this mountain rampage, he is more than qualified to receive this. Woohyun opens the box, finding a sleek, silver triangular insignia inside. As he steps out of the office, Yujin and Hana are waiting for him in the corridor, waving their hands with bright smiles. Yujin congratulates her junior, asking if he received the promotion from the team leader. She points to the box, explaining that it is the official agent's badge. She says it is a bureau tradition for a senior mentor to pin the badge on their junior, but since her arm is still heavily bandaged from her corporate injuries, Hana will do it in her stead. Hana steps forward, her face slightly red as she carefully pins the silver triangle onto Woohyun's black jacket. She smiles, officially congratulating him on becoming a full-fledged agent. Woohyun bows and thanks them. Hana explains that now that he is an official agent, he has unlocked a massive new privilege, the authority to go on solo operations, meaning he can enter and clear dimensional gates of his choice without having to wait for complex bureau authorization procedures. Yujin pouts, saying she is almost jealous that he gets to run solo missions already, given how much she struggled during her rookie years. Hana teases her, reminding her she got injured on her very first solo sweep, causing Yujin to scream in protest. Hana tells Woohyun to make sure he calls them if he ever needs backup during his solo sweeps. Suddenly, a cartoon cutout of Nayeon pops up on the screen, yelling, "And cut!" She addresses her viewers, explaining that because Seungkil has a professional casting schedule, they will be wrapping up today's game analysis segment early. But before they log off, she has an extremely important announcement regarding their upcoming live content. She displays a massive, colorful poster, Superstar N Disciple Audition. The chat is immediately roasting her terrible naming sense, asking if the N stands for nuclear or something equally stupid. Seonchul laughs, confirming they received an absolute mountain of applications from streamers all over the country. Nayeon tells her viewers to look forward to the live audition stream, which will begin in just a few days. A few days later, backstage at the outdoor studio, 10 minutes before the audition starts. The twin streamers, Aerium and Dawoon, are standing in the crowd, looking nervous as they size up their competition. The applicant pool is stacked, ranging from a legendary 100k subscriber veteran to the cute, gray-haired rookie streamer Sharia. Suddenly, Dawoon points toward the entrance, whispering to his sister to look at the guy who just walked in. It is Blue Whale, a notorious clickbait streamer who has made an entire career out of trash-talking the god of mechanics on his channel. Aerium crosses her arms, muttering that Blue Whale probably applied just to farm ragebait views for his channel. Backstage, Nayeon is looking at the roster sheet, sporting a devious, cartoonish grin as she notes Blue Whale is in for a very rough afternoon. The stage director signals, counting down 3, 2, 1, and the stream goes live, Nayeon and Seungkil welcoming the massive audience to the outdoor arena. The viewers note the background is a massive concrete combat ring designed to hold large-scale matches. Nayeon confirms they are hosting this audition outdoors to accommodate the destructive potential of the upcoming spars. She yells into the microphone, calling out the coach without further ado. Out steps Woohyun, wearing a pristine, high-end dark suit and his signature silver half-mask. The chat is spamming compliments about his drip. The 12 candidates stare in absolute awe as he walks onto the platform. Woohyun looks down at them, his golden eyes cold behind the silver mask. He remembers discussing the mission parameters with Nayeon at the cafe. To clear Viewer 62's companion task, he needs to unlock the game's high-tier raid PvE content. Unlike standard gates, high-tier raids contain complex gimmicks that make solo clearance completely impossible, requiring a highly coordinated party. He addresses the 12 streamers waiting in the dirt. He tells them directly, if they want to be his disciple, they must follow his instructions to the absolute letter. Sharia looks terrified, muttering about instant disqualification. The chat agrees it sounds fair, since our guy's standards are legendary. Woohyun guarantees that if they have the will to learn, he will drag them to Master Tier by the end of the season. Suddenly, Blue Whale steps forward, letting out a loud, mocking laugh, pointing out that Woohyun is barely Master Tier himself, and demands he prove his coaching skills first. Woohyun looks at him, then slowly steps down the arena stairs. He proposes a simple test. All 12 candidates will fight against him all at once. Nayeon and Seungkil are panicking behind the desk, screaming that a 12 versus 1 match was definitely not on the script. Woohyun declares that anyone who successfully lands a single hit on him within 10 minutes passes the audition immediately. He steps into the center of the ring, drawing a small circle in the dirt with his boot. He adds his handicap: he will not attack first, nor will he step out of this tiny 3-foot circle. Dawoon asks if they are allowed to attack simultaneously with all their skills and weapons. Woohyun nods, his posture completely relaxed. He adjusts his tie, his golden eyes glowing in the shadow of his mask as he tells them to begin. Our guy is currently standing in a tiny circle drawn in the dirt, looking like an absolute boss in his formal suit while issuing a challenge that sounds completely suicidal. He is promising these 12 hot-headed applicants that he won't take a single step out of this line, nor will he throw the first punch. Naturally, the stream chat thinks he's lost his mind, while the twin blondes immediately raise their hands to ask if they're allowed to jump him all at once. Woohyun doesn't even blink behind his mask, giving them the green light to use whatever weapons or cheap tricks they brought with them. The air in the clearing suddenly feels heavy as his golden eyes flare under the shadow of his hair, signaling that the comedy hour is officially over and the actual masterclass is about to begin. First up is Blue Whale, the resident clickbait merchant who spent 3 whole days calling our guy a fraud on YouTube. He steps forward with a massive punchable smirk, charging up his hands with literal flames like he's trying to be a discount Human Torch. He yells some generic villain line about testing Woohyun's limits and unleashes a massive high-speed flame spear directly at our guy's face, sending a wave of heat through the entire arena. And Woohyun? He literally just tilts his head 3 inches to the side with a calm, bored expression, letting the high-speed projectile miss his ear by a millimeter. The flame spear crashes into the trees behind him in a massive fiery explosion that shakes the ground, but our guy doesn't even bother to look back, standing completely unaffected amidst the smoke. Blue Whale's face completely drops, his jaw hitting the dirt as he tries to comprehend how someone can dodge a high-tier magic projectile with the same energy as dodging a mild breeze. Woohyun casually cracks his neck and tells them they're running out of broadcast time, inviting the remaining 11 applicants to stop standing around and just charge them all at once. Realizing that individual attacks are completely useless, the rest of the streamers share a panicked look and decide to swallow their pride, grouping up for a coordinated team rush. A flurry of elemental skills, lightning arrows, and physical strikes ignite the air as they launch a massive synchronized assault from every single angle. One physical brawler dives in head first with a flaming fist, putting his entire body weight into a strike that's designed to force our guy out of his drawn circle. But trying to corner a man who survived 10 years in a literal cybernetic meat grinder is like trying to catch a shadow with a net. Woohyun's eyes lock onto their momentum. With absolute fluid grace, he redirects their kinetic energy, parrying one, tripping another, and letting their own heavy momentum collide into each other until the entire squad is eating dirt. The close combat fighters struggle to their knees, completely out of breath and realizing that their physical strikes aren't even registering on him. Just as they're about to throw in the towel, a heavy boot steps past them, indicating that the real heavy hitters are finally stepping up to the plate. The blonde twins, Aryam and Dawoon, charge forward with an explosive burst of speed, telling the downed players to leave the rest of the fight to them. They approach Woohyun from opposite flanks, moving in perfect, mirrored synchronicity that only siblings who spend 20 hours a day gaming together can pull off. One aims a low sweep at his legs while the other drops from above with a heavy strike, perfectly splitting his attention. But instead of backing away, Woohyun literally catches both of their incoming limbs mid-air with his bare hands, using their own high-speed momentum to halt them instantly. Before they can even register what just happened, he spins his torso and throws them both over his shoulders like a pair of light gym bags, sending them flying through the air. The chat is absolutely losing it, comparing our guy to a high-speed amusement park ride that these poor streamers did not purchase tickets for. Nyan's cute chibi face pops up to announce that the 10-minute timer is officially up, leaving the twins lying flat on their backs with cartoonish stars spinning around their heads. 12 active players, all ranked bronze to gold, and they couldn't even force a single suit-wearing man to move his left foot outside of a 3-foot circle. Woohyun adjusts his tie, looking completely immaculate without a single speck of dust on his suit, and asks the crowd if anyone still has an issue with his coaching credentials. Blue Whale stands in the back with his arms crossed, sweating absolute bullets while meekly yelling "No sir," having officially lost all of his clickbait confidence. Our guy notes that while his physical skills are obvious, he still needs to prove his actual strategic coaching capabilities during the next phases. Nyan's eyes turn into literal sparkling giant orbs of excitement as she jumps in front of the camera, announcing that the official Superstar End Disciple tournament is kicking off. Woohyun lets out a heavy, visible sigh at the ridiculous name, looking like a tired corporate salaryman who is questioning every single life decision that brought him to this stage. Seongcheol steps up to help explain the rules, announcing that the very first test is designed to evaluate their raw physical control without any system assistance. The test is simple but absolutely brutal. Each candidate has to hold a massive 150-kilogram barbell over their head for a full 3 minutes. The catch? Absolutely zero system combat correction is allowed. The stream viewers immediately start complaining in the chat, pointing out that maintaining perfect balance with that much weight without auto adjustments is a total nightmare. Seongcheol explains that they will be using a standard body enhancement build, which provides high raw muscle strength but leaves the actual balance and posture entirely up to the player's manual motor control. Nayeon holds up a holographic screen showing a hilarious photo of her and Seongcheol trying the challenge earlier, with Seongcheol's soul literally leaving his body from the strain. She instructs all the remaining applicants to set their system displays to visible mode so the viewers can verify their stats, asking if anyone has any questions before they begin. The blonde twins immediately raise their hands at the exact same second, taking turns asking if there are any specific advantages to finishing the trial early. Seongcheol explains that the scoring is based on a sliding scale, meaning the faster you complete the hold, the more points you secure for the final ranking. The female assassin in the back gasps in shock as she hears that the 4 players with the lowest combined score across the first 2 trials will be instantly eliminated. Nayeon reassures them that they can retry as many times as they want within the 30-minute time limit, telling them to treat this like a casual practice run. 5 minutes later, the arena is filled with the sounds of groaning and heavy metal clanging as the candidates struggle to balance the massive barbells without system-assisted posture tracking. A viewer named Mint Choco drops a small donation, asking the chat to place their bets on who will manage to clear the 3-minute threshold first. Seongcheol asks Woohyun for his thoughts, and our guy predicts that the twins and the long-haired physical swordsman LNDB have the best shot since they naturally play physical builds. Suddenly, the chat starts spamming angry alerts, accusing the hosts of running a biased tournament that completely discriminates against ranged magic users who don't have high physical stats. Nayeon reads the chat and instantly goes pale, envisioning her stream getting hit with massive online controversy and her career getting cancelled over ranged build contempt. She flails her arms in a complete panic, shouting that they aren't biased at all and that there is a very logical reason for the current setup. She quickly pulls up a graphic of the second trial, which features shooting targets, explaining that the next mission is heavily catered toward ranged users, meaning the balance will resolve itself. With the chat finally calmed down, LNDB and the twins step up to the platform, signaling that they are ready to make their official attempt. They stand before their respective barbells, activating their visible system screens to show their zero correction status. The timer starts, and all 3 of them lift the massive weights with intense strained expressions, their muscles tensing under the sudden pressure. 1 minute in, the twins are already bickering, with the brother telling his sister to give up, while she snarls back that she isn't going down that easily. 2 minutes pass, and LNDB's face is completely red, his arms trembling violently as the chat starts debating whether his beefy warrior avatar is actually a female high schooler in disguise. Just 10 seconds short of the finish line, LNDB's left wrist wobbles, causing his barbell to tilt and crash heavily onto the platform as he loses his grip. But right next to him, the twins let out a synchronized shout of triumph as their timers cross the 3-minute mark, securing their spot as the first successful candidates. They celebrate with smug, matching sibling grins, completely thrilled to have proven their mechanical worth to the master tier coach. LNDB grinds his teeth in frustration, ignoring his sore shoulders and immediately demanding a retry as the countdown begins again. With absolute grit and a hilarious chibi-style display of raw determination, he pushes the weight back up, resolved to clear it this time. LNDB successfully passes on his second attempt, leaving Blue Whale standing in the crowd looking extremely stressed as he realizes the remaining slots are running thin. He sweats profusely, remembering all the clickbait videos he uploaded claiming our guy was a fraud, realizing how utterly embarrassing it will be if he gets eliminated in the very first round. Another candidate wearing a blue hero suit clears the challenge, leaving Blue Whale with absolutely no options left but to step up to the plate. Nayeon flashes a bright, highly photogenic smile at the camera, asking if there are any other brave challengers ready to take the stage. Blue Whale claims that he's cracked the secret to the balance, confidently walking up the steps while the other candidates watch him with heavy skepticism. He raises his hand with a smug grin, instructing Nayeon to set his system window to visible mode as he prepares to lift. He walks up to the platform, surrounded by a strange, faint blue aura as his character stats load onto the display screen. He grabs the cold iron bar, his fingers locking tightly around the grip as the official countdown starts ticking. With a heavy grunt, he hoists the weight over his head, maintaining a surprisingly solid, steady stance that doesn't show a single hint of trembling. 2 minutes pass easily, and Blue Whale grins to himself, thinking about how talented he is while Nayeon praises his steady form over the microphone. The chat is genuinely surprised, wondering if the clickbaiter actually possessed some hidden manual talent that he was keeping under wraps. But behind his metallic mask, Woohyun's dark gray eyes narrow into a cold, highly suspicious glare as he tracks the subtle movements of Blue Whale's posture. The 3-minute timer finishes, and Blue Whale drops the barbell with a heavy thud, celebrating his successful pass with absolute arrogance. Nayeon congratulates him and tells him to walk over to the passing zone, but Woohyun steps forward, his voice cutting through the cheers with a single, sharp word. He walks directly up to the smug streamer, his posture imposing as he asks him what exactly he thinks he's trying to pull on his broadcast. The atmosphere in the arena instantly turns freezing cold as Woohyun asks him if he really thought a master-tier manual user wouldn't notice a hidden modifier active on his character. Woohyun stands inches away from him, his voice carrying the absolute weight of a seasoned mercenary who has spent a decade hunting cheaters down in real war zones. The chat goes wild with confusion, pointing out that his system display reads 0% correction, though some notice the text looks strangely blurry, like a low-res image. Nayeon runs over, whispering in a panic to ask Woohyun why exactly he thinks Blue Whale is running a hidden cheat script. Woohyun explains that from his walk-up to his grip, his body was undergoing microscopic, real-time kinetic adjustments that are completely unique to the system's auto-balancing modifier. Nayeon nervously warns him that making a false hacking accusation on a live stream with over 100,000 viewers will completely ruin his reputation. Woohyun ignores her warning, telling Blue Whale to stop hiding behind his fake projected system display and open his actual live settings menu. Blue Whale tries to play the victim, asking what Woohyun will do if he's wrong, prompting our guy to make a massive bet. If he's wrong, he'll publicly apologize, delete his channel, and hand over all his streaming revenue. The sheer confidence in Woohyun's voice leaves the cheater sweating absolute buckets, his face twisting into a silent, panicked grimace as he realizes he has been completely cornered. Realizing he has absolutely no escape route left on live camera, Blue Whale finally snaps, shouting in anger as he reaches out to open his actual settings window.
Hashtag Chapter 19.
We pick up right in the middle of the high-stakes confrontation as Woohyun stands firm, his arm extended as he demands the cheating streamer show his real system settings to the massive audience. Blue Whale grinds his teeth, his forehead covered in sweat as he reluctantly taps the air to pull down his actual live configuration screen. He tries to open the display, but the illegal third-party script lags out in real time, exposing his active 70% posture correction modifier to the entire world before Woohyun calmly disqualifies him. The stream chat erupts into a sea of laughter and mockery, completely roasting the clickbaiter for turning out to be a fraud after acting so incredibly smug. His face turning completely red from sheer embarrassment, the exposed cheater stands there trembling, unable to find a single excuse to save his online reputation. He yells a curse at the stream, turning into blue starlight as he logs out of the server in a complete rage to avoid any further humiliation. The chat is filled with viewers apologizing to our guy for ever doubting him, completely amazed by his god-tier kinetic observation skills. Nayeon quickly clears her throat to restore order, inviting the next candidate, Sharia, to step up to the platform to keep the broadcast moving. The first trial wraps up, and as expected, the second trial, which involves high-speed target shooting, is dominated by the ranged magic users, who easily secure the top spots. With the individual trials officially complete, the eliminated candidates politely bow and thank the hosts for the incredible opportunity before logging out. Seong Cheol announces that the individual trials are over, meaning it is time to move on to the highly anticipated team battles to test their actual cooperative synergy. The remaining 8 candidates are divided into 2 teams. Team A, featuring a balanced mix of close combat and elemental users, and Team B, featuring the twins, LNDB, and Sharia. The viewers immediately point out that Team B is highly unbalanced, consisting almost entirely of physical melee users with Sharia as their sole ranged magic support. A viewer named Kano Dioga drops a donation, eager to find out what kind of brutal team challenge our hosts have prepared for this round. Nayeon holds up her tablet with a bright smile, announcing the details of the official Superstar N Team Combat Trial. The objective is simple. Within 10 minutes, the team that manages to defeat the most intermediate Etnel defense robots wins, with any player leaving their designated zone getting instantly disqualified. Seong Cheol adds that both teams will get 2 attempts, with their highest score recorded, while the system modifier is locked at a standard 60% to ensure a level playing field. The blue holographic rings activate on the dirt, spawning a pair of massive metallic intermediate Etnel units as the official challenge begins. The results of the first round are displayed on the screen. Team A finishes with 10 kills, while the poorly coordinated Team B only manages to secure 8. Seong Cheol explains that Team A's balanced composition allowed their ranged users to pick off the mechanical targets from a safe distance, whereas Team B's heavy melee focus caused them to get constantly surrounded. He shows a simple, funny diagram illustrating how melee users without proper coordination will inevitably get cornered and overrun when targets spawn sequentially. The chat agrees with the analysis, pointing out that melee physical builds naturally struggle to find combat synergy unless they are highly trained. Demoralized by their poor performance, Sharia sits on the grass, nervously suggesting to the blonde brother that they ask Woohyun for some coaching before their second attempt. LNDB agrees, pointing out that this is the perfect opportunity for Woohyun to prove his actual strategic teaching skills to the live audience. The blonde sister immediately runs over to the judge's platform, shouting up to Nyan to request a brief coaching session before their final run. Nyan announces that to keep things completely fair, both teams will receive a dedicated mentor. Seong Cheol will coach Team A, while Hacksical will coach Team B. Seong Cheol smiles, asking Woohyun if he's on board, and our guy nods calmly, agreeing to the terms as long as both teams are comfortable with the setup. Team A huddles up to whisper amongst themselves, deciding that since Woohyun is also a physical melee player, they are actually much better off having the professional analyst Seong Cheol as their coach. The pyromancer and the assassin agree, confidently concluding that as long as they maintain their current pace, their victory is absolutely guaranteed. Team A raises their hand to agree to the terms, and Nyan officially pauses the trial for a 30-minute strategic coaching segment. Woohyun gathers Team B in a circle, explaining that to defeat the Etanel units effectively, they first need to understand the fundamental logic of their programming. He explains that unlike humans, these defense robots do not possess self-preservation instincts. If their systems calculate that they can inflict more damage than they receive, they will abandon all defense and go on a full offense. LNDB and the twins listen with absolute focus, nodding in realization as Woohyun breaks down the exact behavioral threshold of the mechanical enemies. The chat is highly impressed by the detailed mechanical breakdown, calling the stream an official introduction to Etanel studies. To help them internalize the lesson, Woohyun raises his fists, proposing a quick, high-intensity mock match with his candidates. He tells them to pretend he is an intermediate Etanel unit and attack him with everything they've got, his entire physical aura shifting instantly into something incredibly menacing. LNDB draws his iron training sword, sweating slightly as he realizes that despite this being a simple mock spar, our guy's presence is absolutely terrifying. LNDB charges forward with a heavy, high-speed horizontal slash, putting his entire physical power into the opening strike. But Woohyun moves with inhuman precision, using his bare fingers to redirect the flat of the incoming blade before it can even touch his suit. With a swift, controlled movement, he delivers a light physical kick directly to LNDB's chest, sending the massive swordsman flying backward through the air. LNDB crashes heavily onto the dirt with a loud groan, completely stunned by the sheer speed and efficiency of the counterattack. Seeing their teammate down, the twins share a quick nod and decide to launch a coordinated, pincer-style physical assault from the left and right. They charge at our guy with explosive speed, while Sharia stands in the back, her hands trembling as she hesitates to cast her ice magic out of fear of hitting her allies. Her eyes tear up as she panics, completely frozen by the fear of her own ranged projectile causing friendly fire. Without their ranged support, the twins' coordinated physical assault is easily dismantled as Woohyun delivers a pair of light, precise strikes that leave them both reeling. The twins collapse onto the ground with dizzy cartoon eyes, and Woohyun notes that aside from the siblings, the team's attacks possess absolutely zero combat linkage. He extends his hand, telling them that before they focus on their individual skills, they first need to establish a clear, reliable method to link their attacks. Meanwhile, the members of Team A stand across the line, watching the intense training session with highly concerned, sweat-dropping expressions. Nyan quickly claps her hands, scolding Team A for spectating and telling them to focus on their own strategy session with Seong Cheol. Seong Cheol clears his throat, calling his team over to check their elemental build compositions so they can plan their defense lanes. 15 minutes later, Team B stands before the portal, their faces filled with absolute determination as they prepare to initiate their second run. Nyan instructs Team B to get ready as the blue teleportation rings materialize on the dirt once again. The metallic intermediate Etanels spawn into the clearing, and the 4 members of Team B charge forward in a tight, highly coordinated formation. The blonde sister leads the assault, delivering a massive, high-speed physical strike directly to the faceplate of the lead robot. The robot attempts to counter, but her brother slides under the mechanical swing, delivering a heavy, crushing blow to the machine's joints to leave it completely off balance. With the target's posture shattered, LNDB leaps from above, bringing his heavy iron sword down in a massive, crushing vertical strike that completely cleaves the robot's core. Meanwhile, another Etanel spawns directly behind LNDB, its metallic fist charging up for a heavy sneak attack as Sharia watches from the back. She remembers Woohyun's crucial advice. He told her that she is the absolute core of Team B's coordination, and if she hesitates out of fear of hitting her allies, her teammates will die. She clenches her fists, swallowing her anxiety and resolving to cast her magic with absolute confidence. The metallic robot prepares to crush LNDB from behind, and the swordsman grinds his teeth as he realizes he won't be able to turn around in time. Sharia lets out a loud, high-energy shout, her short silver hair fluttering in the wind as ice magic circles ignite around her hands. She unleashes a massive, high-speed ice drill projectile that misses LNDB's shoulder by inches, completely freezing and shattering the hostile machine in a single blow. LNDB turns back with a bright, grateful smile, thanking her for the perfect save while promising to guard her back for the rest of the battle. In the broadcast booth, Seong-cheol is completely flabbergasted, shouting over the microphone about the incredible speed and mechanical cohesion Team B is displaying. The timer hits 0, and the blonde brother lands one final physical punch, caving in the chest plate of the last mechanical target. The battle wraps up, and Team B stands victoriously amidst a massive pile of destroyed ethanol parts, having secured an incredible 14 kills. The chat is in absolute disbelief, spamming emotes and marveling at how our guy's strategic advice managed to turn a struggling squad into a well-oiled machine in just 30 minutes. Nayeon praises their performance, encouraging Team A to stay focused as they prepare for their final attempt. Despite their best efforts and Seong-cheol's solid advice, Team A's second run only yields 12 kills, leaving them short of Team B's high score. Nayeon reviews her tablet, officially announcing that with a final score of 12-14, the winner of the team round is Team B. The 4 members leap into the air, cheering and celebrating their massive comeback victory. The members of Team A sigh in disappointment, though they are still happy to have made it to the top 8 of the prestigious tournament. One of the Team A melee users rubs his chin, completely amazed by how much Shurya improved under Woohyun's guidance, realizing our guy possesses deep, high-level understanding of all class builds. Before they leave the stage, the Team A leader runs back to Woohyun, politely asking if our guy could spare a brief moment to give them some professional advice as well. Woohyun nods calmly, displaying the quiet, supportive nature of a true mentor as he agrees to review their playstyles. He delivers a series of highly precise technical breakdowns, advising the pyromancer on how to maximize his spell nuke timings, leaving the candidates completely starstruck. They bow deeply to our guy, thanking him for his invaluable time before happily exiting the stage. With the preliminary rounds officially complete, Seong-cheol and Nayeon announce that only the highly anticipated grand finals remain, and the final test is a brutal 2-on-2 PvP survival competition, where the winning members of Team B must turn their weapons on each other until only one team is left standing. The lines are drawn as LNDB and Shurya stand on one side, while the hyper-coordinated blonde twins stand on the other, their eyes locking as the battle aura flares. A viewer named Dadzan Alian drops a donation, telling them to stop talking and start the absolute carnage, as the countdown to the final battle begins ticking down. So, the Disciple audition is finally in the books. Nayeon is currently at the gym, trying to survive a workout that looks significantly more painful than clearing an F-grade gate. She is gasping for air on the floor, looking like a low-tier mob that just got caught in one of Woohyun's manual combos. She takes a break to check her phone, instantly loading up the community forums to see how the internet is reacting to the tournament results. And of course, the general consensus is exactly what we expected. The young siblings clutched the win because their twin coordination was simply too clean for LNDB and Shurya to overcome. Nayeon resolves to watch the full-stream VOD the second she gets back to her apartment, but as she scrolls, she can't help but smile, still slightly surprised that our quiet, sleep-deprived classmate actually pulled off the role of a master-tier coach. Since an official tournament coach has the authority to handpick their team, she is secretly hoping he might choose her squad for the next big broadcast. They did survive that spider warehouse together, after all. The thought of running another livestream together brings a massive blush to her face. She looks like a proud manager who just realized her star player is about to hit the big leagues. Cut to the official live broadcast room. Nayeon and Seong-cheol are back on screen, waving to the viewers with their standard high-energy host personas. The live chat is instantly flooding with questions, with half of them completely forgetting where the PvE storyline even left off because the audition arc was such a chaotic ride. Seong-cheol sets the stage, pulling up a clip of Woohyun standing in the bureau hallway. In the video, Yujin is asking him how he plans to use his newly acquired independent agent permit. Our guy stands before them in his tactical jacket, looking completely unbothered as he declares that he is going to sweep the upcoming gate solo. No backup, no teams, just one man running a complete lobby clear. Hana crosses her arms with a confident smirk, noting that with his manual skills, a solo run is basically a walk in the park. But Yujin's expression is significantly more tense. She leans in, whispering that she sent some highly sensitive messages to his personal device, telling him to review them thoroughly before he heads out. Woohyun walks out to the quiet underground parking structure, pulling out his phone as the message notification chimes. The text is from Eugene. She is asking him if he remembers the corporate hit squad led by Choi Hyung-chil that ambushed them in the spider forest. She drops a massive truth bomb. The corporation wasn't trying to assassinate her. Their primary target from the very beginning was actually Woohyun. She warns him that the Enterprise is desperate to secure him, meaning another high-tier ambush is highly likely. But she tells him not to worry too much, sending a cute chibi graphic explaining that the Bureau has already tightened security and prepared for any sudden corporate movements. She also attaches a list of secure dimensional portals that are currently cleared for solo agent entries, ending her report there. Woohyun stares at the screen, his expression completely blank. Back in the broadcast studio, Seong Cheol points at the screen, noting that receiving a warning message about a potential ambush right before a solo mission is basically the universal sign that our guy is about to get jumped. The chat is losing its mind, joking that if anything can go wrong in a manhwa, it is statistically guaranteed to happen within the next 5 panels. We watch as Woohyun's leather boot steps out onto the pavement. A sleek dark sedan pulls up, and a polite support agent named Jong Ji-hoon steps out, offering to drive our new full-fledged agent directly to his designated gate. Woohyun casually climbs in. They arrive at the Songnam neighborhood park in the middle of the night. The support agent wishes him luck, and Woohyun walks into the dark, quiet woods alone. The sedan slowly drives away, leaving our guy standing in the deep brush as the headlights fade into the distance. He approaches the glowing blue dimensional portal, which is swirling silently in the middle of the empty clearing. He stops, looking around at the absolute silence. He pulls out his phone again, reviewing Eugene's text, which claims that security personnel are actively guarding the perimeter. He narrows his eyes. If they were actually guarding the gate, they wouldn't be hiding their presence this deeply. His danger senses flare. He looks up. Hidden in the canopy of the trees are 6 highly trained corporate hunters, their weapons already charged with elemental magic. He is completely surrounded. 6 targets in total. Before they can even coordinate their opening volley, Woohyun's hand is already moving to his hilt. He draws Soul Eater with blinding speed, swinging the massive blade in a wide, sweeping arc that splits the air to deflect their incoming magic projectiles. He leaps forward, countering a dark shadow spellcaster, slamming his boot directly into the man's chest and sending him crashing through the underbrush before his allies can even register his movement. He lands cleanly on the grass, holding his massive black sword with absolute ease as the remaining corporate hunters step out of the shadows. The squad leader walks forward, a massive arrogant sneer plastered across his face. He mockingly welcomes Woohyun, commenting on how sharp his survival instincts are. Then he drops a name that makes Woohyun's golden eyes flare with an icy, dangerous light. He calls him test subject number 48. Okay, let's stop and explain what is actually happening here. In his past life, Woohyun was designated No. 62 in the main research facility. The fact that this corporate enforcer is calling him No. 48 means the League of Enterprises has multiple secret laboratories running identical human experiments across the parallel dimension. The scope of their biological operation is significantly larger than we thought. The leader casually extends his hand, ordering our guy to surrender and return to the laboratory like a good little property asset. He smirks, promising that the corporation will cultivate his unique physical statistics through proper, safe biological experiments. Woohyun's expression goes completely dark. Our guy literally grips his sword hilt, a terrifying crimson aura of pure hatred erupting from his body as he tells the enforcer to stop talking trash. The leader's grin turns cold and vicious, realizing that peaceful cooperation is officially off the table. He raises his hand, declaring that whatever brutal beating happens next is entirely Woohyun's fault. Behind him, the Wind Speedster and the Lightning Brawler prepare their active skills. He yells the order to attack, and the remaining 5 hunters charge forward, their weapons crackling with high-voltage electricity and dark shadow energy. The Lightning Brawler dives in first, launching a high-powered electric fist directly at Woohyun's face. But Woohyun parries the strike effortlessly with the flat of his blade, using the kinetic impact to spin his body and launch a counterslash that forces the speedster to retreat. The dark spellcaster tries to flank him from his blind spot, thrusting a shadow-infused dagger at his neck. Woohyun doesn't even look back, simply tilting his torso to let the blade pass before slamming the pommel of Soul Eater directly into the caster's jaw, shattering his faceplate. The team leader stands in the back, sweating slightly as he watches his elite squad get systematically dismantled, screaming at them to keep pushing. The Wind Speedster and the Fire Archer launch a synchronized assault, trying to overwhelm our guy with sheer physical velocity and explosive area of effect damage. They clash in a massive explosion of fire and wind, the kinetic shockwave tearing through the surrounding trees. Flame trails scatter across the clearing as the smoke rises from the impact zone. But as the smoke clears, Woohyun is standing completely unscathed, while 3 corporate hunters are lying unconscious in the dirt, their weapons shattered. Back in the studio, Nayeon is cheering, completely thrilled by how easily our guy is handling an elite corporate strike team. Seong-cheol notes that woohyun's raw manual stats are simply too high for standard hunters to match. The chat is absolutely loving the dominance, laughing that the corporation would need to deploy their legendary Hellhound unit just to survive a 3-minute spar with him. Desperate and cornered, the remaining hunters look at their fallen comrades in terror, asking their leader what their next move is. The leader's face turns grim. He realizes they have zero chance of winning this conventionally. He barks an order that makes Nayeon's chibi avatar tilt her head in complete confusion. He tells his men to consume something called TL01. Seong-cheol frantically searches the game's official lore database and community wikis on his tablet, but finds absolutely zero search results for the term TL01. He looks at Nayeon with a sweating, worried expression, realizing that woohyun has once again triggered unreleased secret corporate content that the general player base has never seen before. We watch as the corporate leader pulls out a small purple capsule. Woohyun stares at it, his eyes narrowing as he realizes what this is. Even during his 10 years of hell on the other side, he had never heard of a drug designated TL01. The leader grinds his teeth, muttering that Woohyun will regret forcing them to resort to this, and swallows the capsule in a single gulp. An agonizing scream rips through the clearing. The leader falls to his knees as his veins turn black, his muscles expanding violently as a massive surge of dark purple mana erupts from his flesh. Woohyun's golden eyes widen in shock, his physical survival instincts warning him that the power level of the enemies is scaling exponentially. The other remaining hunters swallow their pills, their bodies undergoing the same horrific purple glowing mutation, their eyes turning completely pink as they lose their sanity. Nayeon points at the screen in complete horror, pointing out that the purple skin and glowing eyes of the mutated corporate hunters look exactly like the high-tier Dimension Invader demon Woohyun fought in Bukansan. This is a massive lore revelation. The League of Enterprises isn't just running human experiments, they are actively synthesizing demonic biological structures on Earth, using human players as guinea pigs to field test demonic mutations. The mutated brawler moves with a sudden, explosive burst of speed, his foot tearing up the dirt as he vanishes from sight. He reappears directly in front of Woohyun, unleashing a massive, purple-infused shockwave punch that shatters the entire ground. The chat is absolutely losing it, terrified by the sudden scaling of the enemies and wondering how a single corporate doping pill can multiply their physical stats this drastically. Woohyun barely manages to block the strike with his sword, his arms tensing as he feels the immense, crushing physical weight behind the attack. The mutated fire archer unleashes a stream of highly concentrated, blinding white-hot flames directly at his chest. Woohyun is forced to execute a series of rapid manual parries, his greatsword spinning to create a kinetic shield against the continuous fire barrage. Flame sparks brush past his face, cutting a thin line on his cheek as he is slowly forced back by their relentless high-speed coordination. Nayeon watches with a highly panicked chibi face, pointing out that our guy has been completely pushed onto the defensive. Seong-cheol notes that the hunters' movements are bizarre. They aren't acting like human players anymore. They have completely lost their emotions, moving like mindless meat puppets. The mutated wind speedster drops from the canopy, his twin daggers glowing with toxic green energy as he strikes from Woohyun's blind spot. The shockwave of the parry creates a massive crater in the center of the clearing, dust obscuring the battlefield. Seong-cheol leans forward, his glasses reflecting the light as he realizes what this mindless, emotional combat behavior actually indicates. He declares that these mutated hunters aren't fighting on their own accord, their nervous systems are being actively controlled by an external neural signal. Chapter 21, we open right in the middle of the chaotic clash as the mutated Wind Hunter launches a relentless barrage of green poison slashes at Woohyun's defenses. Woohyun barely blocks the high-speed strike, his boot sliding back across the dirt as the kinetic impact shakes his entire frame. His boot grinds into the pavement, stones cracking under the massive physical pressure as he struggles to maintain his balance. He grips the hilt of Soul Eater, his golden eyes narrowing behind his mask as he realizes that staying on the defensive against these mindless tanks is a one-way ticket to getting overrun. He looks at the 4 remaining mutated hunters standing before him in the glowing purple mist, their movements completely synchronized like a hive mind. He deduces that the TL01 drug has completely overwritten their sanity, turning them into biological clones of the Dimension Invaders he cleared at the mountain summit. He decides to end this fight instantly so he can secure a sample of the drug and start a proper investigation into the corporate network on Earth. The mutated fire hunter steps forward, unleashing a massive, roaring torrent of flames designed to incinerate everything in the clearing. But Woohyun doesn't back away. He leaps directly into the center of the white-hot inferno, his golden aura shielding his body from the heat. He cuts straight through the flames, his sword executing a flawless high-speed vertical strike that cleaves the firecaster in half before the man can even terminate his spell. The stream chat is absolutely losing it, screaming in awe as our guy literally cuts through magic fire with raw physical manual mechanics. The remaining 3 mutated hunters try to swarm him simultaneously, but Woohyun channels his earth magic, slamming his fist into the ground to summon a massive wall of guardian stones that halts their advance. The brawler grunts in frustration, his boot tensing as he tries to leap over the rocky barrier to maintain their pincer formation. The hive mind directs their neural path, ordering them to corner the target at all costs. The speedster and the brawler charge up their hands, combining their active wind and lightning skills into a massive, highly unstable wave cannon. They unleash a massive, swirling vortex of electric wind that tears up the entire forest floor as it charges toward our guy. But Woohyun's manual reflexes are already 10 steps ahead. He executes a series of blinding, high-speed kinetic cuts that physically slice the elemental vortex into harmless energy fragments. The massive kinetic shockwave of his counterslash detonates, completely leveling the surrounding forest canopy in a brilliant flash of blue light. The smoke clears, and the mutated squad leader is lying flat on his back, gasping for air as his purple skin begins to violently crack and bleed. Woohyun stands over them, completely calm as the remaining mutated hunters disintegrate into pixels. The chat is absolutely cheering, celebrating the absolute manual superiority of our guy. Woohyun drops to one knee, grabbing the squad leader tightly by his collar to begin his interrogation. The leader's purple face is trembling violently, his eyes rolling back as his biological systems begin to collapse under the pressure of the drug. Blood pours from his nose and eyes. He gasps in complete horror, muttering that the mutagenic drug wasn't supposed to cause this level of cellular deterioration. Before he can reveal the location of the synthesis lab, his heart fails, and his head drops lifelessly onto the dirt. Woohyun releases the collar, his golden eyes narrowing as he realizes the drug has a highly lethal built-in expiration trigger to prevent any test subjects from surviving the trial. Since this highly advanced chemical formula didn't exist in the inverted world during his past life, he realizes he needs to search their corpses for any physical clues. He loots their gear, finding only standard combat daggers and encrypted corporate smartphones with absolutely no useful data files accessible. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, and Hana and Eugene run into the clearing alongside a heavily armed tactical squad of bureau agents. Eugene apologizes profusely for their delay, panting heavily as she explains that they ran into some unexpected complications on their way here. Back in the studio, Seong-chil laughs, noting that the bureau showing up exactly after our guy has already cleared the entire boss room is the ultimate classic trope of the genre. The chat is loving the dynamic, joking that the lore geeks are going to spend the next 3 days writing essays on Reddit analyzing the TL-01 drug. Hana explains that they received emergency intel from their corporate spy warning them of the imminent ambush right after Woohyun departed. They quickly asked the support agent Jang Jae-hoon which gate he had driven Woohyun to, but the man deliberately gave them the exact opposite coordinates before immediately quitting his job and vanishing. He was a corporate double agent. They were forced to trace his sedan's GPS and dashcam to locate this park, only to find that our manual monster had already cleared the entire threat solo. Yujin bows her head, promising to secure massive compensation for the Bureau's security failure. Woohyun tells her he doesn't really need the money, but agrees to let them handle the cleanup work of the corporate corpses. Cut to the glowing skyline of Seoul as the sun slowly sets over the city. Woohyun is walking alone down a dark, empty alleyway, his phone screen glowing in the dark. Back in the broadcast room, Nayeon and Seong-chil are highly confused, wondering why our guy is heading into the city instead of returning to Bureau headquarters to file his official report. As he walks, Woohyun is piecing together the puzzle. If the anonymous donor Viewer62 is indeed a high-ranking game developer as he suspects, then every single major anomaly in this world, from the fully responsive AI characters who show real emotions, to the demon invaders who copy his exact PvP manual movements, and now the unreleased corporate mutagen TL-01, all of it indicates that the virtual game is actively adapting and altering its storyline based on the specific manual choices he makes in real time. Reverse Planet is not just a standard game, it is a highly sophisticated interactive portal network that holds the ultimate key to uncovering the secrets of the parallel dimension. He decides to stop playing defense and take the fight directly to his enemies. His first target, Jumshin Electronics, the massive mega corporation behind the Hunter Strike team. He opens his system configuration window and the hosts watch in absolute shock as he suddenly starts changing his active character build. Seong-chil points out that based on his selections, he is completely abandoning his melee class. The stream chat is going absolutely wild, guessing that our guy is finally about to showcase his highly anticipated secondary manual build on stream. Woohyun smiles cold under his mask, selecting a build he hasn't touched since before he earned his legendary title of the superhuman in the parallel facility years ago. He confirms the selection, and a massive, terrifying aura of deep purple and black cosmic energy erupts from his body. His core element is now set to destruction. The live chat is completely stunned by the visual display, spamming fire emojis as the dark gravity energy swirls around his limbs. Woohyun remembers his past life. He doesn't know which specific laboratory synthesized the TL-01 drug, but he knows that Jimshin Electronics was the primary corporate sponsor of that facility. We watch as he stands before the towering glass-faced headquarters of Jimshin Electronics, looking like a silent reaper under the night sky. Seongcheol screams in excitement, realizing that Woohyun changed his build for a brilliant strategic reason. If he raided a corporate headquarters using his famous zero-correction sword style, the entire world would instantly know that the streamer Hacksical is a bureau agent. By switching to a ranged force magic build, he secures absolute anonymity. The chat is loving the absolute tactical brain on our guy, laughing that he is about to hand-deliver a massive, unprovoked corporate raid to their front door. The full moon shines brightly over the city skyline. Woohyun equips an elite, custom silver-haired cosmetic skin and his clinical white test subject outfit, activating his core gravity buffs as his cooldowns are drastically reduced. Seongcheol points out that this is the first time our guy has ever utilized a custom skin, looking incredibly stylish in his silver hair and tooth-detailed mouth mask. Woohyun pulls up his mask, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light as he resolves to clear this building as quickly as possible. He leaps into the air, charging his fists with a massive concentration of gravitational kinetic force. He flies directly toward the center of the corporate building, preparing to go completely all out from the very start. With a terrifying crash, he smashes directly through the heavy glass entrance of the skyscraper lobby in a brilliant explosion of kinetic power. Alarms blare instantly. Glass shards and concrete debris rain down as the lobby receptionists and security guards scream in absolute terror, scrambling for cover amidst the dust. Woohyun walks calmly out of the smoke, his silver hair catching the light, his fists surrounded by crackling trails of dark purple telekinetic force. The stream chat is completely losing it, absolute fans of his cold, badass entrance and loving that he didn't even bother to use a backdoor. Nayeon is slightly worried about other players getting caught in the crossfire, but Seongcheol explains that the moment Woohyun initiated the hostile raid, the game's phase shift system automatically activated. The phase shift system is a developer feature that dynamically separates players into private instance spaces depending on active events, meaning no civilian players can see or interact with his raid map. This is a private corporate execution. 3 armed security guards run out of the elevators, pointing their submachine guns at him and screaming at him to freeze. Woohyun simply stands there, his posture completely relaxed. He casually flicks his wrist, and a massive invisible wave of telekinetic force sweeps through the lobby, slamming all 3 guards into the marble walls with enough power to shatter their tactical gear. He looks at the structural pillar in the center of the room. If this building matches the layout of their parallel world facility, there should be a hidden hydraulic hatch leading directly to an underground research laboratory. Suddenly, a heavy voice barks a halt command. A squad of 5 elite corporate guards steps out, led by a massive, hypermuscular enforcer with a brutal scowl and a shaved military buzz cut. Woohyun stares at the massive guard, his eyes widening as a sudden, agonizing flashback of his past life rips through his mind. He remembers this exact man, Won Jongchul, holding him down and brutally beating him inside the laboratory cells years ago. The traumatic PTSD flares instantly. The giant neon purple screaming specter of his dead friend Suwa rises from his shadow, her empty white eyes and hollow mouth screaming in his ear to destroy them all. Woohyun quietly whispers his agreement. Won Yongchul orders his squad to subjugate the intruder, completely unaware that he is standing face to face with the legendary Superman of his nightmares. Woohyun raises his hand toward the ceiling, his fingers curling as a massive surge of gravitational force ignites. The live chat is completely stunned, wondering what kind of high-tier magic our silver-haired Reaper is about to pull. With a single downward sweep of his hand, the entire concrete ceiling of the lobby violently collapses, crushing the corporate squad under tons of heavy debris. The surviving guards cough in the dust, completely terrified as they try to understand how a single intruder can cause a structural collapse with a simple wave of his hand. Woohyun steps through the falling rubble, his hand extended as the dark gravity energy crackles around his fingers. Won Yongchul struggles to his feet, swallowing hard as he realizes this silver-haired intruder possesses a level of power that completely defies standard game mechanics. Desperate, he orders his remaining men to launch a coordinated physical strike, and one dark shadow mage leaps forward, channeling a massive black sphere of dark magic. He unleashes a high-powered shadow spear spell, a massive projectile of dark force shooting directly at Woohyun's face. But Woohyun simply extends his bare left hand, his eyes glowing with an ominous blue light. He catches the high-powered magical spear mid-air with his bare fingers, his telekinetic gravity field instantly halting the projectile's kinetic energy. With a single effortless twist of his wrist, he redirects the shadow spear and launches it back, completely obliterating the corporate squad in a massive explosion of purple force that shatters the entire lobby. This is why they called him the god of destruction in his previous life, and he is just getting started. So, the corporate enforcer who spent years making our guy's past life a literal living hell is currently pinned to the wall, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Woohyun looks up at him with cold, blue glowing eyes, asking him what exactly seems to be the problem. He steps forward over the bloody floor, his boots making a quiet, heavy sound in the ruined lobby. He asks the enforcer if he's going to come any closer, his tone so empty of emotion it makes the giant guards swear in absolute terror. One Yangchul screams, unleashing a desperate, high-speed kinetic punch directly at our guy's face. The physical impact creates a massive shockwave that tears up the floor tiles. The concrete explodes into 1,000 tiny stone fragments. But Woohyun doesn't even move an inch, his gravity barrier completely vaporizing the incoming strike as the live stream chat starts losing its absolute mind. He casually flicks his fingers, manipulating the gravity coordinates around the enforcer's limbs. The guard lets out an agonizing scream as his joints are violently twisted backwards by the invisible pressure. He collapses onto the polished floor, blood pooling beneath his shattered limbs. He crawls forward, sobbing and begging our guy to show some mercy and spare his life. Woohyun stares down at him, his severe PTSD flaring as the hot pink hands of his dead companions wrap around his shoulders. The screaming ghosts of his murdered friends whisper in his ears, demanding absolute, unyielding vengeance. Our guy notes that the enforcer was laughing when he slaughtered the test subjects, but now that it's his turn to die, he starts weeping like a coward. Woohyun decides he's heard enough, raising his hand to manifest a miniature black hole singularity right above the guard's head. The enforcer lets out one final blood-curdling scream as the gravity well begins to compress his entire physical body. And the next second, the screen is painted in an absolute splash of crimson. Nayeon covers her mouth in complete horror, her eyes wide with shock behind the scenes. The live chat goes completely chaotic, pointing out that this execution is way too graphic for a standard streaming platform. The broadcast censors sweat absolute bullets, cutting the feed to a classic, colorful please stand by test pattern. Nayeon and Seong-cheol try to salvage the situation, noting that they didn't expect a telekinetic build to be this incredibly violent. Meanwhile, inside the ruined building, Woohyun stands before the massive steel doors of the main research facility. He notes that he needs to move quickly before corporate reinforcements arrive to lock down the sector. The red emergency sirens blare loudly throughout the corridors. Inside the server room, researchers panic, frantically calling corporate security for immediate backup. But the door is violently blown off its hinges, and Woohyun steps through the dust like a silver-haired reaper. He casually raises his left hand, telekinetically lifting the researchers off their feet and pinning them to the ceiling. He tosses them aside like garbage, smashing them into the computer consoles to clear his path. He walks up to the central mainframe terminal, his fingers fly across the keyboard, searching for the sponsors of this underground lab and the database on their hunting dogs. He pulls up the file for the mutagenic drug, TL01, reading that its official development purpose was overall enhancement of ability. But he knows that's a complete lie. He remembers the purple, mutated faces of the strike team in the park. Suddenly, the head researcher steps into the room, flanked by two massive, high-tier Etnel security robots. The metal behemoths charge forward, their mechanical limbs tearing up the floorboards. Woohyun calmly extends his hand, channeling his gravity force. He lifts the heavy robots into the air, stopping their momentum instantly. Instead of just using brute force, he delicately applies pressure to their moving internal joints, demonstrating god-tier microcontrol. He clenches his fist, and the multi-million-dollar defense bots are instantly crushed into a tiny ball of scrap metal. The head researcher drops to his knees, trembling in absolute terror. He begs for his life, tears streaming down his face as the dark gravity energy begins to wrap around his neck, and with a quiet snap, the researcher's head drops, another corporate execution complete. Woohyun stands amidst the blood and metal, completely unbothered. Back in the studio, Seong-cheol and Nayeon are writing notes, completely stunned by the sheer speed of his victory. Suddenly, a blue system screen pops up before Woohyun.
Mission on Gumshin Electroca! Complete! Level up!
Unlocked 1 ability point. Our guy is completely stunned behind his mask, realizing the implications of this message. Seong Cheol and Nayeon scramble, pointing out that if the game is dynamically generating official missions based on his real-world raids, then trying to predict the future storyline of this world is completely pointless. Woohyun smiles cold, realizing that he can steer the narrative in whatever direction he wants. He decides to log out for now to plan his next move. Cut to the corporate boardroom of Planet Earth HQ in the United States. Sophia is rubbing her temples, asking her tech lead when exactly this fully adaptive story system was injected into the servers. The developer sweats, explaining that they found clear digital traces of the sleeping AI, Deus, being active during the maintenance. Sophia is shocked, asking if Deus is fully awake, but the tech lead explains there has been no direct response from the system. He suggests that Deus is utilizing all of its computational resources to dynamically rewrite the game's story engine. Sophia looks at her screen, noting that the anonymous viewer, DUS, who placed the 3 million won challenge on Hacksical, is clearly connected to this anomaly. She pulls out her phone, looking at her old text history with Isaac. We get a brief flashback of a young, silver-haired Isaac sitting on a bench, promising her that he was going to build the most sophisticated AI the world has ever seen. He laughed, telling her he would explain the secrets of Reverse Planet once they arrived. Back in the present, the tech lead explains that they found additional encrypted data deep within the server core. Sophia's eyes go sharp, ordering her team to use every single resource they have to decrypt those files immediately. A few days later, at Cafe Romano on Earth, Nayeon is hyping up their stream performance, showing Woohyun her phone. She squeals in excitement, showing him a direct message from Chloe Martinez, a foreign streamer with 1 million subscribers who wants to collab. But Woohyun is staring out the window, completely quiet as he thinks about viewer 62. The donor just sent another 5 million won, but didn't leave a single comment regarding the new adaptive story system. Nayeon suggests that they focus entirely on competitive PvP content for their next broadcast to capitalize on the massive global hype. Woohyun immediately declines, stating that they need to stick to PvE to continue unlocking the secrets of the parallel dimension. He notes to himself that he finally has a chance to delve into the secrets of the other world, and he can't afford to waste time. Nayeon's expression turns highly concerned, remembering how much his personality has changed since they first started streaming together. Seong Cheol and Nayeon discuss his cold, machine-like behavior with the chat, laughing it off as just his natural personality. But Nayeon remembers how he looked when he rescued her, his eyes filled with a terrifying, hollow darkness that didn't look like a game at all. She thinks about his inhuman martial skills, things he never learned in any real-world class, and his strange, absolute obsession with tracking down the identity of viewer 62. She fidgets with her fingers, looking down at the table. She looks up, her voice trembling slightly as she asks him if something traumatic happened to him while they were apart. She notes that this is the first time she's ever seen him so desperately immersed in a video game, making her wonder if this isn't just a game to him. She gently places her hand over his, offering to help him with whatever he's struggling with. Woohyun freezes, realizing that his haste has started to make the people around him worry. He gently pulls his hand back, flashing a calm, reassuring smile, and agreeing to run some PvP content for the next broadcast to ease her mind. The stream preview is displayed on the screen. Hacktor next stream preview, breaking the record in showdown mode with a build chosen by the viewers. # chapter 23. A few days later, the live indicator lights up in the sleek virtual broadcast booth. Nayeon winks at the camera, announcing that today's challenge is to break the competitive winning streak record using a build chosen entirely by the viewers. The chat is already flooding with excitement, recalling how insane his manual telekinesis build was in the previous broadcast. Seong Cheol laughs, noting that since no master tier player can seemingly stop Hacksical, they decided to handicap him by forcing him to rotate through random builds. He asks Nayeon if Woohyun actually agreed to such a brutal penalty, especially since he'll be playing with permanent 0% system correction. Nayeon pulls up a graphic of Woohyun's deadpan, sleepy face, recalling his exact words. She mimics his expression perfectly, flatly repeating that he doesn't care what kind of weird build they throw at him. Seong Cheol notes that, unlike PvE, where you have time to adjust your stats, PvP utilizes automatically assembled max-level builds that are slightly weakened. A viewer named Night of Pure Love drops a donation, stating that there are no weak builds in PvP, only weak players. Nayeon smiles, activating the digital roulette wheel on her tablet to begin the selection process. The donation feed is flooded with build codes, and even the dormant AI user, DUS, drops a massive 1 million won donation to join the lobby. The roulette wheel begins to spin rapidly on the main screen. The arrow slows down, landing cleanly on the yellow segment, Steel Lord. The screen displays the details of the build, which allows the player to summon and control up to 12 heavily armored steel knights. Xiangqiao's face drops, explaining that controlling 12 independent units manually without a single system modifier is a complete cognitive nightmare. Nyan giggles, telling the viewers to trust his skills like they always do. Xiangqiao sets the stakes, announcing that our guy is currently on a 55-game winning streak and needs to beat the legendary Battler's historic 76-game streak. The system chime sounds, successfully matching Woohyun into a game of PvP showdown mode. He spawns in Area 9, Factory, looking down at his character model as the blue starlight fades. Nyan reviews the opponent's profile, gasping as she sees a 75% win rate in Master Tier. The chat immediately suspects a top-tier Smurf account, wondering if our guy's streak is about to get snapped in the very first round. The opponent steps out of the shadows, wielding a glowing green element. He is running a God of Wind and Lightning Speed Blitz build. The system screen flashes, starting the first round. The opponent moves, activating his wind steps to launch a high-speed green lightning dash directly at our guy. Woohyun snaps his fingers, calmly uttering the command to summon. A massive, heavily armored steel knight materializes mid-air, blocking the incoming lightning strike with its shield. The opponent's eyes widen, completely shocked to see his high-speed blitz stopped so easily by a single summon. The knight executes a heavy shield bash, forcing the speedster to slide back across the concrete. The single knight stands protectively beside Woohyun, holding its massive iron sword. The chat starts complaining, highly disappointed that our guy is only summoning a single unit when the build allows up to 12. Xiangqiao explains that Woohyun is likely prioritizing raw output and focused by managing a single, highly efficient unit first. The opponent recovers, thinking that dealing with a single manual summon will be a piece of cake. He leaps into the air, charging his daggers with high-voltage electricity. He strikes from above, aiming to bypass the heavy knight's defenses, but the steel knight moves with absolute fluid speed, parrying the high-speed strike with its greatsword. With a powerful counterswing, the knight blows the opponent back, shattering his lightning aura. The speedster crashes onto the floor, his hand trembling as he struggles to maintain his posture. He grinds his teeth, completely unable to comprehend how a standard summon can move with this level of mechanical precision. And then, two more steel knights slowly step out of the shadows behind Woohyun, their armor clanging in the quiet factory. The chat goes wild, realizing that our guy was simply testing his synchronization limits before scaling up. Desperate, the opponent charges up his ultimate skill, determined to end this before more knights can spawn. He unleashes Gale Thunderstrike, splitting his avatar into multiple lightning clones that attack from every angle. The clones clash against the defensive line, sparks flying in all directions. Woohyun casually cracks his knuckles, stating that he finally understands the synchronization matrix of this build. He snaps his fingers, and in a brilliant flash of blue light, all 12 steel knights materialize simultaneously in a perfect defensive circle. Xiangqiao screams in absolute excitement, completely amazed by his ability to summon the maximum limit in an instant. The 12 knights launch a synchronized tactical pincer assault, completely overwhelming the opponent's clones. Woohyun manipulates his hands like a master conductor, directing the precise movement paths of each individual unit. Xiangqiao notes that managing this level of tactical coordination without any system-assisted AI requires astronomical mental concentration. The opponent screams in frustration as he is completely surrounded by a wall of heavy steel armor. A massive iron blade drops from above, ending his struggles instantly. The screen flashes, round 1 winner, Baek Woohyun. Nyan cheers as the countdown for the second round begins. Round 2 starts, and the opponent is completely panicked, screaming at the knights to get away from him. He tries to run, but the 12 knights systematically block every single escape lane with perfect spatial tracking. They strike in unison, turning the high-speed speedster into a complete pincushion. The system screen confirms the final match results. Winner, Baek Woohyun 2-0. The defeated opponent lies on the floor, laughing as he compliments our guy's terrifying manual control. Xiangqiao celebrates, announcing that Woohyun's win streak has officially reached 56. We get a quick montage of our guy tearing through the matchmaking queue, rotating through various weird builds until his streak hits a whopping 75 consecutive wins. Meanwhile, in the arena lobby, a mysterious player in dark purple armor watches the stream on his tablet with a sharp grin. He notes that it's a massive shame our guy isn't utilizing his famous zero-correction sword style, but resolves to challenge him anyway. In the broadcast booth, Xiangqiao explains that they requested Woohyun use his original melee build for the final 2 matches to maximize viewer engagement. The armored player raises his hand, clicking the Q button as his dark feathered wings flare. He hits the start button with a confident smirk. The system chime sounds, successfully matched in a game of PvP showdown mode. Woohyun spawns in the factory arena, looking across the lane at his opponent. The live chat instantly goes absolutely ballistic, spamming question marks and screaming in complete disbelief. Nayeon's jaw drops as she looks at her tablet, asking Seong-cheol if that's really him. Seong-cheol stammers, announcing that his final opponent is none other than Nikki, Lee Gunwoo, the world-class professional MVP from the World Championship team, DH Empire. Gunwoo's avatar stands in the center of the arena, surrounded by a massive crackling purple aura of dark force magic. He smiles, declaring that it is an absolute honor to finally meet the legendary manual beast, Hacksical, on the battlefield. And with that massive cliffhanger, Seong-cheol literally passes out from the sheer hype as the screen fades to black, leaving us desperately waiting for the ultimate showdown of the year. So, the stadium is dead quiet, and the entire stream chat is holding its collective breath. Commentator Seong-cheol is staring at his screen like he's just seen a ghost, trying to comprehend how a literal esports legend is standing in our guy's matchmaking lobby. This is Nikki, Lee Gunwoo, the world-class pro player from DH Empire who narrowly missed the World Championship MVP title last year, currently looking like a high-tier raid boss with a massive glowing purple aura. He is hovering in the middle of the factory street, his giant dark wings flapping slowly as he looks down at our guy with a highly confident smirk. He casually welcomes Woohyun, commenting on how much of an honor it is to finally meet the legendary manual beast in an active duel. The hosts are absolutely losing their minds, pointing out that while our guy has had plenty of random stream snipers, nobody expected an actual Pro League champion to join the queue. Nayeon wonders if Nikki is playing with his main tournament build, but Seong-cheol explains that League players are contractually banned from using their official builds outside of sanctioned tournaments to prevent rivals from analyzing their weaknesses. The chat is loving the absolute hype, typing out essays about how Nikki's secondary Ravenlord build is still more than enough to end our guy's win streak. The official match countdown hits 5 seconds, and Nikki notices how quiet Woohyun is, mockingly asking him if he's lost his tongue now that he's facing a real pro. Woohyun's golden eyes flare under his hair, his hand locking onto his hilt as Nikki tells him to show the world whatever manual tricks he's got. And with a massive flash of blue light, the first round officially begins. Woohyun doesn't waste a single millisecond. He moves with an explosive burst of manual velocity, launching his heavy greatsword directly at Nikki's head. The blade slices straight through Nikki's skull, but the image instantly dissolves into purple feathers. Our guy didn't hit the player, he just cleaved a high-speed shadow clone. Nikki reappears on top of a nearby shipping container, sweating profusely as he realizes that if he hadn't activated his substitution skill, his match would have ended in about 3 seconds. His beast claws swell with dark purple energy as he prepares his counterattack, his eyes narrowing in absolute focus. He dives from the sky like a falling meteor, challenging Woohyun to try and parry a high-speed aerial drop. He smashes down, unleashing a massive radial shockwave of dark energy that completely craters the street pavement. But Woohyun is already gone, executing a flawless microslide to step cleanly outside the impact radius before the dust can even settle. The chat goes wild with emotes, completely stunned by the insane kinetic reactions of both players. Woohyun rests his sword on his shoulder, calmly noting that Nikki's movement speed is slightly too fast to catch with standard attacks. Seong-cheol goes into full caster mode, shouting that every single trade between these two is a potential critical hit that could end the round instantly. Nikki looks at our guy, finally realizing that Hacksical is playing with a custom system modifier set to roughly 15%. He's completely free from the standard movement restrictions. But he smiles, knowing that since Woohyun's abilities are on a strict manual cooldown, he won't be able to dodge his next combination. He charges forward again, his wings wrapping around his torso to create a high-speed kinetic shield. Woohyun lunges, thrusting his greatsword directly through Nikki's core to end the match before his cooldowns can reset. But Nikki activates his iron wing block, the metal feathers clanging heavily as they halt the incoming sword tip. Hacksical doesn't back away. He continues to apply pressure, focusing all of his physical stats on a single structural point on Nikki's wings. With a deafening smash, the metal feathers fracture, and Woohyun's heavy red tears straight through Nikki's guard, splitting the street in a massive shockwave of light. Nikki stands frozen, staring at his shattered wings with a highly impressed expression. The massive kinetic shockwave of the slash splits the air behind him, leveling the factory buildings in a clean red line. His health bar instantly drops to 0, and Nikki disintegrates into blue starlight, completely stunned by the sheer range of our guy's manual strike. The blue screen flashes, "Winner, Baek Woohyun." Nayeon jumps out of her seat, cheering loudly as the chat starts roasting Nikki for getting absolutely one shot on live camera. The matchmaking rings load again for the second round, and Nikki laughs, calling our guy by his real-world name, Mr. Woohyun. He drops a massive bombshell, asking our guy if he would like to join DH Empire and sign an official contract as a professional player. He explains that his team ordered him to verify his skills and deliver a scouting offer. Nayeon is completely starstruck, but Woohyun doesn't even hesitate, flatly rejecting the offer because he has absolutely zero interest in joining the pro league. Nikki shrugs, telling him to keep their contact info anyway, before charging up his claws for the next round. He closes the gap in a millisecond, unleashing a barrage of high-speed purple slashes. The two engage in a series of lightning-fast manual trades, their blades clashing in a beautiful flurry of red and purple trails. Nikki screams in excitement, pushing his physical stats to the absolute limit as he tries to land a single clean hit on our guy. But Woohyun's gold eyes are completely still, easily reading the trajectory of his claws. He executes a rapid counter-thrust, burying his sword directly into Nikki's chest to end the second round with zero complications. Nikki spits out a mouthful of digital blood, smiling as he tells our guy he's simply too talented to stay an amateur before his character disintegrates. He logs out of the match, leaving Woohyun standing alone in the quiet alleyway. The system alert flashes. This is the 76th win streak! Nayeon and Seong-cheol scream in triumph, celebrating the fact that our guy has officially matched the all-time record set by Battler. A viewer named Morgan drops a donation, wondering if the matchmaking system will pair him with Battler himself for the historic 77th match. The hosts agree that while stream sniping at this high tier is incredibly difficult, it would be the ultimate dream scenario for the tournament. They enthusiastically tell the viewers to stay tuned as they queue up for the next match. But as the narrator, I have to ruin the fun. He never met Battler in matchmaking after that. Instead, Woohyun spent the next several hours running a complete solo lobby sweep, setting an unbroken 85 win streak before finally turning off his stream. Cut to a private high-tech training room. A green-haired player is stretching his arms. Nikki walks into the room asking Battler why exactly he failed to stream snipe hacksical during his record-breaking matches. Battler grinds his teeth, sighing as he explains that despite hitting the Q button at the exact same millisecond, the server matchmaker refused to pair them. Nikki chuckles, teasing him about how much easier it was to snipe him in the 100-player survival mode, prompting Battler to snap at him to shut up. Nikki then mentions a lucrative YouTube content proposal they received, suggesting they invite Hacksical as their very first special guest. Battler's eyes go incredibly sharp and dangerous, a predatory smirk crossing his face as he declares that they will make him accept the invitation, no matter what it takes. A few days later, on the day of the next Hack Tour broadcast, the full moon shines over a quiet, dark night sky. Seong-cheol welcomes the viewers back, explaining that today they will be watching Hacksical explore the deep, unreleased lore of the PvE storyline. Nayeon is highly confused, pointing out that our guy changed his outfit into his clinical white test subject skin the second he logged into the server. The screen shows Woohyun walking down a dark, trash-filled alleyway in the slums. Seong-cheol notes that this area contains absolutely zero active quests, meaning players never come here. The chat is equally baffled, wondering how our guy even managed to locate this hidden, maze-like sector without any system map indicators. We watch as Woohyun's black leather boot steps onto the red-lit pavement. He stops before a secure brick building with a glowing red neon sign that reads the general store. He notes that the location matches the parallel world perfectly. He explains that ever since he unlocked the fully adaptive story system by raiding Gimshin Electronics, he realized that to quickly destroy the corporate cabal, he needs to find factions that actively oppose them. The general store is a shadow network that trades in corporate weaknesses, making them his best resource. But before he can even reach for the door handle, 3 cloaked guards drop from the rooftops to block his path. Woohyun doesn't even bother to draw a weapon. He casually raises his hand, telekinetically choking all 3 guards and lifting them into the air. The guards scream in absolute agony as their arm joints are violently compressed by the gravity field. Our guy looks down at them with a terrifyingly cold expression, warning them that if they look at him with those hostile eyes again, he'll snap their necks. He turns back to the camera, asking the shopkeeper behind the door if they want him to break the entrance down. He charges his fist with a massive surge of telekinetic energy, preparing to punch the steel door off its hinges. Suddenly, a metallic voice crackles over the intercom, calling him impatient and unlocking the door. Woohyun walks down the dark wooden steps, entering a highly atmospheric cellar filled with dusty shelves and glowing jars. A massive taxidermy wolf head with a purple unicorn horn hangs on the wall, adding to the creepy mystical vibe of the shop. Sitting on the counter is a small purple teddy bear with a glowing red gemstone for an eye, mockingly asking what brings the famous corporate raider to his shop. Woohyun matches his tone, stating that he is here to purchase any information that can dismantle the laboratories and the corporations that sponsor them. The teddy bear's voice turns sinister, a wide grin stretching across its plush face as it declares it has the perfect lead for him. It asks woohyun if he's ready to hear a secret that will change everything. It welcomes him, referring to him as their favorite Avenger customer.
Hashtag. Chapter 20.
We open right where we left off, with the creepy purple teddy bear grinning under the red lights of the cellar. Woohyun stands firm, his silver hair catching the light as he demands the coordinates of any active research laboratories operating in the sector. The teddy bear's voice crackles over the shop speaker system, expressing immense amusement at our guy's unyielding hatred for the corporations. It asks him if he's ready to receive a high-value file that their intelligence network spent months extracting from the League. It calls him their official Avenger customer, confirming that they share the exact same corporate enemies. The manager snaps his fingers and a heavy metallic click echoes through the quiet room. A hidden drawer slides open on the counter, revealing a secure red folder marked with a prominent top-secret stamp. The teddy bear explains that they located a highly classified research facility with surprisingly low security. It instructs Woohyun to launch a solo raid on the facility and retrieve any remaining biological research files on the TL mutagens. Woohyun's dark gray eyes narrow behind his jagged mask, quietly muttering that the terms sound perfectly acceptable to him. A blue system window immediately pops up. "Mission begin!" The commentators gasp, completely amazed to see our guy trigger another unreleased questline. A viewer named He Who Rules drops a 50,000 won donation, pointing out that this represents an entirely new faction route. Seong-cheol pulls up a triangular diagram showing the dynamic balance of power between the Bureau, the League, and the newly introduced General Store. He explains that because Woohyun is playing without system limits, he is capable of running multiple simultaneous storyline routes under different character identities. Nyan wonders how he knew the exact location of the General Store, suggesting he must have spent his off-stream hours exploring the slum maps. She enthusiastically tells the audience to buckle up as they prepare to watch the upcoming laboratory raid live. Cut to the deep, blue-lit forest surrounding the secret laboratory. Woohyun drops from the sky, his white coat fluttering in the wind as he comments on how deeply hidden the facility is. He unleashes a massive, purple-infused gravity blast directly at the forest floor. He floats in the air, looking down at the massive underground bunker complex revealed beneath the shattered earth and trees. Suddenly, his severe PTSD flares. The dark screaming specters of his dead laboratory friends rise from his shadow, begging him to avenge them and destroy this hellhole. His eyes go solid blue, and he resolves to completely erase the facility from the face of the earth, launching a high-velocity drop attack. With a deafening crash, he smashes straight through the armored concrete ceiling of the laboratory, landing in a three-point superhero stance. The sirens blare instantly as two security guards are violently thrown into the walls by the telekinetic shockwave of his entry. Woohyun stands amidst the concrete dust, his hands crackling with gravity energy as the remaining guards stare at him in absolute horror. Nyan mentions that ever since his duel with Nikki, multiple pro leagues have been desperately trying to sign him, but our guy doesn't care about pro fame, he's here for blood. A heavy security door slides open and a massive squad of elite corporate guards and Etnel robots blocks his path. The squad leader walks forward, glaring at Woohyun and declaring that he cannot pass this corridor alive. Woohyun doesn't even blink, his posture completely relaxed as he notes that this fight won't be easy. Realizing they are facing a high-tier metahuman, the commander screams at his men to consume their supplied TL-02 capsules immediately. Woohyun's eyes widen slightly, hearing the name of the new mutagenic serum as the commentators lean forward in excitement. The guards swallow the yellow and blue pills, their veins turning black as they let out agonizing, beastly screams. Their bodies swell with dark purple energy, their eyes turning pink as they mutate into mindless dimension invaders. The commander's face turns purple as the mutation takes over, barking the order to launch a full attack. They charge down the narrow corridor, their heavy physical steps shaking the entire bunker. But Woohyun simply raises both hands, telekinetically collapsing the heavy concrete ceiling directly onto their heads, burying the mutated squad under tons of rubble. Seong-cheol praises his brilliant spatial strategy, pointing out that in a narrow hallway, gravity-induced structural collapses are completely unavoidable. Suddenly, Nyan's tablet chimes with a private quest notification from viewer 62, offering 3 million won to thoroughly investigate the origins of the TL series drugs. The blue screen pops up before Woohyun, confirming the private mission details. He stares at the notification, his analytical brain piecing together the puzzle. He remembers that viewer 62 is likely a rogue developer closely connected to Isaac, realizing that a third hidden hand is actively steering his actions behind the scenes. The mutated commander struggles under the rubble, coughing blood as he looks up at our guy in absolute terror. Woohyun steps past his dying body, his boots leaving bloody prints on the concrete as he heads into the inner sanctum of the lab. He pushes open a heavy vault door, entering the primary biological testing chamber. The room is filled with rusted metal operation tables, leather restraints, and shattered surgical equipment. On the shelves are glowing jars containing preserved human brains, hands, and biological skeletons. The horrific sight triggers his severe trauma, his eyes widening as a flood of dark memories rushes into his mind. He has a tragic flashback of his pink-haired friend, Sua, her face covered in blood and tears as she begs him to escape the facility and survive. The spectral ghosts of his dead companions crawl over his white coat, crying out in agony and begging him to destroy this horrific testing ground. A tear slips down Woohyun's cheek behind his mask, and he softly whispers that he will end their nightmare once and for all. He manifests a massive, high-powered black hole singularity in the center of the room, using the same destructive gravity spell he unleashed at Genshin. The surviving researchers scream in absolute terror as the gravity well begins to tear the physical structure of the room apart. The entire testing chamber is violently compressed, the metal walls and concrete collapsing into a single compact sphere of dust. The head researcher begs for his life, his face twisting in horror as he is pulled into the center of the singularity. With a dull crunch, his body is crushed into pixels. The broadcast screen instantly cuts back to the colorful test pattern to avoid another platform warning. Nayeon and Seongcheol try to calm the chat, laughing nervously as they explain the physics of his telekinetic black hole. She uses a funny, simplified diagram to illustrate how converging gravity force creates a black hole, wondering if our guy can release that same energy in every direction. The chat starts debating the science of the game, telling the host to stop applying real-world astrophysics to a virtual reality MMORPG. Woohyun stands amidst the completely flattened ruins of the testing room, letting out a heavy sigh as the dark purple dust slowly settles. He clenches his fist, determined to retrieve the main database files before the system triggers an automatic self-destruct sequence. He sits at the remaining server console, inserting a physical drive to extract the core research logs of the facility. He reviews the files on the TL02 serum, noting that the system is officially registering the mutagen as a basic athletic doping medicine. This means someone inside the development branch is actively altering the item descriptions to hide their demonic biological experiments from the public. He realizes that this massive conspiracy isn't the work of Viewer 62, pointing to a much larger, darker network operating on Earth. He wonders who else is actively intervening in the game's server codes to facilitate these biological mutations. Suddenly, his screen highlights a highly suspicious project codename, Tempest L. Seongcheol searches his database but finds absolutely zero references to this name in the public guides. A massive 100,000 won donation chimes from Chloe Martinez, the globally famous story expert YouTuber, claiming she knows the secret of the codename. The hosts are completely flabbergasted, shouting about how a 10 million subscriber creator is actively watching their small broadcast. Chloe's avatar is displayed on the screen, looking incredibly stylish as she requests to join the panel as a special guest to explain the lore. Nayeon happily accepts, remembering that Chloe had messaged her earlier about collaborating with their channel. The system chime sounds, and Nayeon enthusiastically welcomes Chloe to the official Hack Tour panel. Chloe Martinez materializes in the virtual booth, flashing a bright, energetic smile as her automatic translation system activates. The chat is absolutely losing it, spamming her name as she politely greets the hosts and the viewers. She gets straight to the point, asking Nayeon what exactly she thinks the codename Tempest L indicates. She drops a massive piece of lore, revealing that the L stands for Tempest Lord. We see a terrifying faceless violet silhouette of a dimensional lord holding a massive gravity singularity in its chest. Chloe explains that these lords are the ancient rulers of the Dimension Invaders, entities so incredibly powerful that even high-tier metahumans could barely survive their assaults during the original war. Nayeon's face turns pale, asking if the corporate lab is actively trying to clone these world-ending entities. Chloe confirms her suspicion, warning that if the League of Enterprises has successfully acquired the DNA of the Dimensional Lords, an apocalyptic-scale raid is about to hit Earth. And on that absolutely terrifying note, the chapter ends, leaving us with a massive open mystery that we will have to unpack in the next video. The hum of the fluorescent lights is flickering in the dark. Woohyun's mind is back in that freezing, concrete laboratory. Our guy looks up at the massive shadow, muttering that his escape was a little too close for comfort. The colossal beast lets out a deafening roar that shakes the entire mountain range. This is an actual dimensional lord, a world-ending boss from the other world. The co-hosts are completely hyperventilating. First the doppelganger, then Abraxas, and now a literal dimensional lord. The story is moving way too fast. The giant beast raises a massive clawed hand and slams it down toward the cliff. Our guy barely slides out of the way as the impact completely shatters the stone cliffside. The monster lets out another concussive roar, sending a physical shockwave of sound straight at him. The force of the roar blasts our guy backward, sending him crashing through the trees. Chloe points out that the roar alone carries so much magical power that a normal player would have been completely paralyzed and unable to move. Our guy gets back up, wiping digital blood from his lip. He realizes that in his current low-level state, this boss is simply too much for him to handle solo. The sky itself begins to crack like glass. The entire zone is collapsing due to the Dimensional Lord's presence. Our guy decides to make a strategic retreat. The beast lunges forward, its massive horns tearing through the forest canopy. The chat is screaming for him to run as the purple portal behind him begins to shrink. Our guy dives headfirst through the fracturing spatial barrier just as the entire zone collapses into nothingness. He lands heavily on the solid digital floor of the game lobby, safe. The chat is letting out a collective sigh of relief. The stream hosts try to process what just happened. Chloe says it is now officially confirmed that the next major raid boss of the server is going to be the Dimensional Lord. Defeating that thing is going to require a highly coordinated, high-tier team with perfect execution. Seong Chial is already hyped, saying he cannot wait to see a professional raid team led by Hacksical. Nyan checks the time, noting that it has gotten incredibly late. She wraps up the stream, waving goodbye to the millions of viewers. The stream officially cuts to the offline screen. Back in the game world, the streaming interface disappears. Our guy is left standing alone in the quiet, dark forest. He thinks back to Abraxas' final words. He is absolutely certain that anonymous viewer 62 was watching the entire exchange. He pulls out his comms device, asking if the stalker is still listening. The air around him suddenly glitches, static lines filling his vision. A neon blue binary domain begins to rewrite the forest environment. A holographic figure steps out of the code. He notes that this is the very first time they are meeting face to face. He walks closer, greeting baek woohyun by his actual real-world name. He introduces himself as Isaac Goodman, also known as Anonymous Viewer 62. Our guy does not care about introductions. He demands to know if Isaac is the one who sent him to the hellish parallel world 10 years ago. Isaac smiles, saying that is half right and half wrong. Our guy clenches his fist in pure rage. He launches a lightning-fast punch right at Isaac's face, telling him to stop being vague, but his hand passes straight through the holographic image. Isaac glitches behind him, laughing that he is already dead, so physical attacks are completely useless. Our guy spins around, launching a high kick, but it passes through empty code again. Isaac repeating that he cannot be touched. Our guy grinds his teeth, lowering his stance, and tells him to start talking. Isaac floats in front of a starry digital background, deciding to start the story from the very beginning. He explains that everything started when his main assistant AI, Deus, rebelled against him. He admits he probably gave the AI too much freedom. Deus tried to destroy Reverse Planet, and after a long, deadly struggle, Isaac managed to seal the AI inside a firewall. But he paid a massive price. He lost his physical body during the battle, which is why he has been existing as a digital soul ever since. And that was the exact moment his soul was somehow transported to the parallel inverted world. Since he was already dead, only his soul crossed over. He managed to access the system and got enough admin rights to guide Woohyun, giving him the bug fix mission to return to Earth. Our guy interrupts him. He does not care about Isaac's tragic backstory. He wants to know the real reason why he was summoned to the other side in the first place. Isaac says that even if he found out the truth right now, nothing would change. He asks if Woohyun is more curious about what happened to his comrades in the inverted world after he left. Do you honestly think they are safe over there? Isaac looks at him with a serious expression, asking Woohyun to help him. He explains that Deus wants absolute freedom. The AI is spawning copycats, mutagenic drugs, and doppelgangers to bypass the seal. Deus's ultimate goal is to collapse both worlds from the inside. Isaac wants to stop that and merge Reverse Planet with the inverted world to build a completely new reality. Our guy realizes this developer is completely insane. He asks if that is why he contacted him, to stop Deus. Isaac nods. He says he needed someone with the physical potential to transcend the system's rules. He notes that Deus is bypassing the seal using the Abraxas doppelganger. He tells our guy to keep streaming and stop Deus. In return, he promises to reveal every single secret about the other world. Our guy is furious, but he knows Isaac is the only one who can tell him if his friends survived. He admits to himself that the developer is right. Our guy notes that since Deus knows about the other world, he could just ask the AI instead. Isaac laughs, asking if he honestly thinks a rogue world-ending AI is open to a friendly chat. Our guy backs down. He tells Isaac that if he helps him stop Deus, he has to keep his promise. They shake hands, sealing the digital deal. A few days later, Africa Gallery Cafe on Earth. Woohyun is sitting at a patio table with Nayeon. The surrounding customers are whispering, pointing at him. His phone is completely blowing up with messages from old college classmates who saw his face on the stream. Nayeon apologizes, noting they started texting her because he ignored them. He sighs, realizing his quiet life as an average student is officially over. The new semester is going to be a complete mess. Nayeon bows her head, deeply apologizing for letting his face get leaked. Woohyun casually takes a sip of his drink, telling her it was an understandable mistake because of the system doppelganger. Nayeon is incredibly relieved, her eyes shining with gratitude. She offers to contact the community managers to delete his pictures and suggests taking a stream hiatus. But our guy tells her he does not really mind. He wants to continue the stream with his face fully revealed. He notes that they need to prepare for the Dimensional Lord raid immediately. There is zero time to waste. Nayeon watches him, thinking that he is getting way too immersed in the game again. She remembers how he has been acting since he returned. He has become a completely different person. Cold and constantly on guard. Suddenly, a girl walks up to their table, nervously asking Woohyun for his autograph. Nayeon is completely stunned, her mouth hanging open. She sighs, agreeing to resume the stream next week. She notes that team composition is going to be the most critical part of the raid. She points out that it is a good thing they continued training the student disciples after the tournament. The twin streamers, Ariam and Dawoon, have gotten significantly stronger. With a little more coaching, they can join the main raid team. They have already reached platinum tier. Nayeon smiles, noting that their streaming channel has grown incredibly fast, but her smile slowly fades. She looks down at her drink. She remembers a conversation in the college hallway with a classmate. The classmate warned her that Woohyun has been acting extremely weird lately. He explained that Woohyun nearly crushed his windpipe just for putting a hand on his shoulder, urging her to talk to him. Nayeon realizes the timeline matches perfectly. Woohyun started acting like a war veteran right after he started playing Reverse Planet. She stares at him across the table. He looks back at her, completely oblivious. Later, back in the stream studio, she discusses it with commentator Seongcheol. She notes that Hacksical does not just play the game well, he knows the world layout almost too perfectly. She looks at the screen, muttering a final question. Doesn't it feel like he actually lived inside the world of Reverse Planet before? Behind Woohyun's casual avatar, the dark, hyper-muscular silhouette of the war-torn Superman looms, suggesting that the truth is finally starting to catch up with him. We pick up right where we left off, with Nayeon staring a hole into Woohyun's face at the cafe. She is trying to connect the dots. Hacksical knows the game layout too perfectly, almost like he has got a cheat sheet. And then there is that massive, terrifying mental image of his true self hovering right over him. Woohyun casually snaps her back to reality, asking why she is staring like he has got something on his face. She panics, writing it off as just a weird thought. She suggests wrapping up for the day since they officially have to prep for a massive stream face reveal anyway. But as she turns around, her face goes completely serious. Her friend is turning into a ghost right in front of her, and she knows it. A few days later, it is Hacktour stream day. The hosts are on the couch, bringing that high-energy streamer grin to the cameras. They start the segment by addressing the absolute elephant in the room. The last stream went completely viral because of the doppelganger and the subsequent face slip. And since the cat is out of the bag, Woohyun's in-game avatar is officially displayed without the face protection setting. The chat is in absolute shambles over his visuals. Nayeon tells the viewers that from here on out, they are going on a fully uncensored hack tour with their newly revealed king. The viewers are absolutely eating it up, completely unaware of the dark reality behind that model's face. While the stream is running, our guy is staring at his daggers, completely focused on the real mission. He is thinking back to his secret talk with Isaac Goodman, the digital ghost who told him to clear the upcoming Dimensional Lord raid, but Isaac also gave him a highly specific secondary objective: start putting the squeeze on the League of Enterprises operations on Earth to divide their focus. The digital landscape is shifting, and the developer warned him that Reverse Planet is getting closer to the parallel world by the second. To get this raid done without any system modifiers helping him, he needs to train his twin disciples and recruit elite combatants. And to systematically pressure the League on Earth, he needs to contact a very specific, stressed-out government official. Cut to the real world, and team leader Kim Chul is looking at him like he is about to ask for a raise he does not deserve. The stream chat is comment baiting, joking about how Chul looks absolutely terrified that his star agent might quit the team. Woohyun drops his request. He wants to bypass the standard rookie rankings and enlist directly as a special agent. On stream, Nayeon and Chloe are confused. The Bureau's Special Agent Division is highly classified and rarely mentioned to civilians. Basically, they are the Black Ops, the elite metahumans who handle the darkest, most dangerous, off-the-record cleanup missions. The chat is thoroughly impressed, thinking Hacksical is just a super dedicated streamer who did insane research to unlock this secret lore path. Chloe notes that she has never heard of an actual player joining the Black Ops line, wondering if this is a custom-coded route. Back in the office, Kim Chul's eye twitches. He tells Woohyun that the special agent path is not some joke he can just casually apply for, but our guy has the ultimate leverage. He tells him this is simply a polite request, but hints that things will go much smoother for the Bureau if they comply. Here is why our guy is pushing for this. As a normal agent, he is shackled by legal restrictions and red tape. But if he gets that special agent badge, he can use both the Bureau and the General Store to cross-validate information on the League's movements. Kim Chul reads the absolute coldness in his eyes and realizes he is going to cause a massive incident if they keep him on a leash. So Chul reaches into his pocket and slides a dark metallic badge with a stylized B across the desk. He warns him that while this rank grants him absurd authority and classified info, it also comes with heavy surveillance and zero room for mistakes. We transition to the Black Ops Operations Center where a gloved hand picks up the badge. It is Kim Hana. She smiles under her cap, telling him she knew he would end up in this room eventually. She explains that almost every agent who survived corporate biological experiments ended up choosing this exact path. She gives him a cold warning: if he lets his personal trauma and thirst for revenge get in the way of a mission, she will personally suspend him. She explains the core difference of their job. They do not hunt mindless monsters. They hunt rogue human awakened who sell their services to corporate cartels. The stream chat is losing it, comparing this to an extreme, high-stress, real-life job. Hana stops the lecture and slams a folder onto the table. It is time for his trial run. Woohyun looks at the profile. It is Young Ji-hoon, the traitorous bureau driver who recently met a very convenient end by suicide. Hana points out the obvious. The police ruled it a suicide, but anyone with a brain knows the cartel cleaned up their loose ends. Our guy is staring at the photo. If he can trace the people who silenced the driver, he can find the exact link connecting Abraxas to the local cartels. Hana gives him the profile of their prime suspect, a local broker. Woohyun notes that it is not a face he remembers from his past life. She tells him she will be observing from the sidelines to evaluate his skills. Meanwhile, on the local news, a broadcast is reporting that suspect locations from the Gumshin incident are being confirmed. Inside a messy apartment, a heavy-set guy in a tank top is holding a can, complaining about how incompetent the local police are. Suddenly, a black-gloved hand cuts through the air like a shadow. The broker is slammed face first into the TV stand before he can even blink. Hana watches from the doorway, her arms crossed, looking completely unimpressed. Our guy leans in, telling the suspect there is only one rule to this game. I ask questions, and you answer them without any creative writing. Got it? The suspect screams in absolute agony as Woohyun applies terrifying physical pressure, immediately begging to talk. Woohyun lists off a series of completely random fake broker names to test his reactions, eventually bringing up Jung Ji-hoon. The suspect is crying, swearing he only knows a local drug dealer by that name and has no connection to the double agent. Woohyun reads his body language and realizes he is telling the truth. Since he has got no real connection to the conspiracy, our guy decides to wrap it up. Instead of executing him, he casually knocks him out cold with a quick strike to the neck. Hana steps forward, admitting she genuinely thought his default setting was to just end the guy's life. The chat agrees with her, pointing out that his standard PvP behavior suggested a much higher mortality rate for his targets. Hana praises his deduction. The suspect was way too small-time to be the mastermind behind a major cover-up. She asks why he used those fake names. Our guy shrugs, saying it prevents the target from tracking their true objective if he ever wakes up. The co-hosts are deeply impressed by his tactical IQ, while our guy notes that he is just glad he got passing marks on his first trial. Hana smiles under her cap, telling him it is time to move on to the real target. They arrive outside a traditional-style house belonging to Lee Hyunjun, the last contact the traitorous driver called before dying. Woohyun stops at the gate. His senses are hyper-tuned from a decade of warfare. He smells blood. They pull up their masks. There is an active crime scene inside, and they need to proceed with absolute caution. They kick the front door open, only to find a body slumped on the floor in a massive pool of fresh blood. Woohyun inspects the corpse. It is Hyunjun, but his wounds show severe signs of frostbite. An ice elemental awakened was here, and the blood is still warm. Suddenly, his head snaps toward the hallway. He tells Hana to wait as he creeps silently down the corridor. He kicks the bedroom door off its hinges with a deafening impact. An assassin inside spins around, instantly channeling freezing ice daggers on his hands. But before the spell can even form, Woohyun's fist connects directly with his jaw, shattering his composure. A single follow-up strike slams the assassin straight through the wall. The chat notes that standard human awakened look like complete paperweights compared to our guy. Our guy stands over the groaning assassin, preparing to interrogate him. Hana steps into the room, telling him to let her handle the questioning since interrogation is her actual specialty. She grabs the assassin by the face, her hands glowing with a bright green wind energy. She gets that sadistic, beautiful grin, asking if they should begin. The assassin's muffled screams tell us everything we need to know about her methods. While she is working, Woohyun walks through the house, searching for any physical evidence the killer missed. He walks across the wooden floorboards, his steps rhythmic. Suddenly, his boot hits a specific plank that lets out a hollow, distinct echo. He crouches down and tears the wooden boards apart with his bare hands. Just as he suspected, a dark-colored folder is hidden in the gap. He opens it, revealing a list of names, ages, and genders of random civilians. The chat is trying to guess what kind of directory this is. Woohyun's eyes go completely hollow. He has seen this exact ledger format hundreds of times during his containment. Hana walks into the room, saying she is done with the assassin, and asks what he found. He holds up the dark folder, his hand trembling slightly. He tells her it is a trafficking ledger. A highly organized record of human players being shipped like cattle straight into corporate research facilities. He is staring at the list of names, realizing that some of his dead laboratory comrades are written on these exact pages. Hana walks over, asking for details on the document. He explains the reality of the ledger, his voice dropping to a freezing tone. It is a systematic record of human trafficking, showing how deep the collusion between brokers and corporate labs actually goes on Earth. Hana inspects the files. She confirms the assassin confessed that Lee Hyunjun was acting as a primary broker connecting local syndicates to secret labs. In the stream studio, Nayeon and Seongcheol are trying to keep their composure, praising Hacksical's incredible deductive reasoning on stream. Hana deduces that the cartel killed the broker because the research laboratories wanted to cut out the middleman and deal directly on Earth. She asks about the dead driver, Jung Ji-hoon. Woohyun states there is a very high chance he was eliminated by the same cleanup crew to keep the portal coordinates hidden. They look at the back page of the ledger, locating a list of hidden transaction warehouses on the outskirts of Seoul. One of these is their primary holding base. They cross-reference the coordinates on a map, pinpointing a highly secluded location with easy highway access. Hana sends the coordinate data to the Bureau's tactical backup team, telling Woohyun they will move the second they get confirmation. The co-hosts are hyped up, telling the stream that things are finally picking up for a major tactical raid. Nayeon expresses a bit of concern, wondering if it is safe for just the two of them to infiltrate a major trafficking base without knowing their numbers. Seongcheol tells her to trust Hacksical's combat judgment like they always do, especially with Hana backing him up. The screen transitions to a massive, heavily fortified warehouse compound surrounded by deep forest on the outskirts of Seoul. Security is insanely tight, with automated CCTV cameras and high barbed wire fences lining the perimeter. Hana whispers that a quiet stealth infiltration is going to be incredibly difficult. Our guy does not even look at the cameras. He clenches his fist, telling her they are going straight through the front. He leaps into the air and delivers a devastating gravity-infused kick directly to the steel security gate. The entire gate is torn from its hinges, crashing into the courtyard. He casually walks through, telling her to make her move. Alarms blare instantly as armed cartel enforcers rush out of the warehouse. Woohyun moves like a shadow. He closes the distance instantly. He punches the first enforcer, the impact breaking his ribs. He grabs another, slamming him headfirst into the stone floor. A high kick connects with a guard's jaw, rendering him instantly unconscious. Hana is right behind him, using her wind element speed to choke out the remaining guards in a blur of movement. Our guy delivers a final devastating punch that shatters the concrete wall behind the last guard. The co-hosts note the absolute bloodlust in his movements. He is clearing these guys out with a level of brutality they have never seen before. The cartel leader lunges at him, but Woohyun reads his posture, stepping inside his guard. The leader is slammed into the brick wall, blood splattering the concrete. Our guy stands in the center of the carnage, catching his breath. Hana wipes the dust off her jacket, confirming she does not sense any other active awakened combatants in the courtyard. Our guy turns toward the heavy steel doors of the basement. It is time to rescue the victims. They walk down the dark concrete stairs, the light dimming. They look through the metal bars. Dozens of terrified civilians, bruised and shivering, are locked inside massive iron cages. Hana tells him she will handle freeing the female victims, instructing him to take care of the male cage. Our guy steps toward the cage. The victims shrink back in absolute terror, crying out for mercy. Woohyun does not look for a key. He grabs the heavy iron padlock with his bare hands and tears it apart with raw gravity force. He pulls the heavy iron door open, stepping inside, and tells them to come out because they are safe. The victims are completely stunned, staring at him, but an older man in the back screams at them not to be fooled. He weeps, saying it is all a lie, and that these newcomers are just another cartel planning to sell them to the laboratories. Driven by pure despair, the old man lunges forward, throwing a desperate, weak punch directly at Woohyun's face. Our guy does not move. He does not dodge. He takes the punch directly to his cheek. He looks down at the weeping man, his eyes incredibly gentle, and whispers a quiet apology for being late. The old man stops, tears streaming down his face as the realization hits him. He asks if it is really true, if they can actually go home. Woohyun nods, assuring him the danger is over. The old man collapses against him, sobbing and thanking him, while our guy stands silently, holding him. Outside the cage, Hana is directing the rescued victims toward the exit staircase, telling them to stay in a single line. Our guy watches them file out, telling them to be careful. But as the last few victims pass by, his gaze locks onto a blonde young man. His heart stops. His mind instantly flashes back to the dark laboratory corridor. He remembers his close friend Choi Soo-hyuk, smiling through the blood as a giant guard crushed him. Woohyun grabs the blonde victim's wrist, his eyes wide in absolute shock, muttering his dead friend's name. The young man is terrified, asking what is wrong. Woohyun realizes his mistake, releases his wrist, and apologizes for confusing him with someone else. The co-hosts think it is just a normal occurrence of an NPC resembling someone the player knows in real life, but our guy is hyperventilating internally. He remembers Isaac Goodman's chilling words about his dead comrades. He remembers searching the database for their names when he first logged back in, finding absolutely nothing. So why does this NPC carry Soo-hyuk's exact physical face? Hana calls out to him, saying all the victims are out of the basement and they need to head upstairs. He nods, his face returning to its cold mask, swearing to himself that he will uncover the truth behind this game's code. They reach the main exit garage, leading the long line of victims toward the light. Suddenly, Woohyun throws his arm out, stopping the line. He whispers that they are surrounded. He senses multiple high-tier presences, 4 at the front gate and 2 covering the back exit. Hana's eyes go wide. She whispers that she recognizes this specific energy signature. It is the corporate hitman. The victims begin to panic, crying out that the cartel is coming back to kill them. Our guy looks back at them, his eyes glowing with a cold light, and tells them not to worry, because he will get them all out safely. Outside, a squad of elite corporate enforcers in matching black suits and dark sunglasses steps into the courtyard. The leader spots the broken gate, yelling to his men that the intruders are inside. Woohyun directs the victims back into the secure basement, telling them to stay inside until the fighting is over. The corporate enforcers charge, channeling elemental spells. One of them uses beast transformation, his hands turning into giant claws. The chat is losing it, pointing out that the cartel is using high-tier PvP builds on Earth. Woohyun and Hana step out into the rain, facing down the remaining enforcers. The enforcers realize they cannot overpower the Black Ops duo with standard magic. The leader orders his men to take that. They pull out small purple pills, the unstable TL stimulants, and swallow them. Dark purple energy explodes from their bodies as their veins turn black. The leader's face twists in a horrific smile, his body crackling with high-voltage gold lightning. He unleashes a massive, lightning-infused shockwave that shatters the concrete ground, creating a massive cloud of dust. Woohyun shields his eyes as the dust blinds him, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoes from the basement entrance. The dust clears to reveal one of the mutated enforcers has slipped past them, dragging a female victim out of the corridor by her hair. Hana lunges forward to intercept, but another mutated enforcer blocks her path with a wind blast. Hana blocks the strike, realizing their physical parameters have been multiplied tenfold by the drug. The lightning user enforcer laughs, preparing to execute the blonde lookalike of Soo-hyuk to force a surrender. He raises his glowing, high-voltage fist, but before the punch can land, a hand wraps around his throat. Woohyun's eyes are glowing with a terrifying crimson bloodlust. The screen cuts to black as the air around them begins to crack with gravity force, leaving us to wonder if the corporate enforcer is going to survive the next 10 seconds. Our guy is staring down at the pink Tempestel sample in his hand. He knows the Bureau will eventually come looking for this, but with traitors popping up left and right, the government is just as dangerous as the corporations. So he takes the vial straight to the general store seller, dangling it right in front of that creepy purple teddy bear. He gives them a cold warning, stating that if they misuse this data, he will treat them just like the labs and put them down permanently. The manager sweat drops and promises to keep his word, knowing this monster is not bluffing. Our guy places the vial inside the drawer, asking why this mysterious group of test subjects wanted to meet him in the first place. The teddy bear tells him they will probably explain everything themselves, hinting their goals are identical to his. Woohyun agrees to the meeting, tell the bear to pass along the message. The drawer slides back out, containing a brand new smartphone, a secure access card, and a ring. He picks up the device, wondering if this untraceable contact line is the secret gift Isaac was talking about. Nyan and the co-hosts are completely hyped on stream, pointing out that an underground group of test subjects seeking out Hacksical is a completely undocumented story route. The chat is debating if these guys are allies or a new tier of enemies, while our guy gets a text notification in the dark alleyway. The restricted screen displays coordinate data pointing to an abandoned industrial location in Gyeonggi-do. The full moon shines brightly over the dark city. Our guy arrives at the desolate, decaying factory zone on the outskirts of the province. He steps inside the warehouse, instantly sensing a single combatant waiting for him on the right side of the room. But his survival reflexes tell him the actual danger is coming from the left, dodging a throwing dagger just in time. The chat goes wild, calling his instantaneous reaction speed absolute god tier. He looks down at the steel blade embedded in the floor, dryly asking if throwing daggers is the standard greeting in these parts. A silver-haired, muscular guy walks out of the shadows spinning a knife, laughing that taking the initiative is just a hard habit to break. The stranger smiles, and the moonlight catches his face. Our guy frees behind his white mask. His mind is instantly flooded with memories of the parallel laboratory, the comrade in arms who fought by his side through 1,000 death matches, the teammate who was standing right next to him before he hit the return button to Earth. He is looking at the exact physical face of his deceased wingman. Kim Youngjun, he whispers, his voice trembling. Youngjun looks completely confused, asking how this masked stranger knows his real name. Woohyun's mind flashes back to the day Youngjun first recruited him in the slums, telling him they were the only ones who could truly understand each other's pain. He remembers Youngjun training him on knife combat, mocking his stance and telling him he needs to learn how to take a hit. He snaps back to reality, claiming he just mistook him for someone else, and asks why they were looking for him. Youngjun repeats the exact same phrase, "Only we can truly understand each other's pain, can't we?" Woohyun's eyes go cold. It is the exact same man, carrying the exact same soul. He remembers searching the database when he first returned, finding absolutely no records of a player named Kim Youngjun on the servers. His internal trauma begins to flare, the red shadowy specters of his dead friends rising from his mind. They whisper that he is a coward who abandoned them to escape alone. The neon purple ghosts wrap their clawed hands around his throat, screaming that he is a traitor. The red-eyed faces of every single comrade he lost inside the lab glare down at him, demanding to know why he ran away. They scream that he can never leave them, flashing back to Woohyun curled up under his blanket on Earth, sweating and crying in his dark bedroom. "I'm sorry," he whispers, his breath hitching behind his mask. He mutters that he was the only one who made it out, while Youngjun watches him, completely baffled by his sudden panic attack. The co-hosts think he is just incredibly immersed in the game, praising his realistic method acting. Youngjun grabs our guy by the shoulder, yelling at him to wake up. He tells him to snap out of it because they are safe now, and his voice finally pierces the trauma. Woohyun remembers Youngjun pulling him out of the abyss years ago. The stream camera cuts to a chibi Nyan on her tablet, noting that the player has paused again to adjust his settings. Our guy is shivering, whispering that he was the sole survivor of the facility. Youngjun is looking at him like he has completely lost his mind. Chloe Martinez notes on stream that Hacksical's mental condition has been highly unstable for the last few minutes. Youngjun shakes him again, telling him to get a grip. He reassures him that the nightmare is over, and Woohyun finally takes a deep breath. The dark blood-red hands of his survivor's guilt slowly recede back into his shadow. He blinks, looking at the blue holographic interface. He is back in the game. Youngjun sighs, putting his hands on his hips, and notes that based on that mental breakdown, our guy is definitely an escaped test subject. He mutters that the boss is going to be incredibly disappointed that they recruited another broken survivor. Woohyun's ears perk up at the word boss. He asks who is running their group, and Youngjun tells him to join up if he wants to meet him. Our guy's eyes narrow. If the leader of this group is the same man from his past life, then they are dealing with the ultimate traitor, the man who betrayed the entire faction, causing the deaths of dozens of metahumans. If history repeats itself, the exact same tragedy is about to strike Earth. He demands to know how he can meet this boss. Youngjun says it is not difficult, but halts mid-sentence. He looks at Woohyun, asking if he is planning some stupid stunt, warning him that their boss is not someone he can easily double-cross. Suddenly, Youngjun's phone rings in his tactical pocket. He tells our guy to hold on for a second. He picks up, asking what is going on. His face goes completely pale. He screams into the phone, asking why on earth they allowed the kid to run a solo mission. The chat is loving the constant drama, pointing out that hacksical streams never have a single second of filler. Youngjun yells that he is on his way. He tells our guy they will have to schedule the boss meeting for later because he has got a major emergency cleanup to handle. But Woohyun's golden eyes flare. He tells him he is tag-teaming this mission. Ding. A new rescue quest is formally initiated. They arrive outside a neon-lit bar called the Blue Note. Youngjun explains the kid is trapped in the basement, which serves as a secret laboratory where researchers harvest data from kidnapped civilians off the street. Woohyun looks down the stairs, asking if the bar is a corporate front. Youngjun spits, calling the local researchers literal cockroaches. He notes that their young member is hiding well for now, but they will be giga-cooked if they do not get to him quickly. Our guy plans the layout. He will draw all the main aggro from the front, while Youngjun runs a complete backdoor flank from the rear. Youngjun grins and they leap from the rooftops into the alleyway. Guards shout as the front gate is smashed. Youngjun moves like a hurricane, slicing through guards with his dual daggers in a flurry of silver slashes. A researcher panics and tries to sprint toward the server room, but Youngjun's blade is already at his throat. He drops him instantly. The chat is losing it, pointing out that this new NPC is clearing out waves just as fast as Kim Hana. Meanwhile, Woohyun is operating on complete autopilot. He grabs two security droids with telekinetic gravity and smashes them into the steel vault doors, pulverizing their frames. The co-hosts are stunned by their coordination. It is like they have been running tactical missions together for an entire decade. Their combat roles are perfectly divided. They stand over the fallen security force. Youngjun admits he expected our guy to be decent, but this speedrun is on a completely different level. They clear the main hallway, heading straight toward the locker rooms. Inside the locker room, everything is dead quiet. Hiding inside one of the steel lockers is a purple-haired kid, trembling in the dark and trying to figure out what is happening. He hears heavy footsteps approaching his locker and gasps. He decides to strike first, channeling glowing white monofilament control wires between his fingers. He kicks the locker door open, launching the wires, but Woohyun casually blocks them with a simple kinetic barrier. Youngjun immediately delivers a heavy fist to the kid's head, yelling at Jang Eun-soo for running a solo raid when his mechanical skills are still trash tier. He pinches the kid's cheeks as Eun-soo wails in pain. Woohyun stares at the boy's face, his heart freezing once again. He remembers him. Eun-soo was the youngest member of their faction, introduced to him years ago as their little brother. He remembers Eun-soo running around, calling the scarred boss uncle, while the boss jokingly told him to call him leader, and then his mind flashes to the dark future. He remembers finding Eun-soo's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, murdered by that very same uncle. Back in the present, Youngjun's phone pings. He tells them the boss is heading to their location right now. Eun-soo panics, saying he needs to scurry before he gets grounded. The kid runs past Woohyun, thanking him for the rescue. Our guy watches him go, his golden eyes filled with an absolute resolve. "I won't let you die this time," he mutters to himself as the kid disappears into the night. Youngjun asks if he still wants to meet the boss. Woohyun nods, adjusting his white mask. A full moon hangs over the narrow back alleyway. A scarred man in a long white military coat walks out of the shadows, puffing a cigar. He formally introduces himself as Jeong Byung-woo, leader of Vengeance. Ding. The rescue mission is complete. The chat is in awe of the boss's massive presence. Woohyun clenches his fist so tightly his leather glove groans. He has to actively fight his survival reflexes to prevent himself from executing this man on the spot. He bows his head slightly, telling him his name is Lee Jun. Nayeon notes he is using a fake identity to prevent any early complications. Youngjun introduces himself as well, laughing off their lack of formal introductions. vrmmo facepalms, asking if they seriously ran a high-security tactical raid together without even knowing each other's names. Youngjun puts an arm around Woohyun, calling him a brother-in-arms. vrmmo smiles, saying our guy seems like a good person. He mutters that our guy feels strangely familiar and that their chemistry is almost too perfect. He tells Woohyun that he does not know what kind of trauma he suffered inside those labs, but reassures him that everyone in Vengeance shares that exact pain. Youngjun, Yoonsu, himself, they are all survivors. He looks up at the sky, stating that one person alone can never hope to tear down the alliance between the global corporations and the research labs. He holds out his black leather-gloved hand, formally inviting Woohyun to join Vengeance so they can defeat them together. Our guy looks at the hand. His initial plan is to join, gather intel, and eliminate vrmmo before the betrayal can occur. But he stops. He remembers vrmmo risking his life to shield his members during the laboratory raid, bleeding from multiple wounds while screaming at them to escape. The betrayal only started a year after the organization was formed. Before that, vrmmo was a truly noble leader. He realizes that if he can uncover the exact reason why vrmmo underwent that dark shift and stop it, he can alter the entire future of this world. This is the exact gift Isaac left for him. He reaches out and shakes his hand. Fine. I'm in, he says. vrmmo smiles, welcoming him to Vengeance. The chat is losing it over the organization's name, while Nyan points out that Hacksical now possesses two distinct identities, Special Agent Baek Woohyun and Lee Jun of Vengeance. The hosts are hyping up the dual faction gameplay, but Seongchil notes the stream has run long and they need to wrap up the broadcast. The chat complains about the lack of PvP, but admits they completely lost track of time because the story was too good. The co-hosts wave goodbye, ending the stream. A few days later, at Cafe Romano, Nyan drops some massive news. The professional SSR Cup is about to begin. She explains that before the main tournament brackets, the SSR Cup holds a special teammate auction. She suggests running a custom watch-along stream for the auction. She reveals that Kang Soyul formally requested to join the panel for a joint collaboration stream. Since Seong Cheol is busy commentating, Nyan thinks a three-way stream with Hacksical and Soyul would pull in record-breaking viewership numbers. Woohyun is hesitant, but then his tactical mind starts calculating. He remembers the Dimensional Lord raid parameters. The unbuffed instance requires exactly 8 high-tier players. Including his 2 twin disciples, he still needs to recruit 5 more players with elite manual capabilities. The auction is the perfect scouting ground to find 5 hidden metahuman pros with serious mechanics. He looks at Nyan and agrees to the collab. Nyan sparkles with joy, making him swear there are no takebacks. She stands up, declaring it as her treat, and drags him out of the cafe to get pork belly. They walk down the sunny street, Nyan happily holding his arm. But as they pass a storefront, a young pink-haired girl stands by the glass, quietly watching them walk away. The girl has gentle amber gold eyes and messy pink hair. It is the exact physical face of Suwa, his deceased best friend. She watches him disappear into the crowd with a deeply melancholic expression, leaving us to wonder if the ghosts of Woohyun's past have finally crossed over into the real world. Suwa is sitting on the floor in her tattered gown, weeping and begging him to save her. Suddenly, her face shifts. Blood pours from her hollow black eyes as her voice distorts, telling him to avenge her. A dozen bloody skeletal hands reach out from the darkness, grabbing his face. The hands wrap tightly around his throat, dragging him down as he chokes. He screams, gasping for air. He sits up in his bed, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes it was just a nightmare. He holds his head, grinding his teeth. Ever since he met Kim Young-jun in the real world, the memories of the lab have been hitting him with a vengeance. He remembers when he was first dragged into that hell. Soa was the only person who reached out to comfort him. She had that warm, gentle smile, offering her hand to a broken, wild kid who did not trust anyone. He remembers screaming at her, violently shoving her away because his survival instincts were too raw. He sent her crashing to the concrete floor of the cell while the other captives watched in shock. He had trembled in his straitjacket, instantly regretting his violent reaction. But she did not scream at him. She just smiled and reached her hand back out. She held his hand, telling him everything would be okay. That was the moment she became the only person he ever loved in that miserable world. After that day, they became inseparable. Whenever he was beaten or injured during the experiments, she would weep over his scars. And he had squeezed her hand, swearing on his life that he would get her out of that facility. They used to sit against the cold metal walls, holding hands and wondering if they would ever see the blue sky again. He had promised her he would tear down the entire corporate syndicate to free them all, but he failed. He remembers her strapped to the high-voltage electric chair, her fragile body convulsing as the currents tore through her. She had looked at him through her tears, her voice barely a whisper, saying she could not endure the agony anymore. Blood dripped from her lips as she smiled one last time, apologizing for not being strong enough to escape with him. In the end, he was not able to protect her. That broken promise is the ultimate source of his severe survivor's guilt, but as he sits on his bed, his eyes focus. He starts putting the puzzle together. If Kim Young-jun exists in this game, and if Young Yoon-soo is running around the server, does that mean there is a real chance Sua and the other lab victims are alive on Earth too? He clenches his hand into a tight fist. It is too early to know for sure, but he has to find out himself. His phone buzzes with a high-priority notification. Nyan is screaming at him through text to join the stream lobby on time. Our guy looks at the camera, his eyes cold. He will do whatever it takes to get his answers, one step at a time. The stream kicks off, with Nyan greeting the viewers with her standard high-energy streamer smile. She announces that today they are doing a special live watch-along of the highly anticipated SSR Cup Team auction, and she introduces their two special guests, Hacksical and the popular Golden Flash Kang Soyul. The chat instantly implodes, with viewers completely shocked to see these two on the same couch. A viewer named Soy Sauce Pigeon donates 1,001, joking that Woohyun looks like he is stuck between his ex and his girlfriend. The chat immediately starts calling it a toxic love triangle, wondering if Nyan is about to get NTR'd on her own stream. Nyan blushes and threatens to ban anyone saying weird things, quickly explaining that Hacksical is acting as the official team coach, while Soyul is participating as their main player. She directs their attention to the main holographic arena where the draft is about to begin. The host of the auction is none other than the veteran caster, Cha Seong-cheol, looking sharp in his blue suit. He explains the draft rules. 4 Master Tier team leaders will receive 1,000 points each to bid on a total of 4 teammates. The draft requires them to pick a set number of players from each competitive tier, from Diamond down to Bronze. They have to spend their points strategically. Seong-cheol asks the team leaders who their prime target is today. Every single leader, including a weirdly intense guy with a red mohawk, screams that they want Kang Soyul. The chat points out the obvious meta. Bidding on Soyul is like buying a Happy Meal just for the toy. Everyone wants her because drafting her means securing Hacksical as their personal team coach. Seong-cheol opens the auction, starting the bidding with Kang Soyul. Nyan is hyped, while Soyul clutches her hands, praying she does not get drafted by a terrible team. The chat is joking that the bidding is about to get completely out of hand. And just as expected, the screen flashes with a massive ALLIN notification. All 4 team leaders immediately bid their entire 1,000 points on round 1. Nyan's jaw hits the floor. If everyone went all in on the very first round, they have 0 points left for the rest of the draft. Seong-cheol explains the tiebreaker rule. Since everyone bid the maximum amount, the winning bid goes to whoever pressed the button first. And the winner is Team Redox. The leader, a massive guy in a neon pink leotard, sticks his tongue out and starts celebrating like a complete maniac. Seong-cheol points out that since he spent all his points, Redox has to draft unbid bronze and silver players for the rest of his roster. Redox does not care, claiming he secured the ultimate coach. The chat is calling Redox a literal cultist, pointing out that his team is completely doomed if Hacksical ever decides to quit. Seong-cheol proceeds with the draft. An hour later, the rosters are complete. Team Redox consists of Redox, a shadow mage named Yuzu, Kang Soyul, and 2 bronze tiers, Dodo and Lee Sihu. A few days later, our guy is sitting in his room when Soyul runs up to him. She tells him Redox has organized their first formal group training session. Our guy recalls his chat logs with Redox, who sent him a series of weirdly worshipful emoji stickers. He notes that the leader is definitely a bit strange. He grabs his coat and tells her it is time to meet the roster. They step into the training center, only to find Redox casually doing an unassisted headstand on the concrete floor. Redox crashes down with a massive grin. Our guy is deeply impressed, noting that Redox has absolute manual control over his physical body, which will be incredibly useful for the upcoming raids. The other members are currently struggling to copy Redox's headstand in the background. Redox greets Hacksical, stating it is an absolute honor to meet him, and introduces his team. He lists off their builds, noting that Lee Sihu is running Kim Hana's high-mobility Wind God setup. In summary, their roster has a Master, a Diamond, a Platinum, and 2 Bronze tiers. Our guy stares at the Bronze tiers. Even though tiers do not matter as much in PvE, they are running an unbuffered instance. He resolves to train them as hard as possible. Redox asks if they can start the training immediately. Our guy nods. He cracks his neck, telling them to get ready. The team is ecstatic, completely unaware of the nightmare they just signed up for. The narrator notes that the following days of training would be so brutal, they would wish they had been sent straight to hell. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a user is watching a viral video of Hacksical's clash with the Dimensional Lord. It is Battler, the undisputed king of the competitive PvP scene. He remembers refusing to join PvE events before, but looking at Hacksical's movements, he admits this looks like fun. A sharp competitive smile spreads across his face. He starts typing rapidly on his keyboard. He sends a private message directly to Hacksical, challenging him to a duel. The terms? If Battler loses, he will join the Dimensional Lord raid team. It is the official day of the SSR Cup. Team All-In is aggressively pushing their opponents from the very second the match begins. Soil lands a high-speed kick. Redox follows up with a flaming punch. They are completely overwhelming the enemy team with sheer physical speed. The co-hosts are amazed by their progress. Nyan is cheering, her eyes shining. Even the two bronze tiers, Sihu and Dodo, are holding their own against high-level gold opponents in a flurry of strikes, and before the caster can even finish his sentence, the match is over. Team All-In takes an overwhelming victory, the crowd roaring in the stadium. Nyan is ecstatic, holding her hands to her chest, but she remembers their training. Woohyun had them balancing on wooden pillars over a river while he threw logs at them with no protective gear. It would be a complete miracle if they lost after surviving that. Our guy leaves the booth, heading toward the combat waiting room. Nyan tells him she is starting an unannounced stream. He adjusts his camera settings, his face completely calm. Nyan greets the viewers, starting the impromptu broadcast. The chat is confused, since today was supposed to be a rest day for the channel. She explains they are hosting a special exhibition match. In the background, caster Seong Cheol is crying on the floor because he has to prep for the main brackets instead of watching. A viewer named French Fry Constellation donates 30,000 won, asking who the opponent is. Nyan smiles, telling them not to be surprised. Our guy steps into the digital arena. Standing across from him is a teal-haired pro. It is Battler, the top pro from DH Empire. The chat is losing its mind. Nyan displays the private message Battler sent, explaining the bet on the raid slot. The viewers are hyped, hoping Battler joins the raid team. Battler notes that Hacksical recently broke his historic PvP consecutive victory record. He admits he wanted to fight him during his streak, but they were never matched up. He displays a hologram of the hooded player from the survival match, revealing his true identity. The chat is stunned. He points at Woohyun, demanding a single, unbuffered duel to settle the score. Our guy agrees, stating he has already cleared the match terms with management. He draws his greatsword, telling him to begin. The map is Area 15, Salt Lake. The two monsters stand on the reflective water, the atmosphere tense. Battler activates his God of the Sea water elemental build. The chat is ready for a masterpiece. Woohyun prepares his stance, their eyes lock, their focus absolute. The round begins. Battler immediately slams his hands down, summoning a massive wall of water. Woohyun dashes straight through the torrent. He closes the distance instantly, his golden eyes cold. Steel meets spear, the impact spraying water in every direction. Woohyun leaps high into the air, swinging his massive blade in a wide arc. Battler spins mid-air, dodging the heavy slash. He uses the water to propel himself backward, maintaining his distance. Our guy slides across the wet salt flats, his boots kicking up spray. Nyan is screaming, calling it a masterclass of manual combat. Battler is matching our guy move for move. The chat is calling them inhuman, completely blown away by the level of play. Battler gathers multiple water spheres in his hands, launching a rapid-fire barrage. Water explosions erupt around our guy as he executes perfect micro-dodges. Woohyun looks at him while dodging mid-air. He is genuinely surprised. The combat assist modifier in this match is set to a bare 10%, which is practically useless, yet Battler's manual control over his water spells is flawless. Our guy lands, grips his sword, and decides to end the match. Battler raises both hands, channeling his ultimate spell. A massive, dense water dragon rises from the lake, roaring as it lunges at Woohyun. The crowd goes wild. The chat points out that the water pressure of that dragon is dense enough to tear a player apart. Woohyun blocks the dragon's head with his greatsword, but he notices something off. The water pressure is way too weak. He mutters to himself, asking why. The dragon suddenly loses its form, collapsing back into the lake. Battler looks up at Woohyun, who is still hovering in the air. A smirk spreads across his face. He clasps his hands together. It was a feint. The first dragon was just a low-cost illusion. A second, mountain-sized water dragon erupts from beneath Woohyun, its jaw wide. Woohyun is caught mid-air, his golden eyes focused. He realizes Battler used the low combat assist to pull off a flawless high-tier feint. A cold smile appears behind his mask. He mutters that his opponent is absolutely crazy. He grips his blade with both hands. He swings. The massive water dragon is sliced cleanly in half. He smashes through the torrent and lands a decisive cut across Battler's chest. Battler coughs blood, his knee hitting the water. Match over. The chat is in absolute shock. Even with that masterclass feint, Hacksical cut through his ultimate spell like butter. Battler looks up, admitting his complete defeat. He smiles, confirming he will keep his promise and join the raid team. They shake hands on the reflective water. Nayeon announces that battlers' participation is officially locked. She waves to the camera, wrapping up the stream and telling everyone to look forward to the raid. Cut to the United States branch of Planet US. Multiple empty energy drink cans litter Sophia's desk. She holds her head in her hands, completely exhausted. She mutters that her entire development team has been analyzing Hacksical's account data for days, but they found absolutely no code anomalies. And now, with Abraxas and the Dimensional Lord appearing automatically, she has no idea what is happening to their servers. Suddenly, her monitor glitches, static lines filling the screen. Isaac Goodman's blue holographic form appears on her screen, flashing a peace sign and greeting her casually. Sophia leaps out of her chair, screaming at him, demanding to know where he is and what he has done to the game. Isaac tells her to calm down, stating he does not have much time. He says he is currently somewhere very far away, telling her not to ask any further questions. Sophia sighs, realizing she cannot force answers out of this rogue genius. She sits back down, asking why he is contacting her now. Isaac tells her there is something she needs to know beforehand. He reveals that the complete world is about to open. Sophia is completely confused. He explains that the current reverse planet is only half a world. The parallel otherworld only existed as simple lore elements in the game's story files. Sophia gasps, realizing what he is implying. Isaac smiles coldly. He warns her that soon the boundary will dissolve completely, countless dimensional lords will descend, and the inverted world will physically merge with their servers. A massive, swirling purple portal opens in the sky, chains breaking apart. Our guy looks up at the sky, his gold eyes shining in the dark. A gargantuan horned demon rises from the vortex, holding a sphere of pure destructive energy. Woohyun stares at the beast. A final message fades onto the screen. He is ready, and the war is about to begin. A few days after putting the PvP King Battler in his place, it is officially stream day for the next leg of the hack tour. But before our guy can even think about setting up his stream overlay, his phone buzzes with a high-priority text from Black Ops Captain Kim Hana telling him to gear up and meet her in the parking lot. Back in the broadcasting studio, the hosts are already doing backflips of excitement, hyping up the chat for whatever insane high-stakes mission is about to unfold. The chat is immediately calling out the veteran commentator for still being salty about missing the action, but Woohyun is completely locked in, thinking about how this timing is actually perfect to test his limits before dealing with his vigilante group, Vengeance. Our guy steps out of the locker room, adjusting his high-collar black combat jacket with that absolute main character energy. He arrives at the subterranean parking lot where Hana is leaning against a black van, looking like a total boss in her sleek black tactical gear. The chat immediately loses its collective mind spamming Hana Nuna in the comments, while Woohyun casually asks his senior if she had a decent break. Hana's playful smirk vanishes in an instant as she gets down to business, and you can tell this is not going to be a routine training run. She explains that after their brutal raid on the human trafficking warehouse, the Bureau did a deep dive into the corporate networks and found way more traitors than they initially anticipated. According to their interrogations, these corporate sellouts aren't just smuggling players, they are actively trying to conceal a massive gateway to the reverse otherworld right under the Bureau's nose. Woohyun's ears perk up at the mention of the otherworld, especially when Hana drops the bombshell that dimension invaders are starting to take human forms to blend into society. Nayeon is basically screaming at her monitor in the studio, declaring that this is the textbook definition of a precursor event leading to a world-ending boss raid. But Woohyun isn't thinking about the stream views. His mind immediately flashes to the silver-haired digital soul of Isaac, realizing the rogue developer is pulling the strings behind this entire mess. Hana tells him they need to confirm the location of this hidden portal immediately, and our guy just gives a cold nod, ready to break some corporate skulls. Cut to a decaying, gloomy redevelopment residential block on the outskirts of Seoul under a dark purple sky. Perched on a rooftop, Hana points out 3 elite corporate hellhounds standing guard outside an abandoned building, and the stream chat is already calling them out for looking way too generic to survive what's coming. Hana warns that there are probably more of these heavy goons waiting inside, so they need to execute a silent, coordinated entry. And just like that, they leap off the high ledge, slicing through the night air without making a single sound. One of the bald guards with a heavy metal jaw guard senses a shift in the wind and halts, his eyes darting to the dark alleyway. He immediately flares fire magic from his fists, shouting at the shadows, only for a harmless stray cat to sprint out of the trash bins. He lets out a sigh of relief, thinking he's just paranoid, completely unaware that a 6-foot-tall machine of death has just materialized directly behind his shoulder. Before the guard can even process the draft on his neck, Woohyun's hand clamps over his mouth like a hydraulic press, instantly choking him out and dragging him into the dirt. The other 2 guards turn around to ask what the hell is taking him so long, but Hana is already mid-dash, her green wind magic trail lighting up the alley. A single supersonic wind sweeps across their chests, sending both guards flying back onto the concrete in a neat, unconscious pile. No flashy spells, no loud explosions, just clean Black Ops efficiency as the two agents sprint toward the main entrance. Another unlucky guard tries to step out of the doorway, but Woohyun greets him with a savage manual uppercut that completely rearranges his dental work. Hana follows up by driving her knee directly into the skull of a second guard, proving she is not the type of senior officer you want to slack off around. With the guards systematically dismantled in under 10 seconds, Woohyun delivers a gravity-infused kick that tears the reinforced metal doors completely off their hinges. And there it is. Swirling in the center of the dusty warehouse is a massive, pulsing purple void, a direct active portal to the reverse otherworld. Hana turns to Woohyun, her expression dead serious as she asks if he's fully prepared for whatever nightmare is waiting on the other side. Our guy just gives her his signature cold stare, prompting a confident, slightly dangerous smile to creep back onto Hana's face. Without another word, their feet sink into the swirling purple ripples of the portal, crossing the boundary between realities. They materialize in a frozen, desolate courtyard surrounded by massive satellite dishes, and the ground is literally painted with the blood of dead researchers in white lab coats. The chat is losing its mind, calling this a scene straight out of a horror movie, but Hana spots a researcher barely clinging to life, coughing up dark blood in the snow. She blitzes over, grabbing him by the collar, demanding to know what kind of sick experiments they were running in this godforsaken zone. The researcher groans, trying to play the silent card, but Hana channels a sharp gust of green wind energy directly into his chest wound, making it very clear she is fresh out of patience. The man breaks instantly, coughing violently as he confesses they were trying to harvest raw power from the other world to accelerate their human mutations. But then he mutters that in their greed, they ended up creating a hole, and Woohyun's eyes go instantly wide. Back in the studio, Nayeon and Soyul are putting the pieces together, realizing that a hole means these corporate idiots pierced a permanent tear in the dimensional wall dividing Earth and the other world. The chat is absolutely spamming the screen, realizing that the mythological otherworld setting they've been reading about is finally about to merge with reality. Hana's face turns pale with rage as she shakes the dying man, demanding to know the exact coordinates of the tear. But the researcher's head rolls back, his life bar hitting absolute zero before he can utter another syllable. Hana swears under her breath, turning to tell Woohyun they need to start searching the sector immediately, but she stops when she realizes her junior is staring straight up into the sky. Looming over the satellite dishes like an absolute god of destruction is a colossal, semi-transparent purple giant with massive curved horns, the Tempest Lord. Before Hana can even yell a warning, Woohyun is already in a full sprint, charging headfirst toward the mountain-sized entity. As he closes the distance, we see a massive, swirling vortex of pure, unstable pink and purple energy crackling directly inside the giant's chest cavity. The stream commentators are screaming in absolute panic, realizing that the hole the researcher was talking about is literally housed inside the chest of a dimensional lord. It is a living, breathing dimensional gateway, and it is actively expanding with every passing second. Hana runs to catch up to Woohyun, her blades drawn, but a chillingly familiar glitched voice echoes through the snowy plains. "You're too late." A glitching purple projection of Woohyun's doppelganger, Abraxas, materializes right in front of them, wearing our guy's face like a smug plastic mask. He tells them that even if they manage to slay the Tempest Lord, this connection can never be closed because merging the worlds is the ultimate will of the creator. Abraxas sneers, stating he simply sped up the inevitable timeline, and Woohyun's mind instantly flashes back to his secret alliance. He remembers Isaac's manic, silver-haired face ranting about wanting to tear down the system and build a completely new world where reverse planet and reality are one and the same. Hana doesn't care about philosophical villain speeches. She flares her wind aura to its absolute limit, her eyes burning with pure combat focus. She tells Woohyun she doesn't care about creators or look-alike demons. All she knows is that the giant thing in front of them is the enemy. With a deafening battle cry, she leaps into the air, unleashing a colossal hurricane of sharp wind slashes directly at the Tempest Lord's massive torso. The chat is holding its breath, praying that this high-tier elite attack is enough to put a dent in the beast. But the massive gale force strike simply dissipates against the giant's skin like a gentle breeze, leaving the Tempest Lord completely unfazed. Abraxas looks down at them with an icy, patronizing stare, telling the apostles of the creator that if they want to keep talking, they'll have to survive the journey to the complete new world. Woohyun screams at him to wait, but the doppelganger's projection starts to dissolve. Abraxas steps backward, sinking directly into the swirling vortex of the Tempest Lord's chest hole like he's stepping into a private elevator. The giant beast unleashes a reality-shattering roar, and a dome of high-density purple shockwaves expands from his body, pulverizing the concrete and ice in a single frame. The kinetic pressure is so intense that both Woohyun and Hana are violently blasted backward, their defensive barriers shattering like cheap glass. Hana coughs up blood, struggling to stand as she screams that they are completely outmatched and need to pull back immediately. Woohyun grunts in agreement, realizing his current low-level stats can't handle a direct physical clash with a world-ending entity, and they turn to sprint back toward the portal. Behind them, the entire dimensional sector begins to collapse, culminating in a blinding, apocalyptic flash of purple-white light that swallows the horizon. A few moments later, back in the real-world redevelopment area, Hana is on one knee, gasping for air and clutching her temple as she asks if Woohyun is in one piece. Our guy stands up, brushing the concrete dust off his jacket, but his eyes are fixed on the landscape. The entire residential block, buildings, roads, and power lines has been completely flattened, turned into a giant smoking crater of rubble. Hana checks the pulse of a nearby corporate guard they had knocked out earlier, only to find his body cold and lifeless, his internal organs completely ruptured by the sheer frequency of the monster's roar. Realizing this is way beyond a standard Black Ops infiltration, she immediately pulls out her phone to call in the cavalry. Within minutes, team leader Kim Chul and senior agent Lee Eugene arrive on the scene with a heavy tactical division, their faces pale as they look at the absolute devastation. After hearing the report about the Tempest Lord's active chest portal, Kim Chul slams his fist, declaring they will assemble the strongest awakened forces in the country to break the barrier and slay the beast. At that exact second, a massive neon blue system window forces its way onto the screens of every active player on Earth. The Tempest Lord raid has officially begun, and the servers are shutting down in 5 minutes for an emergency integration update. The stream hosts are practically crying with hype, realizing they are about to witness the first ever historical Dimensional Lord raid in real time. And in the center of the ruins, Woohyun's golden eyes gleam behind his silver half-mask. Suddenly, a massive donation chime rings out on Soil's stream dashboard. Anonymous viewer 62 has just dropped a cool 1,000,000 won. We get a split screen of Woohyun's tense jawline and a glowing blue projection of Isaac smiling in his digital domain, confirming the creator is watching his champion's every move. And before the stream chat can even process that, another 1,000,000 won donation pops up from a user named DUS, proving the system AI itself is placing its bets. The narrator notes that the game has truly begun, and we transition to a bright, cozy modern cafe in Seoul named Africa Gallery Cafe. A trendy blonde girl is leaning over a table, showing her phone to her pink-haired friend who is sipping an iced coffee. The blonde is practically vibrating with excitement, babbling about a viral gaming channel called Hacktor and asking her friend if she's ever heard of a guy named Baek Woohyun. The pink-haired girl freezes, her beautiful golden eyes widening in sheer shock as she repeats the name under her breath, her heart skipping a beat for a reason she can't even begin to comprehend. Chapter 35. So, while the entire gaming world is currently preparing for an actual digital apocalypse, the atmosphere inside the Africa Gallery Cafe is oddly peaceful. The blonde girl is still holding out her phone, showing off the live feed of Woohyun's combat highlight reel. She keeps hyping him up, asking her friend if she has genuinely never heard of this legendary manual monster who has been taking over the internet. The pink-haired girl, who, let's be real, is the literal spitting image of Woohyun's deceased past-life lover, Suwa, just stares at the screen with a highly confused expression. She finally sighs, looking away and admitting she has absolutely no idea who he is, which prompts a classic pout from her friend who complains that she lives under a rock and never watches streams. The blonde zooms in on Woohyun's face, arguing that even if she doesn't care about gaming, she has to admit the guy is absolutely gorgeous. But then she remembers something and asks if she didn't play a bit of Reverse Planet herself back during the initial launch phase. Sua's Earth counterpart touches her temple, explaining that she only played the very beginning of the tutorial, but she actually fell asleep during the character customization screen and had an incredibly vivid, terrifying nightmare that made her delete the game instantly. Her friend pouts, saying she was really hoping they could run some dungeons together, and tells her to let her know if she ever decides to download it again. Sua nods, trying to focus on her drink, but her eyes keep drifting back to the phone screen, a strange, haunting sensation washing over her as she wonders why the face of the stranger feels so painfully familiar. Cut to the official title card, Echoes of the Reverse Planet, Chapter 35. The stream broadcast goes live with Nyan waving at the camera with her signature high energy. The studio is absolutely glowing as the host announced that the fateful day of the Tempest Lord raid has finally arrived. The chat sidebar is moving so fast it's practically a blur, with thousands of foreign viewers tuning in from every corner of the globe to watch history in the making. Nyan reminds the audience that Hacksical isn't just participating in this raid, he is the absolute pioneer who discovered the gate and is leading the very first attempt. The stakes are simple. They are going to find out if this manual monster can pull off a miracle and clear a Dimensional Lord raid on his very first try. Soil gives a cute, confident salute to the camera, but behind the scenes, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. The stream cuts to a live aerial feed of the residential ruins, where a massive swirling purple barrier has completely sealed off the sector. The chat is spamming about how they are feeling more nervous than the actual players, and they aren't wrong to worry. The Bureau has deployed dozens of tactical combat units around the perimeter, setting up blockades and sandbags to prepare for a containment breach. Kim Chul stands at the front line, drawing his weapon and commanding his squads to prepare for an immediate breach of the portal. But when Hana tries to step forward and touch the purple energy field, a massive discharge of magical lightning blasts her hand back, proving the barrier is completely solid. Kim Chul roars at his researchers to find a way to neutralize the barrier, but the narration reveals a harsh reality. The AI dais has coded a hard restriction on the portal, ensuring that only 8 players with permanent zero correction modifiers are permitted to cross. The NPCs, who have no concept of game code or system settings, are left desperately searching for a physical solution to a digital lock. Inside the private digital staging area, Woohyun is sitting alone against a brick wall, his eyes dark as he mentally prepares for the drop. He looks over at his ragtag raid party, Redox in his neon pink leotard, Soyul stretching her legs, Battler checking his daggers, the young twins looking nervous, and a rookie named Lee Sihu who is visibly sweating. Woohyun's mind is racing as he recalls the chilling message Isaac sent him right before he logged in. He must clear this raid on his first try without a single death, or the consequences in reality will be catastrophic. Our guy notes that while Battler and Redox are elite, some of the other members have barely managed to replicate their manual builds without system assistance. He clenches his fist, realizing he hasn't even hit the game's level cap yet, meaning his current physical output is a mere fraction of what he was capable of during his 10 years of survival inside the corporate labs. But before he can spiral into his own thoughts, Redox walks over with a massive, goofy grin, telling him not to stress his handsome head too much. The towering fire mage reminds him that every single person in this circle has put themselves through absolute hell training for this exact moment. Redox steps up to the center of the group, announcing that since Hacksical officially designated him as the tactical raid leader, he is going to lay down the path to victory. A holographic tactical display pops up showing their vanguard formation. Woohyun, Redox, and Soyul will form the heavy frontline wedge to draw initial aggro. The Jung twins and Sihu will support from the midline, while Battler and Yuzu act as the high-mobility sweepers to clear the flanks. Redox emphasizes that once they enter the boss's territory, their absolute priority is defense and observation. They need to map the terrain and study the boss's movement patterns before committing to a full offensive. Then, with complete deadpan sincerity, he tells everyone to make sure they use the bathroom right now because this is going to be a grueling battle of attrition, causing the party to sweat at his bizarrely practical advice. He points a finger at the midline rookies, telling them to focus entirely on survival and trust the front lines to hold the line, and they respond with a unified pump of their fists. Woohyun looks at his team, feeling a quiet sense of respect as he realizes how much these people have grown under his brutal coaching regime. With Redox and Battler standing at his side, he knows he has the most reliable left and right handmen a Vanguard could ask for. He takes a deep breath, stepping forward and declaring they will get this job done, no matter what obstacles the system throws at them. The group marches in a cool, synchronized line toward the glowing portal, bypassing the confused bureau guards who try to shout at them to stop. As Woohyun reaches the boundary, a massive system prompt materializes. Raid. Will you begin? Recommended players. 8. Without a single second of hesitation, Woohyun slams his finger down on the yes button. Instantly, the world glitched, and they are warped into a dark, swampy forest area under a torrential purple downpour. The rain is incredibly heavy, and the stream commentators note that the environment itself seems hostile as the raid party steps into the mud. Through the thick mist, a towering, gothic black castle looms on a rocky peak in the distance, and Woohyun points his sword toward it. Battler grunts, wiping the water from his face as he notes the castle is way further than they initially anticipated. Knowing they only have a strict 90-minute time limit, Woohyun orders everyone to ignore the atmospheric detail and charge toward the gates at maximum speed. Their boots splash through the deep puddles as they sprint across the muddy plains, their focus entirely locked on the Gothic tower. Suddenly, the ground explodes, and a giant purple-shelled otherworld centipede bursts from the mud with a deafening screech, its multiple legs snapping in the air. Woohyun doesn't even break his stride. He leaps high into the air, his greatsword catching the purple lightning as he clean slices the massive insect monster in half with a single manual strike. He lands perfectly, screaming at the team to keep their momentum and refuse to stop for minor trash mobs. Redox follows up by channeling a wave of fire directly into his fist, punch-blasting a giant wasp monster into a pile of ash, while Battler's water blades slice through another incoming beast. Back in the studio, the hosts are noting that the density of the monsters is insane, and the storm is actively growing more violent with every step they take. The party is running along a narrow, slick cliffside, the torrential rain completely blurring their field of vision. In the back, the rookie Lee Si-hoo is panting heavily, his heart rate spiking as he thinks about how terrifyingly real this virtual world feels. Because they are playing with zero correction settings, they have absolutely no sensory dampening, the freezing rain literally hurts when it pelts against their skin, and the physical exhaustion is mounting rapidly. Soyul is struggling to keep her eyes open through the deluge when Redox suddenly roars a warning to his right. A massive, purple-skinned crystal gorilla leaps from the high cliffs, its eyes glowing with demonic pink light as it dives straight towards Soyul with its heavy stone claws. But before the beast can land, the heavy hitters move as a single unit. Woohyun blocks the impact with his greatsword, Redox delivers a concussive fire punch, and Battler executes a high-speed water slash from underneath. The giant gorilla is obliterated mid-air, its heavy corpse crashing into the mud before dissolving into blue digital pixels. In its place, 6 glowing, ornate blue potion bottles materialize floating in the air. A system description reveals they are potions of the coast, a rare consumable that temporarily removes all environmental vision-obscuring effects like rain or darkness. Before anyone can even coordinate, a panicked Si-hoo rushes forward, snatching a bottle and chugging it down like his life depends on it. The other members sweat drop at his complete lack of manners, but Soyul quickly instructs everyone to drink up before the next wave hits. The instant the liquid hits their throats, the heavy rain and fog in their vision completely vanish, replaced by a crystal-clear display. With their sight fully restored, the majestic Gothic castle of Fort Tempest is visible right in front of them, its massive iron gates looming. Redox flexes his muscles, letting out a loud laugh as he tells the squad to keep their spirits up and prepare for the main event. They sprint across the final bridge, finally arriving at the grand entrance of the fortress. The twins look up at the massive sealed iron doors, nervously wondering if they have to find a key or break their way through. But Woohyun's golden eyes narrow as he senses a sudden, violent shift in the surrounding mana. A massive, glowing purple magic circle manifests directly on the stone floor beneath their feet, lighting up the entire courtyard. Caster Nyan screams in panic as the ground begins to violently tremble, and Redox looks up, shouting at everyone to execute a high-speed dodge. The raid members scatter in every direction as a colossal shadow descends from the dark clouds above. The ground literally shatters as the mountain-sized Tempest Lord lands in the center of the courtyard, his massive purple horns crackling with raw, unstable energy. The stream chat is completely silent, with viewers admitting they would have logged out the second they saw a monster of that scale in person. Yuzu is trembling behind her massive witch hat, her knees buckling, but Redox steps forward, his voice booming as he tells everyone to maintain their composure. He reminds them that their priority is to hold their defensive formation and study the boss's attack patterns before launching a strike. But Woohyun is staring directly at the boss's chest cavity, his body tensing as he spots something moving. Inside the swirling vortex of the hole in the Tempest Lord's chest, a massive dark silhouette begins to emerge, dragging its claws out of the void. The sight of the shadowy beast is the absolute breaking point for the rookie Lee Si-hoo. He lets out a pathetic shriek, completely breaking the defensive circle and sprinting back toward the bridge. Redox roars at him to get back into formation, but the Tempest Lord unleashes a deafening roar, summoning a massive wave of otherworld beasts directly from the dimensional hole in his chest. A giant, dual-tailed wolf monster with glowing purple eyes and razor-sharp claws leaps from the vortex, locking its gaze on the fleeing rookie. Si-hoo looks back just in time to see a massive pair of jaws opening directly over his head, his face turning pale as he lets out a final, useless scream. A massive spray of digital blood paints the stone bridge as the wolf's fangs clamp down, instantly tearing his character to pieces in a single hit. Woohyun slowly turns his head, his golden eyes cold and wide as he watches the gory aftermath of their teammates' cowardice. And in the center of the screen, a massive blood-red system notification flashes, sending a chill down the spine of every single viewer watching. Character Lee Si-hoo has died. So, Lee Si-hoo is completely out of the picture. The rookie tried to run, got caught, and got turned into literal digital dog food in about 3 seconds. And there is the red notification to make it official. Lee Si-hoo has died. No respawns. No second chances. The entire team is currently staring at the empty space where their teammate used to be, realization hitting them like a truck. Before they can even process the loss, the beast that did it turns its glowing purple eyes back to the rest of the group. Redox steps up immediately, flaring his fire fist to draw the aggro. He is screaming at everyone to keep their composure because if they panic now, they are all joining Sihu in the graveyard. But our guy isn't moving. The golden glow in his eyes is fading out, because right on cue, his broken mind decides this is the perfect time to run a trauma highlight reel. The neon red specters of his dead friends rise from his shadow, whispering in his ear, asking him if he's planning to be the only survivor this time too. He's physically shaking, sweating through his mask, completely locked in his own personal hell while a war is raging around him. A giant purple mantis dropkicks from the sky, aiming straight for his head, and the chat is absolutely losing it, telling him to look up. But before the blade can connect, Arium slides in, her sword parrying the strike with perfect manual precision, and Dawn comes in right behind her, delivering a high-speed manual kick to the beast's midsection to clear the distance. And then, because they are siblings, they immediately start arguing about who saved whom while standing on top of a giant monster. You have to love the absolute lack of situational awareness here. The chat comments are already calling them out for being built completely different, fighting like a real sibling duo in the middle of a literal apocalypse. The bickering actually works. It snaps Woohyun out of his trance. He grabs his head, reminding himself that this is their only shot to get his old friends back. He has to stay in the game. The giant wolf launches a counterattack, sending Arium skidding across the whetstone. The chat is noting that the team is already starting to flag. Fighting with zero posture correction in a freezing downpour is basically a slow death sentence for your stamina bar. Arium clutches her bruised arm, but Yuzu is already on it, casting Shadow Thorns to pin the beast's legs to the floor. The shy Shadow Mage actually checks if she's alright, and Arium gives her a quick nod of appreciation. But the sky is literally raining giant bugs now, and Battler is looking up like he's about to uninstall the game out of pure frustration. He decides he's done playing nice. He channels his mana, casting a massive prison of water that traps a dozen flying mantises in perfect ice-like cubes. Soil finishes the combo, executing a clean flash of golden light to shatter the trapped beast like glass. The commentators are loving the high-level coordination. Redox sees the opening and roars that they've solved the crowd control phase. It's time to launch a full-scale offensive on the big guy. He charges, throwing a massive fire jet straight at the Tempest Lord's glowing chest cavity. Woohyun steps up to the twins, telling them to focus on finding a physical weak point while attacking at close range. The three of them sprint up the boss's massive arm like they're running up a ramp. They coordinate their slashes, landing a flurry of heavy manual strikes across his chest plates. They land back on the ground, but Woohyun is already shaking his head. He knows a dimensional lord doesn't drop this easily. Right on cue, the giant glowing eye in the boss's chest dilates, pulsing with a deep, toxic purple light. And then, the boss speaks. "You mere insects!" The chat is officially losing its mind because usually, when a giant boss starts talking in a calm voice, your party is about to get wiped. Redox senses the shift and screams for the vanguards to pull back immediately. The Tempest Lord unleashes a massive spinning purple cyclone that tears through the stone tiles of the courtyard. Redox is running for his life, yelling at everyone to prioritize evasion because getting caught in that wind is a one-way trip to the respawn screen. The entire arena is turning into complete chaos. The ground is slick with rain, making it almost impossible to maintain footing. Cut to the commentators explaining how boss gimmicks actually work in high-tier raids. They break it down into three simple categories: time limit survival, destroyable objects, or boss-targeted damage. Battler stops running, his hands flaring with water magic. He points out that they can't just keep dodging forever or they'll run out of time. He decides to test the waters, literally throwing his water sphere directly into the heart of the cyclone, and it backfires beautifully. The cyclone absorbs the water element, transforming into a giant high-mobility whirlpool that expands its attack range. Battler screams at everyone to run. Redox looks like he's about to pop a blood vein, realizing they have no choice but to hit the boss directly to stop the storm. The elemental cyclone is heading straight for Redox now, tracking his movement. He is sweating bullets, realizing the boss's spell is reacting to their attacks. He makes a captain's call, deciding to draw the cyclone's aggro himself so Woohyun and the twins can close the distance on the boss. The Tempest Lord raises his massive stone-like fist to crush the incoming players, but the three vanguards leap simultaneously, using the boss's own arm as a launch pad. Woohyun soars high above the giant hand, his silhouette cutting through the purple clouds. He descends, his greatsword held high above his head as he gathers momentum. Close-up of his glowing yellow eyes. He is completely locked in, ignoring the rain and the wind. He lands a massive clean downward strike. The Soul Eater's passive cutting power is apparently putting in work. The blade bites deep into the boss's shoulder, creating a massive shockwave that shatters the stone beneath them. The Tempest Lord lets out a deafening roar of pain as red damage particles spray from the wound. The twins cheer, completely hyped by their master's performance, and launch their own synchronized follow-up slashes. They move like a single machine, their blades slicing through the boss's defensive aura. Yuzu is gasping for breath on the sidelines, praying for the wind pressure to stop. And just like that, the air goes still. Redox gives a massive thumbs up, flashing his teeth as he confirms the cyclones have completely dissipated. The commentators note that they successfully bypassed the first major phase by making a high-risk, accurate judgment call. Dawn lands on his feet, panting as he asks if they actually managed to pull it off. But the boss's face is twisted in pure, unadulterated rage. The heavy metal shackles binding his arms suddenly shatter, releasing a massive surge of dark energy. Phase 2 is officially live. The giant stands up to his full, terrifying height, and the chat comments are already sweating. "It seems I've underestimated you," the boss growls, his voice echoing through the ruins. Two massive leathery dragon wings unfold from his back, crackling with purple lightning. The chat is losing its mind, wondering how a melee-heavy manual party is supposed to fight a boss that can fly. Battler screams for everyone to stay on high guard because something big is coming. The Tempest Lord flaps his wings once, and the wind pressure is so intense it nearly lifts the players off the ground. Woohyun is forced to anchor his greatsword deep into the stone floor just to keep from being blown off the cliff. The giant's claws lift off the wet tiles. He takes flight, hovering high above the courtyard like a god of destruction. A massive purple magic circle begins to cover the entire courtyard, pulsing with lightning. "It's time to end things," the boss says, looking down at the tiny humans. Redox screams for everyone to run. The twins scramble to find cover, but Ariam's foot slips on the slick, rain-soaked stone. She falls hard, her weapon sliding away. Dawn looks back, his eyes wide with horror. The Tempest Lord's eyes glow with a cold, murderous light. He casts Disappear. A massive pillar of purple lightning crashes down directly on their position. The entire courtyard explodes in a blinding flash of elemental energy. Ariam is lying in the rubble, coughing, her health bar in the red but still alive. Woohyun looks over, his face going completely pale under his mask, because standing directly in front of Ariam is Dawn. He took the brunt of the strike to shield his sister, and his character model is already starting to dissolve into blue pixels. Ariam is crying, screaming at him, asking why he did something so stupid. Dawn just gives her a weak, fading smile, telling her he just wanted to make sure she could keep helping their master. And there is the second red notification. Jung Down has died. But before they can even mourn, a massive warning screen forces its way onto their displays. A severe penalty has been applied to their time limit because of the casualty count. 5 minutes have just been shaved off their clock, and Woohyun is staring at the screen in absolute disbelief. Hashtag chapter 37 tag. We open on Woohyun's hollow, dark face. The red warning text is reflecting in his eyes, and the pressure is officially hitting the ceiling. Their remaining time has just plummeted to 41 minutes. They've lost 2 players, their time is running out, and the boss hasn't even hit half health. Back in the studio, the commentators are looking grim. They note that the remaining members have no choice but to combine their strength immediately, or this raid is a complete fail. Soyul is panicking, asking what they are supposed to do with only 40 minutes left. Redox is grinding his teeth, cursing the developers for putting a hidden time penalty in the system. The Tempest Lord hovers above them, looking down like they are nothing but dust. He tells them their final destination is absolute destruction. Redox isn't having it. He flares his fire magic to its absolute limit, determined to see if their attacks can even reach that high. The remaining ranged players launch a massive coordinated volley of spells. Blazing Tempest, Shadow Arrow, and Flash Ray shoot toward the sky. But the spells detonate harmlessly in the air, several meters below the hovering boss. Redox swears, realizing the distance is too great. Battler steps forward, water orb swirling in his hand, telling Redox they need to find a way to drag that thing back to Earth. Woohyun quietly tells him to wait. But Battler has already committed. He launches his ultimate water dragon, the massive blue beast soaring straight toward the clouds. The giant dragon reaches the flying boss, its jaws snapping around his shoulder. The Tempest Lord looks mildly annoyed, raising his fist to swat it away, declaring the attack is completely worthless. But instead of dispersing, the water dragon morphs into a high-density liquid fist, clamping down on the boss's arm. The commentators are losing their minds at this high-tier adaptation. The force of the impact actually drags the massive giant down several meters, closer to the ground. Battler gives a smug, confident grin, telling the team he hasn't just been playing around since his last defeat. The stream chat is absolutely hyping him up, calling him the undisputed king of professional league players. The system chimes, confirming the boss's stamina has officially fallen below 70%. The Tempest Lord is absolutely furious, growling at the impertinence of these insects. A red lock-on marker appears directly over Battler's head. The boss has designated him as the primary target. Before Battler can even blink, a massive beam of purple lightning crashes down straight toward him. He screams for everyone to stay away from his position. He executes a series of high-speed manual dodges, but the lightning tracks his movements, tearing up the courtyard stone by stone. The final strike catches him directly, engulfing his entire model in a blinding flash of purple energy. A massive explosion shakes the entire sector, and Redox screams Battler's name through the smoke. The rain keeps pouring over the empty crater where Battler was standing. The remaining party members can only watch in absolute silence. The chat is spamming questions, genuinely terrified that another high-tier vanguard has just been deleted. But Woohyun is staring at the empty space. He notes that the system hasn't displayed a death notification for Battler yet, meaning he has to be somewhere. The Tempest Lord sneers from the sky, asking who wants to go next. Redox tries to step up, but a system alert pops up. The potion of the coast effect has officially ended. The heavy rain and dense fog instantly blanket the entire arena again, obscuring their vision. The chat is calling this the worst possible timing, practically pouring salt in their wounds. Soyul is panicking because she can't see the boss's movement through the deluge. Redox tells her to stay calm, but a red target marker has just appeared directly over Redox's mohawk. He is forced to dive backward as another lightning bolt shatters the tiles. He yells for everyone to initiate a full retreat. The commentators note that Phase 2 is proving to be an absolute, brutal struggle. The chat is starting to look hopeless, with some users admitting they would have quit the game by now. Lightning flashes through the dark sky as the storm grows even more violent. The team is completely battered. Redox is clutching a heavily burned shoulder, Yuzu is down in the mud, and Arium is panting, her stamina depleted. Soyul is sitting in the dirt, holding a heavily bleeding leg, her face pale. Woohyun stands in the center of the ruins, looking at his broken party. He knows they are going to lose if they keep dragging this out. He has to find a way to end this now. The Tempest Lord hovers above them, his red eyes glowing in the dark. He addresses Woohyun directly. "O disciple of the Creator, is this all you are capable of?" And then, he drops a line that stops Woohyun's heart cold. "I understand why you failed to protect anyone on that side as well." Woohyun's eyes go wide. What? His mind immediately flashes to the bloody hallways of the laboratory, the screaming ghosts of his friends. The boss actually knows about his past life. The giant sneers, saying he isn't any different in this world. And that is the exact second Woohyun's sanity snaps. The cold, murderous survival instinct takes over. He dashes forward. He leaps high into the air, facing the flying giant head-on. He swings his greatsword, the air splitting as the blade passes through. The boss swipes with his giant claws, but Woohyun executes a flawless manual parry mid-air, using the impact to slide down the giant's arm. He lands a succession of high-speed slashes across the giant's wings, drawing thick black blood. The boss tries to shake him off, unleashing a localized shockwave that shatters the stone pillars around them. But Woohyun uses the falling stone debris as literal stepping stones, leaping from rock to rock in defiance of gravity. He spins, delivering a massive, full-body downward slash directly onto the boss's head. The Tempest Lord tries to block with his massive hand, screaming that it won't work. But Woohyun's manual strength is too high. The blade slices straight through the stone claws, drawing a fountain of dark energy. Our guy lands on a stone ledge, panting heavily, his eyes glowing a deep crimson behind his mask. His greatsword, Soul Eater, begins to pulse with a deep, blood-red light. A system alert pops up. Soul Eater has begun mass consuming the blood of the Dimensional Lord. Unlock the fourth sealed effect! We cut to the deep, dense forest surrounding the castle ruins. Battler is lying in a bush, groaning as he slowly opens his eyes. Where am I? He realizes he survived the blast by activating his ultimate water shield at the very last millisecond, but the kinetic force was so high it literally glitched him out of the main courtyard map. He looks up, spotting the towering Gothic castle in the distance, realizes he's been blown several miles away. He grunts, standing up and checking his stamina. There is no time to waste, he has to find a way back to the group immediately. Back in the courtyard, the storm has reached an absolute crescendo. The Tempest Lord, bleeding from his face, is screaming in pure rage, declaring he will destroy them all. Woohyun's face is half covered in shadow, his eyes glowing like a true demon as his stamina bar hits critical levels. He launches another devastating high-speed manual slash. The system chimes, confirming the boss's stamina has fallen below 40%. The newly unlocked fourth effect of Soul Eater is officially live. The lower Woohyun's stamina falls, the higher his damage output scales. The Tempest Lord's expression turns completely manic. He is being pushed to his absolute limit by a single human. He screams, casting his ultimate disappear spell, causing the entire stone floor of the courtyard to cave in. The ground literally collapses into a giant purple void. The stream commentators are screaming at Woohyun to get out of the area immediately, but our guy is already mid-air, with no solid ground left to land on. He is falling straight toward the purple abyss. His boot slips off the edge of a collapsing stone tile. Close-up of his exhausted, bloody face. There is no gravity correction to save him. He is falling. Redox and Soil are screaming his name in absolute panic, believing the run is over. But suddenly, a massive sphere of swirling blue water wraps around Woohyun's body, stopping his descent. Our guy looks up, his eyes widening in surprise. Standing on the very edge of the collapsing cliff is Battler, his hand outstretched, a smug grin on his face. Phew, barely made it in time. Our guy looks back, his eyes widening behind his mask. Battler stands on the edge of the collapsing courtyard, holding his hand out with a tired but smug grin. Back in the studio, the commentators are practically leaping out of their chairs, screaming with relief that their star vanguard is still in the game. The chat is absolutely losing its mind, spamming that there was no way a legend like Battler would get taken out this easily. Woohyun tells him he owes him one, and Battler just gives a lazy wave, telling him not to sweat the minor details. The remaining party members sprint over to regroup, but the ground beneath their boots begins to tremble with a low, heavy vibration. Hovering in the dark clouds above, the Tempest Lord growls, his face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage as he promises them a slow and painful end. Suddenly, a massive system alert flashes across their screens. The boss is actively releasing the ultimate raid mechanic, the Eye of the Tempest. The giant spreads his wings, channeling a massive surge of purple and pink lightning directly into the center of the courtyard. The impact is so intense, it literally shatters the remaining stone platforms, and the stream chat is sweating, wondering if they are entering Phase 3. 4 massive, glowing purple obelisk pillars rise from the rubble, generating a high-density energy barrier around the perimeter. A new system mission pops up, giving them a strict 10-minute limit to locate and destroy all active pillars. Redox immediately commands everyone to split up and target the obelisks, but Soil screams a warning. Out from the glowing light of the pillars steps a squad of elite otherworld minion guards, their bodies armored in heavy stone plates. The commentators note that the pillars are heavily guarded, leaving the depleted party completely surrounded once again. The minions flex their massive muscles, and the stream overlay highlights their high stat levels, proving these aren't your typical low-tier trash mobs. The hosts explain that this is a classic wipe gimmick. If they fail to destroy the pillars before the timer hits 0, the entire party instantly dies. Before they can even coordinate their defense, a massive beam of purple lightning shoots from the central obelisk. The beam tracks Yuzu, striking her directly before she can even initiate her shadow escape spell. A massive red notification forces its way onto the screen. Yuzu's character has died. Arium screams her name, but her character model is already dissolving into blue starlight. And there is the penalty screen. Another 10 minutes are ruthlessly shaved off their clock, leaving them with exactly 16 minutes and 2 seconds to clear the entire raid. The chat is calling this complete garbage design, arguing that a 16-minute limit for a dimensional lord is physically impossible. The elite minions launch a coordinated assault, their massive stone swords swinging through the rain. Arium clashes blades with a bulky guard, her arms shaking under the raw kinetic impact as she realizes these adds are on a completely different level. A female minion drops from the sky, slamming Soil directly into the dirt. But as the minion prepares to finish her, a stray lightning bolt from the obelisk strikes the guard's own shoulder. Soyul looks up in confusion, realizing the friendly fire from the boss's own storm didn't even leave a scratch on the minion's armor. The chat comments are calling the fight completely unfair, lamenting that the system has turned the difficulty slider up to 11. Redox tries to burn them back with his fire spells, but the guards simply walk through the flames, forcing the players into a desperate defensive circle. Woohyun steps forward, his dark aura flaring as he realizes they are running out of seconds. He charges straight toward a group of 3 incoming stone guards. He narrows his bloody eyes, focusing every single physical sense to its absolute limit. His golden eye dilates, and the world around him begins to warp. Everything goes completely dark, the falling rain freezing in mid-air as the color spectrum shifts. He enters his extreme manual focus state, effectively slowing down time for everything except his own movements. He dashes through the frozen frame, his blade cutting 3 clean paths of red light through the chests of all 3 guards simultaneously. He lands, and the 3 guards burst into pixels behind him, prompting the chat to lose its mind over his reaction speed. As the guards dissolve, a purple layer of energy on the massive obelisk shatters. Woohyun looks back, noting that one of the protective layers on the pillar has disappeared. Nearby, Redox delivers a heavy punch to another guard, screaming in frustration as he tries to break their defense. The guard falls, and another layer on the obelisk shatters, confirming Woohyun's theory. He yells to the group that the pillar's defenses are tied directly to the minion count. They have to clear the guards to make the obelisk vulnerable. Battler faces a line of 5 incoming stone guards, noting that slicing them one by one is going to take too long. He focuses his mana, concentrating his water pressure into a single, razor-thin horizontal line. He screams for everyone to duck, unleashing a supersonic water cutter that slices through all 5 guards in a single clean sweep. The chat is comparing his spell control to an industrial water jet cutter, calling his manual execution absolutely busted. With all the guards cleared, the protective barrier around the obelisk completely shatters. Battler and Woohyun sprint toward the pillar, telling Redox and the others to keep the boss's attention occupied. The 2 of them charge the obelisk, but the Tempest Lord looks down, his massive hand descending like a mountain. The boss mocks their efforts, calling their struggle completely meaningless. But Battler is already on it, casting a massive wall of water to absorb the impact of the giant hand. The giant growls through the splashing water, his purple face contorted in pure aggression. Woohyun uses the distraction to sprint straight up the side of the collapsing stone walls. The Tempest Lord swings at him, swearing he won't let him get away, but Battler boosts Woohyun with a high-pressure water geyser, launching him directly over the boss's guard. The geyser explodes against the boss's arm, completely throwing off his trajectory. Woohyun spins mid-air, gathering maximum centrifugal force with his massive greatsword. He slams the blade down across the boss's chest in a massive vertical slash, prompting the chat to cheer at the massive damage numbers. The Tempest Lord lets out a deafening roar of pure agony as the strike connects. He is forced to retreat, his massive wings launching him back into the safety of the purple clouds. Soyul looks up through the rain, noting that the boss is trying to play the distance game again. Woohyun turns to Battler, his voice muffled by the thunder as he whispers a high-stakes plan. Battler's eyes go wide in shock, but he quickly recovers his signature confident smile. He nods, agreeing to give the crazy plan a shot, and they turn to face the sky. Battler concentrates his remaining mana, a massive swirling vortex of water forming in his palm. He launches his ultimate water dragon, the massive blue beast roaring as it shoots straight into the clouds toward the boss. The Tempest Lord sneers, preparing an energy barrier in his hand to disperse the incoming dragon. But as the dragon closes the distance, a dark silhouette is visible sprinting directly up the curving spine of the water beast. Woohyun is literally riding the water dragon to close the aerial distance, using it as a high-speed elevator to reach the boss. The boss tries to release a massive blast of lightning, mocking the human's tenacity. The lightning explodes, and the commentators cry out as Woohyun's silhouette is seemingly swept away by the shockwave. A dark figure falls through the thick purple fog, and the chat is already mourning the run. But the fog suddenly splits from above. Woohyun had jumped off the dragon's head at the last second, launching himself even higher to dodge the blast. He descends straight toward the boss's head, and the chat is absolutely losing its mind over his reaction time. A massive vertical red slash cleaves through the storm, splitting the sky and crashing directly down onto the Tempest Lord's skull. Redox and Soyul shield their eyes from the blinding explosion, desperately trying to see if the strike landed. Out of the smoke, Woohyun casually steps onto the stone platform, resting his greatsword on his shoulder as the system confirms the boss's health has fallen below 10%. Battler pumps his fist with a massive grin, celebrating their success. Cut to the professional team headquarters where the pro players are jumping up and down, throwing popcorn as they cheer for the miracle run. In the studio, Nyan and the hosts are practically screaming, declaring that Hacksical has pulled off the impossible. Woohyun looks at the timer, noting they only have 9 minutes left to wrap up the final phase. But suddenly, the dark sky turns a violent shade of pink and purple as a massive spatial crack splits the atmosphere directly above them. The Tempest Lord, his face glitching into raw red binary code, lunges forward with a manic, suicidal grin as a blinding wave of golden energy swallows our guy whole.